now?
Much of our really strong trade with partners like America, which is, after all, biggest trading partner of the United Kingdom in the world, goes on without a free trade agreement. And as a result of the EU relationship with the United States, if we're out of the European Union and without a free trade agreement, which is what's going to happen, then some of that trade is going to be more difficult. There will be automatic tariffs, there will be standards, there'll be regulations, there'll be phytosanitary things which get in the way of it. So the chances of making up for the damage done by 45% of our exports, which go to the rest of the European Union now, being hit by tariffs and other obstacles once we're out of the single market, by trading relationships with our other partners, I think pretty remote. So at best, it'll be status quo, but making up the difference, I think it doesn't look very likely. That said, I think that a President Biden administration, and I know the president pretty well from my old days, will want to make that relationship work. But trade policy is done by Congress. It's not done by the White House. So it's not entirely in his hands.
Sir Peter, if I'm hearing you correctly, are you saying that there is a wave of deglobalization that a lot of people talk about that you buy into, that you think is going to continue regardless of which administration gains power?
I think there will be some deglobalization. Part of this is the result of the tensions we have with China. Part of it is a result of the real damage done to just-in-time supply chains by coronavirus and the interruption to global trading patterns caused by that. Part of it is about a little bit of economic nationalism. Can't we onshore some of those things that we have offshored and lost a lot of jobs to? So I think in many different countries, there are likely to be shorter supply chains, a little bit more economic nationalism, not so much more America first type stuff, not so much protectionism, but I think less global interdependence because people are nervous about it for the reasons I just mentioned, and also because I think there is greater distrust of China now around the world in terms of the use that it wishes to make of its growing economic strength.
So, Peter, did we get around to asking you about the debates? Because if we didn't, we should try and fit that in now. What did you think about the debates, sir?
I thought it was nice to see the debate go back to being something resembling normal conversation, because frankly, the last one was content-free and pretty offensive in many respects. It was rock bottom. This one, I mean, there was a lot of interruption, and of course, Vice President Pence had taken a leaf out of the president's book and talked through his opponent and ignored the moderator. But nevertheless, I thought they got into some content. I was a little surprised that on one or two issues, like, for example, the Supreme Court judge nomination, that Kamala Harris didn't pile in a bit more hard on the way the Trump administration has dealt with it. But equally, they both missed a few opportunities. Both didn't answer some of the questions. But it was civil, and I thought that it was an opportunity for people to get an idea of what the two different options really are in policy terms, rather than just in who throws tantrums.
This was also a civil conversation. I look forward to the next one with you, sir. Fantastic to catch up. Sir Peter Westmacott, it's been too long. The former UK ambassador to the United States. Thank you very much, sir. Some headlines crossing the Bloomberg in the last 45 minutes. These are the two main ones. One from Morgan Stanley to buy Eden Vance for about $7 billion in equity value. That came shortly after we got the headline from the Debate Commission overseeing the presidential debates. The second US presidential debate will be remote. October 15th, Miami, Florida. We understand, Tom Keene, that the moderator and perhaps some participants who will be asking questions might be in Miami, Florida.
Yeah.
The presidential candidates will not be.
It'll be interesting to see the reaction, John. I really have no idea, no speculation here on what we'll hear from Team Biden and Team Trump as well. Many people predicted this, but I'll be honest, John, a lot of people thought somehow we'd get it done under a more traditional guise. I mean, we had the plexiglass last night in Utah just as one example of that. But, you know, John, to be honest here, and frankly, it's a lot like IBM, and maybe it's a lot like the asset management business with Eaton Vance's takeout. You know what, John? We're making it up as we go.
Can you mute, please? Do you think that's what's going to come up again and again and again? For anyone that's done a Zoom call in the last 8-9 months, can you imagine trying to moderate a debate?
Well, they'll probably mute the president.
Like we mute you.
Yeah.
Coming up on this programme, Brent Schutter of North and Western Mutual. Looking forward to catching up with him. Ahead of the opening bell, let me get you up to speed on some price action. Cross-asset worldwide shaping up as follows. With equity futures adding to the gains of yesterday, up 15, call it 16 points. We advanced 0.4%. In the bond market, treasuries just a little bit firmer. Been quite a week. We wake up in the Treasury market. Yields come at a single basis point. In foreign exchange, the euro just a little bit weaker. Euro dollar 117.55. Heard on Bloomberg Radio, seen on Bloomberg TV.
The people who I thought were my friends began to shut me out.
I don't know if it's ever going to stop. And it's unfortunate.
Growing up, there were moments that I was bullied
And they were
physically
like,
and
"That's
verbally.
disgusting talk.
And
You're too dark to wear that." I felt like I was
I do know that
worthless.
there's
I felt like there was nothing bullying can happen. Bad social media. Used to be compelled intimidated. Used to feel so obligated. You found your voice, just gotta take it. Lift it up, you'll see you made it. Read the lines on your head saying that you never can, then you hurt yourself too much. Fearing all the lies and you sleep all night, and you know you had enough. 'Cause you got this, and I promise you gon' be alright. 'Cause you shining like a diamond, you one in a million, love. Give me your hand, where you going? Don't tell me you don't know. Trust me, darling, you'll be fine. You'll never have to let go. You can close your eyes to the things you don't wanna see, but you can close your heart to the things you don't wanna feel. This is a message to those who are hurting. Try to smile, but nothing seems to be working. Every day goes by and no one wants to listen. Well, you ain't dying, just see what you're missing. First you used to cry, thinking of suicide. Flash a fake smile to others, 'cause he knew how to lie. He don't wanna die, he just wanna live life. Nobody ever tell him that he ain't allowed to cry.
There was a time I was afraid to log on to the computer.
I was a pretty overweight kid growing up, and I dealt with bullying.
A lot of these messages mean a lot to me because I was bullied as a kid.
These words don't have any power. The power is inside of you.
Do the things that make you happy. There's plenty of hope.
I can tell you from firsthand experience, there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
Estamos contigo.
Read the lines in your head saying that you never can, then you hurt yourself too much. Fearing all the lies and you sleep all night, and you know you had enough. 'Cause you got this, and I promise you gon' be alright. 'Cause you shining like a diamond, you one in a million, love. Give me your hand, where you going? Don't tell me you don't know. Trust me, darling, you'll be fine. You'll never have to let go. You can close your eyes to the things you don't wanna see, but you can close your heart to the things you don't wanna feel. Don't ever change yourself for others who won't be with you years from now. The only person who'll stay forever with you is you. Don't hurt yourself for those who will never understand what you're going through. You should be happy that you're yourself. You're perfect the way you are, and you were made for a reason. To shine. Give me your hand, where you going? Don't tell me you don't know. Trust me, darling, you'll be fine. You'll never have to let go. You can close your eyes to the things you don't wanna see, but you can close your heart to the things you don't wanna feel. Give me your hand, where you going? Don't tell me you don't know. Trust me, darling, you'll be fine. You'll never have to let go. You can close your eyes to the things you don't wanna see, but you can close your heart to the things you don't wanna feel. Give me your hand, where you going? Don't tell me you don't know.
Abramowitz.
Good morning, everyone. Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Brownwitz, and Tom Keene. The news flow today is absolutely extraordinary. Thank you for joining us on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television worldwide. What do we got? McDonald's just out with a dividend increase. IBM with a seismic restructuring as well. Morgan Stanley to take out the venerable Eaton Vance of Boston, and on we go. And guess what, John? None of it matters. Someone's speaking to Maria in 2 minutes.
The President of the United States will be on Fox Business. I imagine he's going to have a reaction in just a moment to these presidential debates happening virtually this time, Tom. That coming from the Commission for Presidential Debates. October 15th, Miami, Florida. The moderator will be there. The presidential candidates won't be.
And, John, what is so important here, folks, and I really want to bring up this story. It's below the fold on the internet sites, but our Jennifer Jacobs, John, reporting that the head of security for the White House is gravely ill with this horrific virus. Really a difficult illness as well. I mean, it's amazing how this virus story in the debate last night with the president in moments and to this debate in Miami, it touches everyone.
The president says the debate changes announced today are not acceptable. That just crossed on the Bloomberg now. He says the debate changes announced today are not acceptable. He is looking forward to doing rallies. He is feeling good. Those comments coming from the President of the United States literally in the last 60 seconds, Tom.
We will see, and we'll monitor that as we do, looking at economic finance investment around the world as well. And Lisa, so much of that is the hope of stimulus. Futures up 15, Dow futures up 200. We're roughly 3% below record highs on the Dow. And Lisa, frankly, it devolves to Speaker Pelosi in her conversation in hours with David Weston.
That's right where I wanted to go, Tom, that there's an increasing amount of uncertainty, messiness, all of the headlines. It doesn't matter. Basically, heads we win, tails we win even more. That is the story in markets. Basically, either there's going to be some sort of fiscal agreement before the election, which a lot of people took off the table after the presidential tweets, then brought back on, or there won't be anything. And then if there is a blue wave, which Wall Street is increasingly pricing in, not our opinion, what Wall Street analysts are saying, then people are expecting an even bigger fiscal support package. Either way, people are seeing more fiscal support. And if there isn't any fiscal support in the near term, they're expecting the Federal Reserve to step in with more asset purchases. Risk on, despite the uncertainty, Tom, very much looking to policymakers to fill any gaps.
There's the headline we were waiting for, Tom Keene. The president says he is not going to do a virtual debate. Makes it interesting, doesn't it? October 15th, Miami, Florida. The commission overseeing the presidential debates out with a statement 30 minutes ago saying that debate will now be virtual. The moderator will be in Miami, along with some people, I assume, because it will take a town hall format. Some people will also be in that room asking questions of the two candidates. The two candidates, according to the statement from the commission 30 minutes ago, will not be there. It will be virtual. The president says he is not going to do a virtual debate, which raises questions, Tom Keene, as to whether they will actually be one come October 15th.
Well, I think it's in the zeitgeist from Kevin Cirilli and others as well. Remember, there are supposed to be 2 more debates, folks, to the end of the month. And John, some people have said it'll devolve into 1 more debate with the president feeling better and days on from his hospitalization at Walter Reed. But John, it really, to me, comes up, as Lisa mentioned, the cacophony of news and the salvation, for the markets at least, away from the political process, is just the idea of getting some form of stimulus and assistance. John, do you remember? It's Thursday. In this hour, we'll see if we're back to 800,000 or 900,000 jobless claims.
Do you remember the bombshell report about tax returns? I'm not even sure that was 2 weeks ago,
Yeah,
Tom.
we're losing.
I think someone came on this program just the other day and said what a year last week was, and it feels that way. Look, for the president right now, here are the polls that matter from Quinnipiac in the last 24 hours. Former Vice President Joe Biden, with an 11-point lead in Florida, and I know for everyone that feels like a massive outlier. A 13-point lead in Pennsylvania, a 5-point lead in Iowa. This from the New York Times. A 6-point lead in Nevada, a 5-point lead in Wisconsin, a 1-point lead in Ohio. In Ohio in 2016, the President of the United States beat Hillary Clinton by about 8 points, Tom. So for the President of the United States now, he needs to make an impact. This isn't just about national polls, it's about the swing states as well. And the states that Hillary Clinton lost by a narrow margin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, how do they make a difference in the next 4 weeks? That's a big question.
Well,
and if there isn't a debate on October 15th because the president won't do a virtual one, how does he make an impact on the national stage, Tom?
Well, we've got further headlines here. The president says, quote, he feels perfect. And also, Mr. Trump says he's looking forward to rallies. So you see the president maybe doing rallies, even though he says he won't do a virtual debate. To synthesize this into the markets, we're going to try to do conventional business here at Bloomberg Surveillance. Brent Schutte joins with Northwestern and Mutual. Brent, a real simple question. What you just heard us go through over the last 4 minutes, what do I do with an investor who is in cash, knows he shouldn't be, or she knows she shouldn't be? How do they deploy cash given this news flow?
Well, I think I would probably first start by telling investors they should never overemphasize politics in their portfolio construction. And so if I take you back and pull you away from the emotions of politics, and certainly elections are important, but if you look historically, to me, the bigger important part of what happens during an administration's election is what they inherit. And what they inherit is a business cycle. Typically, if a president inherits a business cycle late in the cycle, the Federal Reserve is tightening and they have subpar returns. The average going back to 1960 is around 6% market returns if they inherit a business cycle with no slack left. On the other hand, if they inherit a business cycle that is either early or mid, the returns are much more. Indeed, there are 10 of those elections that occurred, and in each one of those 10, at least 9 out of the 10, I should say, the returns during that administration were double digit, with those in early cycle around 14%. Now, I'm not suggesting it's going to be 14%, but I think if we're coming out of a recession, we are still at least early to mid, and the chances of having a decent market return, at least based upon that one metric, are pretty good, especially when you consider that no matter who is elected, they are receiving a Federal Reserve that isn't tightening rates for as long as I can see. And so that's the one thing that won't change. That's the certainty you have. And yes, the Federal Reserve does still have power over what happens in the markets.
So, Brent, let me ask the question a different way. How dependent do you think the fate of this cycle, the trajectory of this cycle is on fiscal policy?
Well, I think right now, if we don't get a deal, I think the market will have some downside. But I don't think it's a deal breaker. I heard Lisa mention that after the election, we will probably get some. So if you think about that, that's a couple months away. There is still quite a bit of pent-up income from the last stimulus. And if you get positive news on a vaccine, I think a lot of that goes away. A lot of those concerns go away because the market starts looking forward to what may happen in 2021. And so stimulus is without a doubt important. It's filled the economic valley that we thought COVID was going to cause. And so we did fill it with income. And that income's been spent in different ways. And so you've had an economy that's also adapted, and science has occurred, which has shrunk the width of that valley. And so important in the short term, it could cause a market downturn, but we aren't returning to where we were back in March.
Brent, just to be clear, I wasn't saying we're definitely going to get stimulus early next year. I was just saying that analysts certainly are expecting another round of stimulus come early next year if we don't get one currently. Does the data matter, Brent, at this point, given the fact that the virus continues to spread? We're going to get jobless claims in about 20 minutes here, showing another abnormally high jobless reading, even if it is down from earlier highs. Does it even matter in the face of so much liquidity from both fiscal and monetary policymakers?
Yeah, I think the thing lost in all this conversation is the economy looks like a V right now. And so if you look at the Atlanta Fed GDP, the estimate of third quarter GDP is 35.6% or 35.3, I believe, quarter over quarter at an annualized pace. If that were to occur, the U.S. economy would just be, now it's still a pretty large number, but just be 3% smaller at the end of this quarter than it was at the beginning of the year. I don't know many people who thought that was going to be the case back in March. And so one thing that I think almost everyone missed with this is that an economy adapts. We find new ways to do things. You guys have been mentioning about Miami, and maybe this is too corny, and I'm not trying to make light of the virus, but think about if Miami was saddled with Milwaukee winters. All of a sudden you had that shock. There would be displacement, but then the economy would adapt around that. And I think you've seen that with coronavirus. Companies have learned how to serve their clients during the coronavirus. Certainly there are still some industries that are left behind, but there are more stronger sectors than weak, and they're pulling the economy higher.
Brent, fantastic to catch up, sir. As always, enjoy your insight. Brent Schutte there of Northwestern Mutual. Thank you very much. This morning started about 6:30 Eastern for New York. IBM to spin off Managed Infrastructure Services Unit. That headline dropped. Then at about 7:25, about an hour later, we got this headline from the Commission on Presidential Debates, that the second U.S. presidential debate will be remote. We were waiting for the president's response. It took about 35 minutes, and it read as follows. The president won't do a virtual debate. October 15th, Miami, Florida, Tom. We said it at the top of the programme. The moderator will be there. The candidates won't be. We understand that Biden will be on the other side. The campaign saying right now that the former vice president looks forward to speaking directly to Americans. Will the president of the United States do a virtual debate right now, Tom? He says he won't.
It's going to be fluid, and I would suggest, John, that this is not something about getting to October 13th or 14th. Just through the day, we're going to see this debate move forward. John, I want to point out something that I think is so important. In the secondary news, McDonald's raises its dividend. And, John, the chart of McDonald's is absolutely extraordinary. For those of you on radio, it looks like a normal market because I guess, John, everybody's buying McDonald's. John, have you ever had McDonald's in America?
I have had a McDonald's, not in America, though, in the United Kingdom a few times. I don't think I've had a McDonald's for about 10 years, though, Tom.
I rarely have it, but I do. When I'm in London, I go to the McDonald's at Liverpool Station.
At Liverpool Street.
I do.
Really? I know.
I go to that one. And
I come with you and watch you Amex that.
And have
Given all the
lunch
news flow this morning,
I do.
this has got to be the story of the moment, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You having McDonald's breakfast over at Liverpool Street Station.
Yes.
Up next, weighing in on the news at the moment, Rick Davis, former McCain campaign manager. What a timely conversation. Coming up next on this programme. Looking forward to this right here on Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Ritika Gupta. Next week's presidential debate is up in the air. Earlier today, the commission that puts them together changed the format to have the candidates in separate remote locations. That's to prevent the spread of the coronavirus. But now President Trump says he won't take part in a remote debate. Meanwhile, President Mike Pence and Kamala Harris squared off last night in Salt Lake City. Not surprisingly, the debate's first question had to do with the coronavirus.
You respect the American people when you tell them the truth. You respect the American people when you have the courage to be a leader speaking of those things that you may not want people to hear, but they need to hear so they can protect themselves.
And quite frankly, when I look at their plan that talks about advancing testing, creating new PPE, developing a vaccine, it looks a little bit like plagiarism, which is something Joe Biden knows a little bit about.
Pence said President Trump has put the health of the American people first. Harris said he's forfeited by right to re-election by the way he's handled the pandemic. And Morgan Stanley has agreed to buy mutual fund company Eaton Vance. The price, about $7 billion in cash and stock. That represents a 38% premium over Eaton Vance's closing price yesterday. Morgan Stanley gets Eaton Vance's brand recognition and also expands its asset management business. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
Women leaders were actually better at controlling the deaths from COVID-19. Do you think out of this pandemic, we'll see more countries be willing to elect female leaders?
When we look at women leaders, we tend to project on them baggage that they shouldn't bear.
Women are given an opportunity when no one else wants to do the job.
Women had a very clear objective. They wanted to save lives.
The women leaders, if you look at their careers, have also built up a level of trust.
In fact, women have to be better at communication in order to be elected as leaders, whereas this doesn't hold true for men.
We need to get those sexist stereotypes out of our head and give women a fair run for leadership.
Trying to change the stereotypes about women is not only the business of women, but men have to be part of it.
Welcome to That's Debatable, an interactive series on today's most pressing issues. The resolution this time, is it time to redistribute the wealth? Two perspectives.
Pointing to billionaires and saying we should take their money away is ineffective political strategy.
We have a choice in this country, either great wealth in the hands of a few or a democracy.
I'm John Donvan. Join us for That's Debatable, presented by Bloomberg and Intelligence Squared, Friday at 7 p.m.
As the 2020 presidential race comes down to the wire, the outcome may hinge on a few key states. I'm David Weston. Join me for a swing state special focusing on Arizona, North Carolina, and Ohio this weekend on Bloomberg Television.
Give you a sense of the real-time action. The 10-year yield tumbling now 11 basis points, so continuing in this knee-jerk risk-off feel.
The president's trade war with China. You lost that trade war. You lost it. What ended up happening is because of a so-called trade war with China, America lost 300,000 manufacturing jobs.
Lost the trade war with China. Joe Biden never fought it. Joe Biden has been a cheerleader for communist China over the last several decades.
Vice presidential candidates facing off overnight from New York and London this morning. Good morning to you all. Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramovitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. The news flow in the last hour, absolutely incredible. The price action looks like this. Equity futures session highs this Thursday morning, up 0.6%. Here's your why. Just 50% of the picture. That's what this is. Stimulus talks starting to be productive. This from the President of the United States. Might lead you to believe that maybe this is just about airlines. We've seen that in the news in the last 24 hours. He says that is being discussed, but a bigger relief deal is as well. Now, Tom, I'm keen to point out and emphasise this is 50% of the picture because it's only one half of the deal. We need to see what Speaker Pelosi's got to say about this as well. And arguably, maybe it's only 1/3 of the deal because we also need to hear from Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell as well. But that's the line from the president, and certainly you can see it on the chart. Equity futures getting a lift off the back.
Yeah, we went up 15, up 20 now. S&P futures up 19 as we speak. The VIX came in abruptly, 27.71. Right now, we're going to rip up the script and then rip it up again and rip it up again through the morning with Rick Davis, formerly the campaign manager for Senator McCain of Arizona, and of course a Bloomberg contributor. Rick, what is the debate commission like? How do the candidates and their staff like you go back and forth with the debate condition? Are you the boss, or is the debate commission the boss?
Yeah, it's a really hard answer because nobody's the boss. The commission sets up a bunch of rules. They pick a bunch of sites. Then they sit down with the nominees of the party. They do this years in advance. And then they sit down with the nominees of the party and they start negotiating. And out of that negotiation comes some version of that schedule and those rules. Some of those negotiations are directly between the two candidates. We had Lindsey Graham as our negotiator, and Rahm Emanuel was the negotiator for Barack Obama. And we actually got so frustrated with the debate commission, we decided we were just going to do the debates ourselves. Then we realized the logistics on that was too much, and we went back to the commission. But the rules the commission put together are meant to be standardized, and that you then create a memorandum of understanding.
Okay, but Rick, that's brilliantly explained. Huge public value. It's not a standardized time. Is the president, what's his power here as president as candidate and with his visibility, obviously, and his vocal treatment, what's his ability to change the commission or make a more malleable process to get to his outcome?
Yeah, you can always say no, and that's what the president's saying this morning. I would say, though, the debate commission would never have announced that they did agree on a virtual debate unless somebody in the Trump campaign had said yes to that. So this is another example of Donald Trump not being connected to the leadership of his campaign and now going rogue on the debate commission and probably the Biden campaign, because the Biden campaign would have signed off on this format too. I would say we tried this in the primaries in 2000 when I ran John McCain's campaign against George W. Bush. And we didn't want to do a debate because of logistics. It was on the other side of the country, and we were trying to campaign to win. And the press pressure on us to participate in that debate forced us to do a virtual debate where the two of us were on different sides of the country. And for my purposes, that was a disaster. But
yeah.
Virtual
Rick,
debate.
just to jump in, just some response from the campaign that I want to bring to our audience very quickly. They will pass on the sad excuse for a debate. The campaign will hold a rally instead of that remote debate. So it looks like the president and the campaign on the same page here, Rick. I just wonder, from your perspective, with this poll just coming in from Fox News, with Biden having a 53-43 lead nationally, where do you see the polls right now? Because I read the polls out this morning. I've gone through the numbers multiple times, and Tom just curls up into a ball thinking about 4 years ago. What are they worth right now? Rick, how do you read the polls?
Yeah, so first of all, you got to understand, polls are a static picture. They're not dynamic. They don't take people's opinions over time. They take them in one instance. So they're only accurate that day. And in a campaign that's moving around, like 4 years ago, where you had all these massive black swan events in October, you know, whether it was the Hollywood video or Comey reopening the investigation of Hillary, the polls don't take that into consideration. They only give you a snapshot. So what we know today is that Biden has some momentum, some movement toward him since the last debate, including the period of time that the president contracted COVID. And it looks like some of that movement is in a new voter group, not just suburban women, but white males. And that is a signal to Trump that he may have a problem with his base.
Rick, how much momentum did Mike Pence give to the Trump campaign last night?
You know, I think that he stabilized the Trump campaign. I mean, think about what's happened in 1 week. The Trump debate was a disaster a week ago for Donald Trump. He almost immediately contracted COVID, and then he blew up his own negotiations over the stimulus. That's 1 week. That's an amazing amount of activity. And so I think last night what Mike Pence did was something that the campaign hasn't been able to do before with the candidate, and that is stabilize the debate. His set of facts, his diagram of where the country is headed is exactly what the Trump campaign has been selling, and he did a good job delivering that.
Did a very confident job. Just to wrap things up, Rick, very quickly, we had the former New York mayor, Rudy Giuliani, on the program yesterday, and without much prompting or encouragement, he came out swinging. What we see today is the campaign coming out swinging against the debate commission. This is that classic siege mentality in the final few weeks of the campaign. Everyone's against us. Is this a strategy that's going to work, Rick? Is it working?
Well, you know, the bunker is a very nasty place to have to occupy, and that's where the Trump campaign is right now. Not only is their top leadership out with COVID, but the polls are turning against him. I would say the one thing that sort of defies that is the nimbleness or lack thereof of Donald Trump's addressing the stimulus negotiations. He's flip-flopped now 3 times in 3 days. There's no question that Congress wants a stimulus. They know what the public needs and what the Fed is requiring. And so I think that the decision-making at the top has always been Donald Trump. There's no campaign that's going to get in his way. He's running the bus, and the bus is veering all over the road, and that does not help him collect the votes he needs for Election Day.
Rick, wonderful to catch up, to get your insight. Rick Davis there, the former McCain campaign manager and Bloomberg contributor. Equity futures are up 21. We advanced 0.6% on the S&P 500. The stimulus debate is what matters here for you all at home, for our audience worldwide. Just as far as markets are concerned, the president saying that talks are starting to be productive, that a big relief deal is also being discussed. You'll get the Democrats' side of that conversation when we catch up with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi speaking to David Weston at about midday Eastern time. The other side of all of this, Tom, is the debates. The Commission in the last hour, exactly 60 minutes ago, coming out in a statement and saying that October 15th debate will be virtual. The campaign coming out with this headline just a moment ago: he will hold a rally instead of a remote debate, Tom.
And Kevin Cirilli alluded to that. These rallies are scheduled. We'll see how strong he is to do them.
Up next, Francis Donald of Manulife Investment Management and the economic data in America. Initial jobless claims just around the corner. Your coverage continues. This is Bloomberg.
कोरोना फैला हुआ है चारों तरफ। इस कोरोना के दौर के अंदर ये प्रदूषण हमारे लिए जानलेवा हो सकता है। एंटी स्मॉग गन्स काफ़ी बड़े स्तर के ऊपर जगह जगह लगाई जा रही है ताकि इसको रोका जा सके, और भी बहुत सारे कदम उठाए जा रहे हैं एंटी डस्ट कैंपेन के तहत।
Time will never come back. That was indeed a heaven. True, there was less pollution, but now festive season is coming closer day by day, and again there will be same pollution, same problem.
पॉल्यूशन से बहुत ज़्यादा एलर्जी है। जब कोरोना नहीं था मैं तब भी मास्क यूज़ करती थी, आज भी यूज़ कर रही हूँ, तो मेरे लिए तो कोई भी चेंजेस नहीं हुए वहाँ।
Valuations, particularly sort of the technology landscape, have gotten to some pretty extraordinary levels. So I think it's not a surprise. I don't think it's any indication of the beginning of the end, but I do think markets don't like uncertainty.
One hour away from the opening bell in New York City. Good morning to you all. Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramovich, I'm Jonathan Ferro. Economic data just seconds away here in the United States of America. Expecting initial jobless claims. The median estimate 820,000. The previous number 837. As we wait for that number, let's bring in Bloomberg's Michael McKee. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning to you, John. Yeah, it's Thursday, so I'm here. That's how you know it's Thursday. We're waiting for the jobless claims numbers to be released on the internet. Usually they're a little faster because there's less data in it, but right now moving slowly, and it may be because it's the only number out this morning, so everybody is trying to download the numbers at once. Initial jobless claims, 840,000 last week. That's up from the prior week, which was revised to 837, and it is higher than the consensus of 820. Now, does it really make a difference? Not really. There are a lot of questions about how accurate the numbers really are, given that there's some fraud and double counting. But it does tell you that we're not seeing any change in the situation with jobless claims. We are still seeing a lot of people filing, whether it's 840,000 or not, and a lot of people still receiving claims. The pandemic numbers, 464,437. That's the freelancers who are filing. So there is a problem with the labor market that we are continuing to watch.
Mike, within all of this and the mystery over what the unemployment rate is, I did a fancy log math study here, and all I know is in 4, 5, or 6 weeks, jobless claims devolves down to a stable, flat number at roughly 800,000, 840,000. Michael McKee, is that socially acceptable to have a stability of claims of 840,000?
Well, of course not, because it means those people are without work, and they're not only going to be not contributing to the economy, but their lives are going to be upended, and that is definitely not socially acceptable. Right now, we still have 25 million. It's down by 1 million, but 25,505,000 who are getting claims of one sort or another. So we're expecting this to really be a drag on growth in the fourth quarter. And don't forget, since the last announcement on jobless claims, we've had Disney, we've had the airlines laying people off. So not only are we seeing elevated levels, but we could see them go up in the next coming weeks.
Mike, which brings me to the question, have initial jobless claims become a lagging indicator? I remember a couple months ago when they were the leading indicator that a lot of people looked like. That seems to have changed.
Well, it's a little bit less important in the sense that they are very stable, and there are questions about the accuracy of the numbers themselves, but it does contribute to the overall picture. We're seeing, for example, the open table reservations numbers in Wisconsin go down because they're having a big outbreak there. You add all that up and you get an idea of where we are in this. And the thing to look at is the fact that now with the stimulus talks off, and we'll see if they get anything out of these new talks that may or may not be happening, economists are marking down their forecasts for the fourth quarter based on everything that they're seeing in this high-frequency data.
Michael McKee, always great to see you, sir. Not just on Thursdays. We'll make it more regular. We can do it daily.
Sundays.
Around about 8:30 Eastern. And Sundays.
Sundays.
Show on a Sunday. Mike, thank you. Equity futures up 19. We advance 0.5%. Your number, 840,000. Your estimate, 820. The previous number revised to 849. As Tom points out, the improvement just starting to fade a little bit over the last few weeks. In the FX market, euro-dollar unchanged at 117.61. No big moves off the back of this. In the bond market, 0.77% on a 10-year. Tom, just to bring you another headline from the President of the United States in the last couple of minutes. He plans to use tariffs on China if he does get a second term. Now, some people might point out that in last night's debate, that was an air of vulnerability when they tried to attack the record of this administration on China. And the Vice President, Mike Pence, came back quickly and said, lost the fight. You never had the fight. And I just wonder if that's something they're looking to build on going into the next couple of weeks.
That may be the politics of the moment, but the reality is the GDP statistics into 2021. Francis Donald joins us now with Manulife. Francis, let me take that headline of continued tariffs. Can you make the assumption that any new tariffs diminish our economic growth? And if that's the case, what is your run rate for the economy into next year?
Well, you know, in 2016, 2017, 2018, the economy was, and put lightly, booming. It was doing really well. It could take the near-term headwind of additional tariffs. What would worry me heading into 2020 and 2021 is, we're still in the greatest economic shock in over 50 years. This is not the time to be putting additional headwinds on this economy. So you would find, I suspect, if you move towards additional tariffs, that you would have more downward revisions. But, your question is really well framed, which is what is the run rate for the economy? And what we've failed to talk about so much in COVID is what does the trend growth look like afterwards? Are we getting back to 2% growth? My suspicion is because of a lot of the damage created here, we're going to see a lot of people revising down their potential GDP numbers, and tariffs are just going to make that worse.
Well, meanwhile, though, sticking on the tariffs and the sort of deglobalization theme that we were talking about earlier with Sir Peter Westmacott, the idea that a deglobalization wave, an increase in tariffs, will increase inflation even if growth stays somewhat stagnant. Do you buy into that argument that a number of people are putting forth?
Yes, we suspect that if we do see this ongoing deglobalization trend, which isn't just focused on U.S. and China, it's happening globally, that does contribute to moderate inflationary pressures. We see tons of potential for 2.5% to 3% inflation in the United States. I will say that's more U.S. focused than it is around the rest of the world. And again, pre-COVID, we were really fighting deflation. We were looking at sub 2% inflationary pressures. Now, because of a supply-side shock, movements in the U.S. dollar, commodities, the Fed is going to be focusing more on what it does with slightly above 2% inflation. So now if you add on that global deglobalization shock, this is a very different paradigm to be implementing trade wars. It's going to yield very different outcomes than what it did, or differently put, have a different impact on the economy, worsening some of the challenges that we're probably going to face over the next 2 to 5 years.
This is conventional economic wisdom, Francis, so it's not controversial. But let me ask you this question right here. Last night, the vice president had to sit across from someone who was talking about undoing the work that they'd done. And you could see he took offence to it. He was talking about the tax regime and the tax cut that the vice president, the president, this administration had pushed through. The candidate to become the vice president, Kamala Harris, said they would undo that on day one. They said there would be no tax hikes for anyone earning under 400K. She made that clear several times, but the corporate tax rate didn't come up, not in any detail. And I wonder how you would process that. If the next couple of months they took control of the White House and the administration had the power to get this through Congress, if they undid that corporate tax cut of several years ago, how would that shift through the American economy?
So you say this is conventional thinking, but actually so much of what's happening with deficits, government debt, and the role of government, that conventional thinking is being flipped on its head as we explore more things like modern monetary theory and maybe the idea that deficits aren't so bad. Regardless of who wins, we should be preparing for exceptionally large deficits and the highest level of government debt to GDP that we have seen in American history, or at least in the past 200 years. So we're going to be having very big conversations about what those deficits and large debt mean. From my perspective, it means no matter who wins, yes, what they spend on will change, but you are going to see phenomenal issuance at the long end of the curve, and you will see ongoing acceptance of the idea that large deficits are okay. That means a steepening of the curve, particularly at the long end, and it probably means we need to reevaluate that role of government in this economy. Government is going to get bigger in the U.S. and global economy. It's probably going to become a larger employer, and I suspect that that is regardless of who wins. And that's the main tradable theme here, not trying to game what comes out of November 3rd or the following 2 weeks after that, but what are the seismic shifts that have occurred? And I think really that's turning conventional thinking on its head.
Well, Francis, when we came out of the last election, there was all this happy talk about infrastructure spending, and the Trump trade turned out to be something very different. It was the tax cut trade at the end of the day through 2017-18. And I just wonder, I'm trying to get my hands around what this would mean for the equity market, because the approach right now is a glass half full. Andrew Sheets of Morgan Stanley using that line overnight in an interview with us. And I just wonder, Francis, for you, whether that's a complete picture, because yes, there will be some fiscal stimulus, regardless of who wins this election. But one party is talking about hiking corporate tax rates again. The other one isn't.
I do not believe that this economy will be in a position in the next 18 months to take any form of material tax hikes. We are sitting right now feeling really good because a lot of our economic data has shown V-shaped recoveries. But a lot of that V-shaped recoveries are red herrings. Housing is not behaving as it typically does. Auto is not behaving how it typically does. We have, I'm looking at my Bloomberg screen here, 11 million Americans who are on claims right now. we are extremely vulnerable to any type of disruption. And yes, if things go well, we get a fiscal package, we aid Americans through the next 6 to 12 months, then we can absolutely continue on a road to recovery and make these tax changes. But if there is an additional shock, if there is an accident, whether it's geopolitical or financial, then we are staring down the possibility and the growing tail risk of a double dip here. Now is not the moment for large structural changes. It is the moment to build a bridge to the other side. We are still in an incredibly vulnerable moment in the U.S. economy.
Seemingly a message for both parties at the moment. Francis, fantastic to catch up. Francis Donald there of Manulife Investment Management. Thank you. 50 minutes away from your opening bell. Equity futures drifting higher. Up 20 on the S&P 500. We advance by about 0.6%. It is the debate of the moment, Tom. The happy talk around a potential blue wave, what it would mean for this market. I just don't hear a big discussion on what that corporate tax hike could mean for this market. Just a big discussion on fiscal stimulus, infrastructure spending, and all the rest of it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a silly season where you don't get much policy, and particularly the painful outcomes of policy. But to your point, John, you know, it's been amazing to see Mr. Biden and his team really stay away what is perceived to be the free lunch that the president gave corporations. And maybe that's going to be the surprise in the next 20 days. John, what I would suggest is what the president's talking about and what the vice president is talking about. Vice President Biden goes right back to what we're seeing with Eaton Vance Morgan Stanley and with the splitting up of 109-year-old IBM. Jobs are going to go. There's going to be synergies. What'd you call it the other day? John, I loved what you said. I said right size, and you put me in the Pharaoh timeout shed and said it's not right sizing.
Resize.
Yeah.
It's resize.
They're going to resize.
I hate that phrase, right size. What's right about it?
Well, I take the point. I'm just trying to do this for a laugh, like, you know, we tried yesterday. But John,
I'm with you.
You know, I can't emphasize enough that this debate is about an unemployment, about jobs in America. You wonder if we get back to that policy.
Tom, I couldn't agree with you more. The good news is the president's doing better, according to the president. He says he will be tested for COVID.
Said, what do those doctors say? Stop it. I'm doing better this morning. What do the doctors say?
Are you? To be honest, you sound better than you did this time yesterday.
Well,
you remember this time yesterday?
That was a low point. No, I don't.
From New York and London, this is
the British guy.
With the First Word News, I'm Ritika Gupta. Now there's a question of whether there will be a second presidential debate. President Trump says he won't take part if the candidates are in separate remote locations. He told Fox that's not what debating's about. Earlier today, the commission that runs the debates said that next week's event would be a virtual debate to prevent the spread of the coronavirus. Meanwhile, at the vice presidential debate, there were few fireworks and interruptions. Still, Mike Pence and Kamala Harris battled over a wide range of issues, including U.S. relations with China.
The president's trade war with China. You lost that trade war. You lost it. What ended up happening is because of a so-called trade war with China, America lost 300,000 manufacturing jobs. Farmers have experienced bankruptcy.
Lost the trade war with China. Joe Biden never fought it. Joe Biden has been a cheerleader for communist China through over the last several decades.
On the coronavirus, Pence said the Biden's plan looks a bit like plagiarism. Harris said Donald Trump had forfeited his right to re-election by his handling of the crisis. And London's days as Europe's stock trading hub are numbered in the Brexit deadlock. More than half the volume in London in shares of European Union companies. That's at risk of migrating to the EU without a breakthrough in negotiations. The biggest losers would be investors because more splintered trading will result in worse prices. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
Some things you see coming, some things you don't. The trick is to be ready for anything. John from Infrastructure Support is working every day to keep essential market data flowing seamlessly. We keep on, so you can keep on.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They move the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here? It's a huge market, it's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
When everything around us, including the way we work and live, has been interrupted, uninterrupted service is peace of mind. Kimmy from customer support is responding to a 500% increase in daily call volume, no matter what. We keep on, so you can keep on.
From New York and London this morning, good morning. Incredible news flow this Thursday morning. Equity futures up 21 on the S&P 500. We advanced 0.6%. In just a moment on Bloomberg TV, looking forward to catching up with Greg Staples of DWS Investment Management. Tom Keene.
Very good. John Farrell, thank you so much for spearheading this morning. And again, the president's still speaking over with Maria on Fox Biz. The headlines here have been a bit of a jumble on COVID and on cure. And also, he says he will be tested for COVID very soon. Right now, what we want to do, we've got so much going on. Eric Schatzker is going to join us here on this Morgan Stanley Eaton Vance transaction. And we've got the work of Lisa Abramowitz in asset management over the years, my knowledge of the Boston Mutual Fund business, and particularly Mr. Schatzker's efforts in understanding how James Gorman wants a Morgan Stanley distinction. Eric Schatzker, does James Gorman want to do what BlackRock did?
I mean, in terms of transforming the firm and making it look like unlike any other in its industry, the answer to that would be yes. I mean, Tom, think back to where we were before the financial crisis of 2008. All the securities firms on Wall Street, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Bear Stearns gone, Lehman Brothers gone, Merrill Lynch gone, kind of looked the same. And the two survivors in that industry, Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley, look increasingly different from one another.
Yeah.
And that has much more to do with what James Gorman has done than what David Solomon and Lloyd Blankfein have done. Gorman has done successive acquisitions to push Morgan Stanley further into the retail finance business, the business of the mass affluent, and on the trading side with E-Trade, and now on the investment management side with Eaton Vance.
What is the synergy realities here? I don't need exact numbers. I mean, it's a Thursday morning. But, Eric, when they go in and do a retail synergy, how many bodies go? What percentage goes?
Morgan Stanley wants you to believe that not too many bodies are going to go. They're talking about cost savings, combined cost savings of 4%, Tom. They say the deal is going to be neutral as of the acquisition and accretive the following year. Look, I'm telling you what they're saying because the body count, we won't know the body count for 2 years, but the point here is that they've identified a firm with which there are very few overlaps. That's the key. You're talking about redundancies. You get redundancies when you put Aberdeen, your Standard Aberdeen and Janus, Janus Henderson. There you get redundancies because those firms desperately need to cut costs. In Morgan Stanley's case, it's not about cost.
I mean, Lisa, you covered this with Aberdeen Standard. I mean, some of these become a train wreck, don't they?
Well, the problem is that the asset management model is getting whittled away by the low interest rate regime, the idea that index funds have really taken hold and people are emphasizing no fees. Eric Schatzker, there are dueling narratives here. On the one hand, you have asset management firms that are saying that our business model is threatened by low yields and low fees. And then you have banks that say that their wealth management arms are the ballast of their investment portfolios, the idea that this has been a profit center for a lot of big banks. Which is it?
Well, it's kind of both, and I'll explain why. If you're a pure asset manager and you're subscale, which is to say you don't have $1 trillion or more in assets, you're in trouble. You don't have the heft to compete against the BlackRocks and the Vanguards and the Invescos. On the other hand, if you're a diversified financial institution like Morgan Stanley and you have an investment bank and you have a wealth management business, the asset management business, which is really what we're talking about here when we're talking about adding Eaton Vance, is the third leg of the stool. You've got this, I hesitate to use the word because it's so overused, but you have the synergy that people like James Gorman are looking for. You don't need to have, right? They are going to have $1 trillion in assets, $1.2 trillion in fact, and that was a goal of James Gorman's. He told me in 2018 that it was a mistake selling the Van Kampen funds to Invesco back in 2009 in the aftermath of the financial crisis. And now he's atoning for that mistake because he recognized even then that Morgan Stanley needed a bigger asset management business if it wanted to build a full suite of products that it could offer the mass affluent client. And that's where Morgan Stanley is focusing its energies, unlike Goldman Sachs, which is pursuing a much more barbelled strategy of going after institutional and ultra-high net worth on the one side and very, very plain vanilla digital consumer with Marcus on the other end.
So basically, Eric, if you could say this in a nutshell, it's about cross-selling for Morgan Stanley. Is that right?
That's a verboten word on Wall Street, cross-selling. The SEC doesn't want to hear you say that word, and technically, of course, you can't do it. But if you build that halo, right, around the brand by having all of these
Eric, I just had a Dean Winter moment.
The customer is more likely to buy more from Morgan Stanley than he is to go to, say, J.P. Morgan or Wells Fargo or Invesco.
Eric, stop it. Is James Gorman going to have them selling mutual funds in Sears stores? Oh, wait, that was...
No, I don't think we're going back. I don't think we're going back to white socks versus meets white shoes, Tom.
Yeah, okay, Eric, thank you so much on short notice with his expertise on conversations with James Gorman over the recent number of quarters. This is really something, folks, and for anybody involved in the mutual fund business, whether it was Pioneer taken out by an Italian shop a number of years ago or what we see Scudder. Eaton Vance, folks, is literally a roll-up. As well is a roll-up of what we've seen from Scudder and other firms. Lisa, your thoughts on this managing the active management debacle of the last 10 years?
I'm trying to envisage the future for asset management as 5 to 10 massive firms. And we're already seeing that, right? The BlackRocks, the Vanguards. What does that mean in terms of shareholder votes? What does that mean in terms of balance of power when buying initial public offerings or buying into new debt offerings? Some of these questions become that much more preeminent as you get these behemoths that increasingly control a lot of assets but don't necessarily themselves have an obvious stake in the actual companies.
And Lisa, I'd like to say, folks, I was a little bit out front on this a decade ago talking to Sally Krawchuk about the separation of getting an equity fee versus how do you get a fixed income fee as the yield on the portfolio comes down. Well, these are huge compression pressures.
And this has been one reason why, to Rob Waldner's point, people are increasingly going into private assets, into private equity, into direct lending, and you've seen those assets increase. Is that good for the client? Well, that's the outstanding question. The idea of whether or not you get the value, whether you're getting extra yield, but also so much extra risk, and that's sort of the value proposition that a lot of people are debating right now.
It has been an extraordinary day here at Surveillance. I'm going to summarize to get you through the morning. I'll finish finished with Speaker Pelosi in that timely conversation. First, you need to know that futures were 14.15 and have come up nicely, and I would suggest off a single headline from the president still talking 55 minutes later to Maria over on Fox Business. We're continuing to monitor those headlines. But the single headline was his optimism that there would be stimulus of some form, particularly centered around the airline business. McDonald's with a dividend increase. McDonald's showing same-store domestic sales that looked pretty smart. IBM with what has been widely anticipated for, I'm going to say, 5 years, if not longer. They will split up into two companies. We will split up, get through the morning, and David Weston will lead us forward at 12 noon, a conversation with the Speaker of the House. It is a most historic time for the need for the nation to find stimulus. Please stay with us through the morning on Bloomberg Radio and on Bloomberg Television. Good morning.
When opportunity knocks at the door, don't say, blimey, I've still got my pajamas on. Say yes to stuff and it will take you interesting places.
We're clearly going through some very unusual times and, enormous difficulties getting groups of people to agree on things.
From Bloomberg's European headquarters in the City of London, join us on Leaders with Lacqua.
Mercedes-Benz is on a path towards CO2 neutral mobility. So we have flicked the switch there, and really we're going to step by step electrify everything. And what does that mean? Combustion engines get electrified.
The second half will be a lot stronger than the first half in China. We're heading to what we call the golden season of auto sales.
We are very confident, we're going to have another big growth 2021 versus 2020.
We did not see people kind of holding back.
Chinese customers are into, right now, buying individual mobility.
We explore the trends, investments, and competition of the European ETF industry. Join us on Bloomberg ETF IQ Europe.
From New York and London for our viewers worldwide, good morning, good morning. The countdown to the open starts right now with equity futures up 21 on the S&P 500. We advance 0.6%, and we begin with the big issue. There's a new narrative in town.
The increasing probability of, let's call it, the blue wave.
A Democratic sweep scenario
from a contested election.
The markets have priced out some of the fears around a contested election.
We're less likely to have a contested election.
Turning towards the likelihood of a Joe Biden win.
This is very much a blue wave, massive stimulus type of trade.
A blue wave might not be such a bad thing.
We will probably get more stimulus with a Biden-led administration.
Clearly, a Democratic Senate would make a big change.
Any kind of blue sweep is considered to be probably very positive.
We're definitely going to see larger fiscal stimulus here under a Biden victory.
That's not a path to a contested election.
What a shift in just 1 week from worries about a contested election to thinking about a blue wave. This coming as new polling shows Joe Biden widening his lead against President Trump in several key battleground states, including double-digit margins in both Florida and Pennsylvania. For more, let's bring in Kevin Cirilli, Bloomberg Chief Washington correspondent. Kevin, we've been talking about these Quinnipiac polls all morning, you and I. I just wonder what on earth our audience should be doing with them, because some of them just feel like big outliers, particularly Florida, with an 11-point lead for the former Vice President Joe Biden.
Well, when I asked the president's re-election campaign specifically about these Quinnipiac polls, they pointed to the sample size, and they also pointed to their own internal polling, which shows that the Republican base is incredibly enthusiastic, as they were in 2016. So they're pushing back against that, and Democrats are also cautioning that they don't want to put off like they have this election in the bag. Meanwhile, we should know President Trump, speaking to Fox Business's Maria Bartiromo, saying that he will not participate in next week's presidential debate, since the debate commission earlier this morning announced that it would be completely virtual. His campaign putting out a statement saying, quote, "For the swamp creatures at the presidential debate commission to now rush to Joe Biden's defense by unilaterally canceling an in-person debate is pathetic. That's not what debates are about or how they are done." The Biden campaign saying that Biden looks forward to speaking directly to the American people and comparing their various plans and why those plans would be better than President Trump's. Analytically speaking, look, this is going to be interpreted by Republicans as biased political institutions looking to put the final nail in the political coffin, so to speak, of President Trump's re-election. In contrast, Democrats are going to say that this is a president who is unraveling, and this is a president who is trying to grasp at straws in order to get some type of base turnout for his campaign. It is going to be interpreted incredibly different, but without question, it's a strategic move on behalf of the president ahead of next week.
Well, Kevin, it's the siege mentality. The media's against us. The debate commission is against us. The establishment is against us. Get out there and vote for us. We'll go and do a campaign rally. Can you tell me how the rally's going to work, given that it's not even a week ago that the President of the United States tested positive for COVID-19?
Well, in talking with sources on the president's re-election campaign, what they have told me is that he remains eager to attend political rallies, and that they feel that there is a way to conduct rallies as well as political events like the one that occurred in the building behind me last night for the vice president debate while being safe. In contrast to that, Democrats and Biden's campaign are arguing that the rapid testing is not adequate and that there is no way to secure the safety in terms of making sure that all individual participants are complying with those safety regulations.
Kevin, got to finish on policy with you just quickly. Really looking forward to that interview with Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi and David Westin taking place in just a couple of hours' time. We've got about 50% of the conversation so far, or maybe a third, given we haven't heard from Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell this morning. But the president's saying that talks are going well over stimulus. Now, is he talking about the airlines or something bigger, something broader?
He's talking about the airlines, and I think as it relates to this, I am struck by the comment that he made several weeks ago in which he said when he met with airline CEOs at the White House and suggested that something would be in the pipeline. This is an area of bipartisan agreement. Republicans and Democrats agree that they want to pass some type of funding for airlines, and this could be it. This could be the piecemeal approach. In a way, it allows for both sides to claim political victory in saying that they held strong, while also saying that they were able to get some relief for the airline industries without calling it any type of skinny deal or large deal.
The next month is going to feel like a year. Kevin Cerruti, great to catch up, sir. Thank you very much. In this market right now, 25 minutes away from your opening bow, your equity market's shaping up as follows. We are positive, up 0.6% on the S&P 500. In the FX market, euro-dollar 117.44. Greek 10-year yield, all-time low. We'll talk about that a little bit later in the programme. In the bond market, yields coming down 2 basis points on a 10-year to 0.7669%. Conversation of the moment. Fiscal stimulus down in D.C. Let's get a take from Compass Point's Isaac Boltanski, calling the vice presidential debate the following: a lackluster performance of condensed stump speeches that'll be remembered by the fly that settled on the vice president's hair for 2 minutes, if it is remembered at all. But at least it felt normal. Isaac joins us right now. Isaac, was it really that bad?
It was an event with literally no substance. I don't know how this happened, but maybe those plexiglass shields that they put up had some sort of magical deflection power, because both candidates found a way to not answer questions last night. So, look, at the highest level, I don't think anything last night changes the trajectory of this race. It's still about the two men at the top of each ticket.
Well, let's go through the polls for the two men at the top of the ticket. Did this a little bit earlier. I'll repeat myself, Isaac. Quinnipiac out with the following poll. 11-point lead in Florida for Biden. 13-point lead for Biden in Pennsylvania. 5 points in Iowa. This from the New York Times. 1 point in Ohio. That's the lead for Joe Biden. 2016, the president crushed Hillary Clinton over there. 6-point lead in Nevada. 5-point lead in Wisconsin. Isaac, when you go through these polls, if you're on the other side right now, where's the good news?
I don't think there is any. And I think that the only hope that the president really has here when we step back from all of this is the notion that 26 days, which is how long we have from now until the election, is a lifetime. I mean, just step back and note that the first presidential debate was just 9 days ago. And think about how much the narrative has moved in between now and then. So, look, I think there's going to be some hesitation to believe fully in polls. I think that is now part of our DNA, given 2016. But this has been remarkably steady in terms of the vice president's lead over time in these polls. And that's why we're continually getting questions about what a blue wave would mean for the market.
Well, let's talk about this market narrative. A week ago, Isaac, if I had 10 market participants on the programme, at a guess, I'd say 9 of them would say their big worry is a contested election. 1 week later, that narrative has shifted radically to pricing in all the good stuff, fiscal stimulus. They're thinking about a blue wave without thinking about the tax hike that could come through for corporations. What are you telling clients about how vulnerable this glass half full narrative is right now?
You know, mostly the conversations we're having are trying to understand what the timeline is going to look like for stimulus. And I think Kevin is spot on, and I look forward to hearing what the speaker says at noon on your airwaves. I am bullish on a airline package getting done. There seems to be sufficient political will to do it before the election. But beyond that, Jonathan, it's difficult to see any of these standalone measures working pre-election, and I struggle to see a big package getting done, just given that we've seen a lot of motion without movement from either side. So it's really just trying to understand how quickly we could see the next Congress move on fiscal stimulus. And obviously, that package, both the scale and scope of it, are going to be dependent on the electoral outcome in November.
It sounds like you're writing off the lame duck session. Would that be fair, Isaac?
There's going to be this fog of disdain and distrust in this city during the lame duck. So it's difficult to have optimism about anything during that period. There is a window for acting, and that's the federal funding deadline in mid-December. But John, I think that period is just going to be written off largely as everyone starts to look at what a policy agenda will be in the new year for either President Trump or a Biden administration.
Well, let's talk about the policy agenda. We heard it from Senator Harris yesterday, day one. They'll undo the tax cuts that this administration executed. And Isaac, she was keen to point out there'll be no tax hikes for anyone earning over $400,000. Senator Harris said that repeatedly. I just wonder, Isaac, on the corporate side, whether we've really given this some thought, that this will be an early policy priority to undo that corporate tax cut.
Yeah, look, I think the first, if we run through what that situation looks like, I think the first thing that we would see would be a fiscal stimulus measure. I think that's item number one. COVID response, I think, would take over as the top priority. But yes, taxes would be going up for corporations, for capital, for the highest earners. That is a fact. I don't think they would go all the way up to 28% because there is this contingent of red state Democrats in the Senate who I think would push back against that rate. But yes, we should expect it to be 25 or 26%. What I think we should pull the thread on a bit more is that you would see incredible fiscal expansion for the lower end through those tax changes. Things like the EITC getting expanded, the child care tax credit, things along those lines. And I think that is worth thinking about when we step back and consider the Biden tax plan.
Isaac, final question from me. Was last night's debate the final one of this election campaign?
Yeah, it sure looks like that's possible. At the moment, we're not going to have one next week, and it's difficult to really gauge where we're going to be in the following debate. I mean, look, I think you said it well, in that the President Trump has this unique capacity to play both the hero and the victim at the same time, and he is building a narrative that the world is out to get him in order to bolster his supporters when it comes to showing up at the polls. And so I think that is going to be the motivational parameters of the Trump campaign for these final days.
Fuel the turnout. Isaac, great to catch up as always. Good to see you, sir. Isaac Boltanski there of Compass Point. Let's hit to the market desk very quickly. Equity futures doing nicely. Here's Abigail.
John, lots of big name movers to start out with. Healthcare, taking a look at Regeneron and Eli Lilly. These companies are popping higher. This after Regeneron, the biotech giant, has asked the FDA to authorize its antibody cocktail for COVID-19 for emergency use, similar to what Eli Lilly did yesterday. And President Trump is endorsing these treatments as a quote-unquote cure to COVID-19, although there is obviously no scientific basis for that claim. Chevron popping higher, up about 0.7%, in sympathy with oil up about 2%. Oil on the week up 10%. Its best week right now since May 22nd. And IBM sharply higher, up 7.8%. They are spinning off their infrastructure services unit, a real growth drag, and the company making it clear that they are moving into the hybrid cloud, a big move there. As for the big name movers on the day, Morgan Stanley and Eaton Vance. Morgan Stanley at this point is lower. Eaton Vance sharply higher, as you can see on the news that Morgan Stanley is buying Eaton Vance for about $7 billion. This is Morgan Stanley's second big acquisition this year, making a clear move into the money management space, lucrative for its fee-based business. Many folks in that space often compare it to an annuity-like business. Eaton Vance clearly at a record high, John.
Abigail, thank you. James Gorman called the quiet man on Wall Street over the last couple of years. He's been the busiest man on Wall Street through 2020 so far. 18 minutes away from the open. Equity futures are higher. Up next on the programme, vice presidential candidates squaring off on taxes and the US economy. That conversation coming up next with Stifel's Barry Bannister. Looking forward to that. From London and New York, this is Bloomberg.
market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
The economy is a complete disaster.
The V-shaped recovery that's underway right now will continue with 4 more years of President Donald Trump.
Joe Biden believes you measure the health and the strength of America's economy based on the health and the strength of the American worker and the American family.
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris want to raise taxes. They want to bury our economy under a $2 trillion Green New Deal.
Joe Biden will not raise taxes on anyone who makes less than $400,000 a year.
The American economy, the American comeback is on the ballot.
On the issue of the economy, I think there couldn't be a more fundamental difference between Donald Trump and Joe Biden.
Vice presidential candidates defending their policies and handling of the U.S. economy during their one and only debate before the election. Bloomberg chief economics and policy correspondent Michael McKee joins us right now. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, John. Well, probably they're both right in a way. We are seeing the economy get a lot better in the third quarter, but it is starting to flatten out, and we see that most in jobless claims. Once again, elevated. 840,000 initial jobless claims last week. That is 9,000 fewer than the week before. But as you can see, we've really plateaued right there. And it's hard to see exactly how fast that's going to get better. Now, there is one issue with the numbers, and that is California. California paused its filings for 2 weeks in order to try to straighten out what it thinks is a lot of fraud. And you can see for the last 3 weeks, they've reported the exact same number. And so once that gets straightened out, we could see claims go way up, or we could see claims go way down, probably down. So it's going to be interesting to see next week what we get out of California. Perhaps a better way to look at it is the number of people totally getting benefits, still 25 million. It's down by 1 million. And then the other thing you want to keep in mind here, John, in terms of the economy and the vice presidential candidates is, yes, third quarter growth going to be very high, somewhere north of 30%, according to the Bloomberg consensus. But then you look at what they're predicting for the fourth quarter, and it's going down. The fourth quarter growth is going to be a lot lower than third quarter growth. Will that make a difference? Will that sink into the American people? Will they vote on the orange line instead of the white line? Remains to be seen.
The 4Q outlook for Europe not looking great either. Relatively speaking, much worse than the United States. Mike, fantastic to catch up. Sterling work, as always. 13 minutes away from the opening bell. Your market looking like this Thursday morning. Good morning to you all. Equity futures are positive, up 22. We add some weight to the S&P 500, another 6 or 0.7%. Here's some happy talk from Morgan Stanley's Andrew Sheets, reiterating his conviction that economic growth will continue unabated and writing the following. The glass half full view of stimulus talks is if you don't get it today, you'll get it tomorrow from whoever wins the election. This V-shaped recovery is still intact. That's been the house view of Morgan Stanley for the last several months, and let's be clear, the data has continued to surprise to the upside. Joining us now is Barry Bannister of Stifel Nicolaus. He's among the more bearish strategists on the street with a S&P year-end price target of 3,100. Barry joins us on the phone. Barry, love getting you on the program. 3,100 is punchy to the downside. How do we get there?
Hey, Jonathan, this is when we look at the market right now, it looks like the very near term has some weakness, about 8% within a range of 3,400 plus or minus 300. If you get into 2021, depending on the electoral outcome, depending on fiscal spending and a number of other factors, it could go as high, as I said, to 3,700. We think down before up, and we've been playing a tactical game on the market for 3 years. Remember, we were inflation adjusted about 3,000 on the S&P at the January of 2018. We've really been trading in a widening amplitude range for the last several years, and honestly, we have to be very careful to take long-term views in this kind of a market with an elevated VIX volatility where it is.
That seems sensible right now, given the amount of uncertainty on the horizon. Barry, let's talk about what you're keying off, what you're looking at. How important are real yields right now?
Well, there's several things that worry us. You mentioned real yields, and that's going to affect the PE, particularly on long-duration growth stocks. It was the suppression of the real yield from plus 1% at the Powell pivot in December 2018 to minus 1% just recently that drove the PE ratio of the S&P higher. At low inflation, using equity risk premium, you can justify very high valuations at a negative real yield. So that was the main factor. And right now, we're seeing some signs there might be some disappointment in the near term on inflation. I mean, you're looking at the pipeline, inflation indicators, Michigan sentiment, near-term inflation, the Purchasing Managers Index, non-manufacturing prices paid. If you look at some of the other factors that we look at, like New York Fed underlying inflation gauge, advanced 15 months aligning with the core CPI, I think we're going to have some pressure on inflation. And that would, unless the nominal 10-year drops, which I don't think is bullish, that's a sign of weak growth. If the nominal 10 doesn't drop, then you're going to have a higher real yield and a lower price-to-earnings ratio. So that is a concern of ours, beyond just the whole fiscal, virus, and political issues that are going on right now.
So, Barry, this conversation is really, really important, what you're describing right now with real yields. As you point out, the key variable right now, inflation expectations, because nominal yields really aren't doing much at all to the downside, Barry. So my question to you is as follows. Most people would assume if the outlook for growth rolled over a little bit, then you're willing to pay up for growth in the equity market. But if I'm right in interpreting what you're saying, if inflation expectations start to roll over and real yields start to move the other way because of that, that damages growth equities too. So your outlook for growth right now, Barry, on either side is not pretty, is it?
No, it's not. And you know, when you have a long-duration market, a high PE market, and an elevated VIX, it's kind of a dangerous combination. You're out there on the curve on volatility, and you're out there on the curve on almost convexity-like. If you look at the real yield, you're out there on the curve with your price-to-earnings ratio, your earnings yield. So we think the market's fraught with risk, high volatility, and into the autumn where I don't see any fiscal stimulus. I think they're playing hardball, and Speaker Pelosi's kind of got a wish list there that's largely political. And the White House is taking a high risk, I think, by assuming that 3 more weeks of economic momentum to get through the election. They can work on it after the election. But clearly, we're looking at the quantitative side of the market, and it's that real yield that's got our eye.
Where'd you hide, Barry?
Well, you know, it's interesting. If you, it's been very much, Jonathan, a market of, a stock market that's really a market of stocks. The Fan Mag, Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, Microsoft, Apple, Google, these stocks have dominated, and they're long-duration growth assets, of course. So, but if you equal weight the S&P cyclicals relative to defensives, so equal weight technology, consumer discretionary, energy, financials, materials, and industrials relative to equal-weighted staples, utilities, and healthcare. So it's cyclical relative to defensive. It just bounced off at the recent high of 3580 on September 2nd on the S&P. It just bounced off the resistance level that's held for 20 years. So our thought process is go with defensives in the near term, the staples, utilities, and healthcare, because the market's probably going to sell off to about 3,100 by the end of autumn as you get past the election.
We've got to catch up in a couple of months, Barry, with this call. It's a big one. Barry Bannister there with the less constructive view on this market, always looking to get an alternative perspective. We'll get the more bullish view in just a moment. Your morning call's just around a corner, and then we'll catch up with Patrick Palfrey of Credit Suisse around the opening bell. Looking forward to doing that in just a moment. 7 minutes away from the open. Futures plus 22.
The Census Bureau has asked Congress for a 120 extension. I don't know that you even have to ask, and I think 120 days isn't nearly enough.
Their CPG history, their experience, and really how we might be able to combine together to really create this fantastic public company. And so we kind of got into the SPAC thing a little bit before it became such a hot method of going public.
Five minutes out, equities up plus 0.6% on the S&P. Here are the morning calls. Some of the analyst recommendations on Wall Street. Your first call this morning. New Street Research upgrading Tesla to a buy. Street high price target 578. The analysts seeing no credible competition on the horizon with a decade of hyper growth ahead. Second call, JP Morgan downgrading Citi to neutral after receiving consent orders from the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency. The analysts expecting it to increasingly weigh on the bank's profitability. And your third and final call, Deutsche Bank naming target a catalyst call buy. The analysts seeing an acceleration of trends heading into the holiday shopping season. That stock up by a little more than 1%. Coming up next, Morgan Stanley with another deal. This is Bloomberg.
Ada 3 kelompok pengungsi tersebut yang sudah berpencar arah. Kemudian kami dari Polsek Banda Sakti berkoordinasi dengan perangkat desa Kampung Jomblang melakukan upaya pengumpulan secara persuasif serta minta tolong kepada warga. Alhamdulillah warga yang terpecah semuanya berkumpul.
The Boston Symphony Orchestra presents BSO at Home. While you stay inside, enjoy a curated collection of archived concerts and behind-the-scenes stories from BSO musicians. BSO Homeschool provides lessons for music lovers of all ages. New performances and messages from musicians are added regularly. Enjoy these selections and much more at bso.org/at-home.
Give you a sense of the real-time action. The 10-year yield tumbling now 11 basis points, so continuing in this knee-jerk risk-off feel.
What a morning. The next debate turning into a little bit of a soap opera. Earlier this morning, the commission overseeing presidential debates saying the debate next week on October 15th will be virtual. The Trump campaign saying he'll hold a rally instead. The president saying he won't do a virtual debate. Larry Kudlow out on the wires right now, expecting a renegotiation of the president's debate stance. He'd like him to participate. Who knows? Equity futures up 22 on the S&P. We advanced 0.6%. That's your opening bell. Switch up the board in the bond market. Big tech outperforming in the equity market. This is what treasuries look like. Yields down, lower by almost 2 basis points to 0.77%. In foreign exchange, weaker euro. A lot to discuss over in Europe. We'll talk about that in just a moment on this program. And in the commodity market, we advanced to a 41 handle on WTI. That's the cross-asset price action this Thursday morning at the market desk. Back with us with the oil movers. Here's Abigail.
John, well, that strength for oil on the day and on the week. Right now, oil up about 10% on the week, helping out ExxonMobil. These shares are popping higher by about 1%, even as Chevron takes over the highest market cap for an energy company from ExxonMobil. But take a look at that. Again, popping up by about 1%. Really higher. IBM, its best day since early April, up 6% on the news that they are spinning out their low-growth infrastructure services business, really making a move into the hybrid cloud. And then Apple really helping to explain that outperformance for the tech-heavy NASDAQ, up 0.9%. This is Taiwan Semiconductor, their sales growth in the most recent quarter surging by 22%, better than what analysts were expecting, really driven by its big clients, including Apple. And of course, they do have their virtual iPhone launch event on October 13th. So some positive energy going into that. Where we have real positive energy, of course, though, for the airlines, this, as it seems, is there some possibility that some sort of a quote-unquote skinny airline deal could get done. Stimulus of $25 billion. President Trump calling for it the other evening on Twitter, and some negotiations around that. And we have some strength for the cruise line space as well. Travel and leisure stocks tend to go together. Royal Caribbean doing a bit better than Carnival. But again, big strength for the airlines. Yesterday, John, the Dow Transports hitting a record high.
Abigail, thank you. Much more still to come on that particular topic. 2 minutes into the session, your equity market advancing on the S&P 500 by 0.5%. Every single sector in positive territory. Materials up 0.8%. Information technology up about 0.7%. Industrials doing okay as well, up 0.4%. The big news this morning, though, in M&A is in the banking world. Morgan Stanley agreeing to buy Eaton Vance for about $7 billion. The press release saying the following: Eaton Vance fills product gaps and delivers quality scale to the franchise. The combination will also enhance client opportunities by bringing leading U.S. retail distribution together with Morgan Stanley Investment Management's international distribution. On top of the story, who else? Bloomberg's Sonali Bassett joins us now for more. Hey, Sonali, another deal for James Gorman, 2 in a year, and what a year it's been for him.
This has been the second largest deal we've seen since the financial crisis. And by the way, James Gorman struck the largest deal with E-Trade just months ago, closed 1 week ago. So what did James Gorman do here? He paid a 38% premium to Wednesday's closing price of Eaton Vance to buy an asset that has been only 12% down on the year. So is the question, did James Gorman overpay? He had an answer for his analysts this morning and said people who spend a lot of time trying to pay a low price for a good asset will never get anything done. This will give him scale. This will give him $1.2 trillion in assets to manage at that asset management, bringing him into a very elite club of asset managers that are that big in scale and now also global. That plus E-Trade gives him $4.4 trillion in wealth and asset management assets and $26 billion in revenue, which he says will make him the biggest in terms of revenue for that business.
Is it done? Is he finished, Sonali?
He says so. He says that this will take several years to absorb both of these businesses. So he's done doing some deals for some time. What's interesting, John, here is that the Fed has put such limits on the banks in terms of their dividend and buybacks. But the biggest deals we've seen since the financial crisis happened this year. So it's an interesting preference of these banks to grow organically and only get bigger.
Sonali, rushing into word to cover this one, I'm sure. Sonali Bassett, thank you very much. Morgan Stanley basically unchanged on the session. Eaton Vance absolutely surging. Joining us now, Patrick Palfrey, Credit Suisse Senior Equity Strategist. He joins us on the phone. Patrick, don't worry. I won't ask about single names. I'll ask about the sector and keep you out of trouble. Where are you guys on the banks right now?
Well, right now, I mean, we're focused on what's really coming up this week on financials. We expect to hear from next week. We expect to hear from JP Morgan and a host of other financial companies. Ultimately, we need interest rates really to move higher for financials and banks specifically to work. And in this environment, it's tough. There's not enough GDP velocity to really drive demand for credit, and that's really what's hampering financial performance.
Let's get more on this market, Patrick. Stick with us. I'm just having a look at where we are right now, up about 0.5% on the S&P. This story over the last week has all been about the politics and getting comfortable perhaps with the potential of a blue wave coming up. A group of stocks seeing the benefits from a Biden presidency starting to outperform. For more on that, Bloomberg Scarlett Fu joins us now. Hi, Scarlett.
Hi, John. Yeah, 26 days to go before Election Day. And even though Joe Biden is in the lead, we all know it's still very much anything goes. But looking at equity futures this week, it's very clear that the market is focused on micro developments on fiscal stimulus. On Tuesday, the president pulled the plug on talks that sparked a plunge. A few hours later, he said he wanted limited stimulus measures, and we began to see recovery. Now, during last night's vice presidential debate, my colleague Danny Berger points out that futures moved decisively higher when Kamala Harris talked about the Trump administration losing the trade war to China. Remember, this was during Asian trading hours, so trading is still thin, but investors perhaps took that to mean that a Biden administration might be a little bit less combative when it comes to China and trade. The narrative, of course, as you mentioned, also shifting from the likelihood of an uncontested election to increased odds of a Democratic sweep, and how that'll lead to significantly more spending. Dennis DeBusschere of Evercore ISI estimates $3 trillion in Democratic spending. Now, the reflationary trade we've seen showing up in a steeper yield curve, a weaker dollar. In equities, it's lifting green energy, it's lifting construction and airline shares. TAN, which is the solar energy ETF, is seeing volume yesterday that was 3 times the daily average for all of September. Nomura Wolf also has a basket of stocks that bets on a Biden victory, and it's a mix of strategies across different sectors of the market, including, for instance, long onshoring chip production and shorting companies with high corporate tax rates. In healthcare, it goes long, for instance, labs and research, and goes short on companies that are involved in managed care. This basket is now at a record high. That's in contrast to the long Trump basket, which is little changed. The long Biden basket is up 17% so far this year. John?
Scarlett, thank you. Patrick's still with us, I'm pleased to say. Patrick, what do you think underpins the happy talk around a blue wave?
I mean, right now, I think the blue wave would likely be a better backdrop for stimulus, and I think that's the conversation everyone's having. You know, whether or not it's $3 billion or $3 trillion as one of our colleagues just quoted, or a different number, I think it really puts in the context whether we have a tax bill, whether we have spending bills. But nevertheless, the expectation is more stimulus if you have a blue wave.
Do you find it strange, Patrick, that everyone's talking about the stimulus in its entirety, but not thinking about the tax hike, unwinding the corporate tax cut? Just yesterday in that debate, Senator Harris was very clear about undoing it all. Your thoughts?
Both need to be put together. You can't have one without the other. And, to sit here and delineate between what is a positive tax basket versus what is a positive stimulus basket, I think is incredibly tough. I think at the end of the day, the focus should be on the stimulus. When you look back at the 2016 election and the change in tax rates, what you saw is almost undifferentiated performance across companies related specifically to tax rates. If you were to say, what is a pro-cyclical basket because I expect stimulus, that is where you would likely see the greatest outperformance. And we expect that to be the case this election. Focus on the stimulus, be aware of the taxes, but don't get caught up on the taxes.
As a house, though, Patrick, you along with Jonathan Golub have been very constructive on tech leadership persisting. Why is that the case?
Well, I think, frankly, it's just because these are superior companies, and they are, time and time again, showing an ability to grow their businesses, whether it's currently in this environment or whether it's in the preceding years before this. I mean, that's really the trade that makes it work, is the strength of these business models. Cyclical, pro-cyclical companies, this environment is tougher for them. They don't have the economic velocity, so we just do not see leadership coming from them over an extended period of time. Certainly, they could be bouts of leadership, but long-term tech plus, which is what we call as tech and media companies and internet retail, is likely going to be the long-term play that investors want to look at.
What do you think the biggest threat to those names are, Patrick, right now? Higher yields or regulation?
Well, I think right now valuations aren't necessarily a problem given where we have discount rates. You know, to the extent that we see regulation become a greater and greater issue, that is likely an ability or has an ability to hamper their business. So that would likely be the greater risk than valuations themselves.
Patrick Palfrey, always great to get you on the programme. Thank you, sir. About 9-10 minutes into the session, equities advancing 0.5%, up 0.6 on the Nasdaq. Coming up, Europe struggling to contain the pandemic with new infections climbing throughout the continent. That conversation coming up next with Greg Staples of DWS Group from London and New York. With equities pushing higher, this is Bloomberg.
Women leaders were actually better at controlling the deaths from COVID-19. Do you think out of this pandemic, we'll see more countries be willing to elect female leaders?
When we look at women leaders, we tend to project on them baggage that they shouldn't bear.
Women are given an opportunity when no one else wants to do the job.
Women had a very clear objective. They wanted to save lives.
The women leaders, if you look at their careers, have also built up a level of trust.
In fact, women have to be better at communication in order to be elected as leaders, whereas this doesn't hold true for men.
We need to get those sexist stereotypes out of our head and give women a fair run for leadership.
Trying to change the stereotypes about women is not only the business of women, but men have to be part of it.
Welcome to That's Debatable, an interactive series on today's most pressing issues. The resolution this time, is it time to redistribute the wealth? Two perspectives.
Pointing to billionaires and saying we should take their money away is ineffective political strategy.
We have a choice in this country, either great wealth in the hands of a few or a democracy.
I'm John Donvan. Join us for That's Debatable, presented by Bloomberg and Intelligence Squared, Friday at 7 p.m.
The president's trade war with China. You lost that trade war. Because of a so-called trade war with China, America lost 300,000 manufacturing jobs. Farmers have experienced bankruptcy.
Lost the trade war with China. Joe Biden never fought it. Joe Biden's been a cheerleader for communist China.
The debate between the vice presidential candidates overnight. In your equity market right now, the S&P 500 up about 0.5%. The Nasdaq also up about 0.5% right now. Elsewhere in Europe, continuing its battle to contain the coronavirus, France and Spain posting record increases in infections, underscoring growing alarm that the continent is losing control of the pandemic. This, as the UK begins drawing up rescue measures for companies struggling amid fresh restrictions, with new curbs coming within days. Bloomberg's Maria Tadeo joins us now for more from Brussels. Hey, Maria.
Well, John, I mean, the picture here, it is looking concerning by the day. If you look at the number of infections, if you look at that 7-day average, it's really a story where we can now officially define as a second wave. This is not just happening in one country, but it's really happening across Europe. And those concerns are really reflected in the words of the European leadership, saying that we need to take more measures. More restrictions are coming, potentially some more today. And again, a plea from the European leadership to take masks, to use all of that protection. A reminder that we don't have a vaccine and we don't have a treatment for it. The other thing that I would say is that by now it's very clear that the changes and those limitations, restrictions to the service industry, tourism too, are going to be here for a long time. These are going to be much more structural for countries that really need services to really function and work well, because they're so key to the GDP. And I'm thinking countries like Italy, Spain, France too. Well, they're going to be here for a long time, and it's going to be difficult to see how they can regain momentum momentum as we enter into Q4, and that is going to be the debate here in Europe. Do we need the European Central Bank to provide more stimulus? Because the recovery that we've been seeing at this point could be derailed by the number of coronavirus cases that we're seeing every day. And now, as I mentioned, if you look at the 7-day average, there's no question that we're going back to numbers that we hadn't seen since April. That is very concerning. The German finance minister and the health minister today saying that they look at the numbers and they worry about those, especially going into the flu season.
Maria, what happened to the recovery fund in Europe? Quite clearly, this recovery is stalling. What happened to the recovery fund that was agreed in Brussels? You were there just several months ago.
Well, look, that's been approved, but, you know, this is Europe, and a lot of those details need to be, put into practice, and they also need to be scrutinized by the national parliaments. The idea is that it would be operational by January 21st. The European Commission would make an upfront payment on that, and by mid-2021, the flow of money would be happening there. You know, the Commission would be paying money to countries like Italy. Now we understand there has been a number of delays, some of them very much related to rule of law, very political issue here in Europe. And there is a very real possibility, and this is a very real concern where you speak to officials in Brussels, that it may not be ready come the start of January 2021. If that is the case, well, that's very problematic for a country like Italy, a country like Spain. They're waiting for that money to be paid out. And again, those deadlines, they're looking problematic again.
Maria, great work as always. Good to see you. Maria Tadeo from Brussels. This is the key distinction right now, the difference between repricing redenomination risk and repricing the recovery. Any potential step towards further fiscal integration will lead people to reprice redenomination risk across the Eurozone. Just the idea that it may just weigh on the probability that someone might exit, like Italy, Greece, etc. Repricing the recovery is something very, very different. And I think the deal back in June led a lot of people to reprice redenomination risk, led some people to start thinking about repricing the recovery. Though, as Maria points out, this money won't be deployed potentially for months and months and months. Why is that distinction so important? Because what you see playing out in the bond market still, particularly in Greece, is all about repricing redenomination risk with a huge amount of QE on top. Greek bond yields, all-time lows, BTPs nearing record lows, this even as the virus spreads across Europe. Greg Staples of DWS saying central bank support will continue to prop up the European economies, writing the following. The market periphery has raised concerns about a resurgent coronavirus. That will lead to a new shutdown, but not a repeat of the spring. The ECB will be far more aggressive in its support. Greg joins us now. Greg, how universal do you think that is, that agreement on the Governing Council right now to do more?
I think within the ECB, it's absolutely there. President Lagarde has been very firm in saying that she's going to support. She's finding a lot of consolidation within the rest of the members of the ECB. I think that's what's going on in terms of the bond market right now along the periphery between Greece and Italy and Spain. It's the sense that the PEPP will step in and support. Unfortunately, you talked all morning about the blue wave. I think we're talking about in Europe the second wave of coronavirus. And I think the market's getting their arms around what that means. Not a shutdown like we saw at the end of the second quarter, but clearly they're going to have to take some measures that are going to dampen that service industry. You talked about that earlier. And the central bank, the ECB, is going to be standing there to make sure that the monetary impact is not significant.
Greg, what does that mean about where you want to be positioned?
It means that, well, actually, we think within Europe, you're probably not going to see much action in the bond market, but there's still room for compression along the periphery. Think BTPs, think Greece, think Spain. That you're going to have some continued support among those peripheral countries, even though they're in, obviously, as we talked about earlier, a little bit of fiscal distress. They're going to need that kind of stimulus that's going to be coming from the fiscal side once we get the ECB money from the recovery fund coming out of that market in early 2021.
Greg, it's amazing to me that we're having this conversation about Europe right now relative to a better United States of America, yet still there are people beating the drum about the end of the safe haven that is the US dollar and the Treasury market. Why, Greg?
Well, I think actually what we've seen within the past week, you talked about the blue wave, that I think that makes the United States a little bit more of a safe haven. There was concern that post the election you could have an uncertain result, and quite frankly, it's still there. Let's not deceive ourselves in thinking that the election is completely wrapped up and we can put it away. The half-life of a political narrative in the United States now is about 3 days, and we see that with the discussion about debate 2. And so I think that right now, at least, though, the sense is that that great risk, that post-election risk, is being removed, and the United States could be the safe haven post-November 3rd.
Yeah, Greg, I wanted to build on this market narrative. It has shifted so quickly in the last week. It's not for me to say how durable it is. It is for me to ask you a basic question. How vulnerable do you think this new narrative is right now?
I think it's actually quite vulnerable. In fact, as you talked about earlier, there's one side of the narrative, which is more fiscal stimulus. There's still another side of the narrative, which is higher corporate and individual taxes and more regulation. And I don't think that the market's even thought about that yet. There's not an equilibrium that's been set. For the moment, at least, it's happy to talk about the stimulus. But as we get deeper into it, if indeed it looks like that lead from Biden holds, and indeed the blue side takes the Senate, then I think there's going to be a greater engagement as to maybe there is another side to that blue wave story that's not so pretty.
Greg, great to catch up. Really good to hear from you. Greg Staples there of DWS. 20 minutes into the session, equities higher, firmer by 0.4% with the sector price action. Here's Abigail.
John, with that solid gain for the S&P 500, not surprisingly, we are looking at a risk-on tone for the sector composition. If we go into the Bloomberg terminal and use the IMAP, you can see that all 11 sectors are higher, a number of them by more than 0.5%. Interesting, up top, we have a mixture of energy, real estate, utilities, and materials. And I say that's interesting because a bit of the cyclical tilt, also a bit of the reopening tilt, but we also have those two rate-sensitive sectors there, real estate and utilities, gaining as, once again, the 10-year yield unable to get out of its near-term range, so those dividends looking more attractive. On the week, though, John, very interesting because it's all about materials and energy. Materials, the top sector on the week, really a reflection of some of the commodity strength we're seeing. Copper up 5.9% over the last 5 days. The energy index, the second best sector on the week right now, up 5%, being helped out by crude oil over the last 5 days, up 6% this week, though, up more than 10%, heading to its best week since May. So that's where the strength is. Again, a bit of a cyclical and reopening flavor. Let's see if it can last all the way through the end of the week. But right now, pretty big gains there, John.
Abigail, thank you. Thank you very much. Coming up on this programme, the market-moving events you need to be watching. That'll be next in our trading diary. In the markets right now, 22 minutes into the session, shaping up as follows on the S&P 500, up 0.4%. On the NASDAQ, also up around about 0.4%. Debate of the morning, will the debate on October 15th in Miami, Florida actually happen? The commission overseeing the presidential debate saying it will be remote. The President of the United States saying he won't. The campaign saying he'll do a rally instead. Then the National Economic Council Director Larry Kudlow saying he's expecting a renegotiation of that stance and that he would like the president to continue going forward doing the debates. The health of the president not really in the mix when we're having this conversation, not even a week ago, testing for COVID-19. The equity market continues to rally. From London and New York, this is Bloomberg.
We will have a vaccine, we believe, before the end of this year. We have 5 companies in phase 3 clinical trials.
If Donald Trump tells us that we should take it, I'm not taking it.
Stop playing politics with people's lives.
If the public health professionals, if Dr. Fauci, if the doctors tell us that we should take it, I'll be the first in line to take it. Absolutely.
The vice presidential debates overnight. Your equity market 25 minutes into the session this Thursday morning, up 0.6% on the S&P. The Nasdaq up 0.5%. That's the price action. Here's your trading diary. What you need to be watching through the rest of this week. At the top of the app, the IMF releasing its report on the global economy. Boston Fed President Eric Rosengren speaking later today at noon Eastern. The US Treasury selling $23 billion in 30-year bonds at 1 p.m. Look out for that, given the softness, the weakness we've had in the long end of the curve periodically through this week. Then on to Friday, France, Italy, the UK reporting industrial production figures. And we get US wholesale inventories as well. That's your week ahead. 26 minutes into the session. Your equity market doing okay. From London and New York, good morning to you all. Thank you very much for choosing Bloomberg TV. This was the countdown to the open. Catch me on Twitter at FerroTV. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They've moved the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here?
It's a huge market. It's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
Some things you see coming. Some things you don't. The trick is to be ready for anything. John from Infrastructure Support is working every day to keep essential market data flowing seamlessly. We keep on, so you can keep on.
Months after Hurricane Maria, Puerto Rico is still in peril. Huge swaths of the island are still without power, running water, or access to medical care. Experts estimate that it will take years before these services are restored island-wide. Much of the blame has been placed on FEMA for a slow response in comparison to recent disasters on the mainland. But recovery from a disaster of this complexity and scale has proven more challenging than anyone anticipated. And filling the gaps between an overextended public sector and a suffering populace falls on the private citizens. Robert Anderson is a Puerto Rico resident of 4 years.
The eye of the storm came in south of El Yunque, swept up towards San Juan, and out to Arecibo. Everything on the right-hand side is what we call the dirty side of the storm.
This isn't his first time in a disaster zone. With a military and telecom background, Anderson worked on repairing damaged cell phone towers in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. Some might be tempted to label him a disaster capitalist, seeking lucrative government contracts for his expertise. But as Anderson finds himself in the middle of a humanitarian crisis, he and his associates are developing a variety of pro bono recovery projects that target the island's hardest hit areas.
I see two Puerto Ricos. We're here in San Juan. They have telecommunications restored. They may or may not have power, but basic services are in place. They're able to get food, they're able to buy things. They're surviving. And when you look outside of the San Juan area, you can go 15 minutes from here and find areas that are devastated. I'm working on the devastated side.
Today, he's put together a boots-on-the-ground mission to provide medical care to some of the island's most isolated and vulnerable residents. Steve Berenbaum is one of Anderson's business associates. He offered an extra car and a set of hands.
So we received an initial report from a nurse that was out in the area. We're headed to the northeast region of Utuado for some people that are in need of urgent medical assistance.
Dr. Sally Priester is a physician from San Juan. She filled a van with medical supplies at her own expense and brought along a team of nurses. Google Maps estimated our first destination to be a 90-minute drive. But it didn't account for obstacles like this. Our first stop was the home of an 82-year-old blind Vietnam veteran. His roof was blown off by the storm, and he's been living alone in a back shed for nearly 2 months.
His cane actually got broken in the storm, so he's limited mobility. He has a number of medical ailments. Dr. Priester's having a look at him. We called the VA. They're going to get him set up with what he needs, get him stabilized so he can then be transported either to an evacuation center or off the island. It's when the chain gets broken, when those families that are connected to them leave the island or take off, these guys get left at the end of the road, and it's tough.
FEMA was not officially part of Robert's team, and their arrival caught everyone by surprise. Their job here was to survey and report back to their superiors, and did not come with medical aid of any kind.
People think that FEMA is there to hand out bottles of water, and it's not what they do. FEMA has a role to play. They have a very specific role. They bring in ships, they bring in airplanes, they bring in tractor trailers with pallets of things. But they're a big machine, and there's gaps in that thing. And you're seeing one of the gaps here, and we help fill that role. These guys are in a bad situation before, and now they're struggling for real basic things. One of the risks that you run is people going from fear to hopelessness. Those are the folks that we're trying to reach.
And how are they reached? How are they even found?
Word of mouth, mostly.
And what's your role in all this?
Ghost in the machine. I'm lucky enough to be able to communicate with folks in FEMA, the state of Puerto Rico.
For a ghost, Robert makes his presence well known. Not only was he the de facto leader of the mission, now with FEMA in tow, he created his own maps to survey storm damage.
So we're right here.
And delivered them to FEMA HQ free of charge.
I have pretty good reach.
Perhaps that's how he managed to earn himself a coveted FEMA badge without actually working for them. And it's these relationships that allow him to operate more efficiently than an NGO or a government agency.
We're able to resolve problems at a different level.
Our next stop was on a mountaintop, a family of 11 struggling to care for their special needs brother in what was left of their house.
probably we are the first health team to come and visit this family.
Muy bien, todo muy bien.
The patient has Down syndrome. He is all day in bed. The difficulty with this is the patient cannot be alone. The most important thing is that you need to take care of the chronic disease besides disability, because they have been not going to a doctor, and no doctor has coming here yet.
So we need a refill of this medication.
After maybe 54 days, it's not getting better. And the only way that you can be able to see that is coming to the ground, drive, and see the people and talk to the people.
You can see San Juan from here, but you can't get there. It's like the Emerald City.
On this stop, we caught word that a man living alone at the edge of the jungle was in need of care.
So we decided to take a little detour, come up here and check out and see what's going on. One of the challenges is to find those people that are at the end of these roads that need help.
¿Pero por qué estás solo? ¿Por qué estás por acá? I'm asking about why he's alone right here. He said things of in life happens. You know, I'm here by myself. So ¿dónde vive acá? En la parte de... This is not a job. To do this, you need to have passion for what you can do. You're not going to get paid.
It's said in disaster response and emergency response that the real first responders are your neighbors. You don't need to wait for a lucrative FEMA contract to go out and do good and to help the community.
In the end, do you feel like you're making a difference?
Lives you touch and people that you can affect. I don't really think about it in those terms.
But why do you do it?
It helps me sleep at night. I think it's as much for the people that are going out to help and do things as it is for the people that you affect.
Whether out of altruism, or the lure of a paid gig, or some mixture of the two, Anderson hopes to stay here to help shape Puerto Rico's future.
Puerto Rico's essentially been a colony for 400 years. It was treated poorly by the Spanish. It was not treated well by the United States when they first got here. Puerto Rico can continue in the way that it's always been, or Puerto Rico can rebuild itself like nothing that's ever been. And we have to do everything we can to make that real. That's the bottom line.
When I met him first online, I found him to be really sweet. I think I was the one who was talking for an hour. He was just listening.
When we met, I saw her. She was beautiful, intelligent, and kind, which was, something that I was looking for.
Anshu and Sumit are one of about 12 million couples that get married in India every year. Unlike their parents' generation, they're not from two close villages, but from two cities on opposite sides of the country. And their love didn't start through community matchmaking, marriage brokers, or classified ads in newspapers, but began online.
So we met through jeevansathi.com. So it's basically an online portal where we have detailed profile of different grooms and brides.
It makes a lot of remote profiles who are located in distant areas more accessible.
Thanks to growing internet and smartphone usage, matrimony websites and apps in India are starting to disrupt the matchmaking industry. More and more people are finding their partners at the click of a mouse. jeevansathi.com, where Anshu and Sumit met, is one of the biggest players. Young Indians looking for love set up profiles including their caste and horoscope, but their criteria for choosing spouses appears to be changing.
We have seen the shift from traditional caste community conservative parameters to something like which is more focused on education, employment.
Anshu and Sumit's marriage was initiated by their parents, but modern Indian couples like them have more input than previous generations.
We looked up to them to agree for the proposal, but it was primarily our decision that we wanted to be with each other.
So what's the emoji you use the most to send to each other?
There's a bear which basically we use for indicating a hug.
Yeah, that's our language basically, bear icon for a hug.
Time flies when you're in love, and just 1.5 months after they first met online, the couple got engaged. They decided to hold their wedding less than 3 months later. But planning a traditional Hindu wedding on such short notice is no easy task. The massive event usually lasts 3 days, has various ceremonies and celebrations, and involves the entire two families and hundreds of guests. Luckily, there are websites and apps for that.
We searched online, we got in touch with Wedding Brigade, and they helped us finalize the venue, and it makes the search faster and efficient.
Startups like the Wedding Brigade are challenging traditional wedding planners in this $50 billion industry. It provides various services from booking banquet venues to buying wedding gowns. The website makes money by charging commission from vendors.
People don't want to be limited to what is available around them. They want to know the entire range of options available before making a decision. And now it's easy to find almost everything on one portal.
Anshu and Sumit are officially married in a ritual that has gone on for thousands of years, but their love started in a very new way. Technologies might be changing the way couples meet, date, and get married in India, but they're definitely not changing everything.
The technology was only the first level help that we could get to find each other. Everything else was like very humanly and emotions and feelings based.
Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren has become a symbol of everything the Republican Party stands against.
Everyone gets a right to basic health care. We need strong oversight of these banks.
A legal scholar and a consumer advocate turned politician, Warren has branded herself as a champion of the working class and made a career out of standing up to big business. While rumors of a 2020 presidency bid remain just that,
I'm not running for president.
her Senate seat is up for re-election in 2018, and Republicans are already pumping millions into super PACs to defeat her. This is the story of how a law professor and politician came to be seen as the biggest threat to Republican values and the greatest hope for progressive America. Elizabeth Warren was born Elizabeth Ann Herron, the youngest of 3 siblings, on June 22, 1949 in Oklahoma City to middle-class parents. After waiting tables to help her family pay the bills, Warren became a star on the high school debate team. She landed a scholarship to George Washington University at the age of 16, but 2 years later dropped out to marry her high school sweetheart, Jim Warren. By 1980, Warren was a mother of 2, divorced and remarried, had earned a bachelor's degree from the University of Houston, a juris degree from Rutgers, and practicing law in New Jersey. Warren then went on to become an influential law professor, teaching, lecturing, and publishing highly cited work on bankruptcy and commercial law at 7 universities around the country, eventually settling at Harvard Law School. But Warren wasn't always a liberal lion.
Elizabeth Warren used to be a Republican, actually.
That's Stephen Dennis.
I'm a Senate reporter for Bloomberg. Around the time that Elizabeth Warren switched parties, she became a fierce opponent of a Republican drive to make it much harder to file for bankruptcy. She fought that for a decade. It ended up passing anyways.
While her efforts ultimately failed, her warning calls were heard in 2008.
We're in the midst of a serious financial crisis. Our entire economy is in danger, and without immediate action by Congress, America could slip into a financial panic, and a distressing scenario would unfold.
Professor Warren was tapped to help with oversight in the government bailout.
She would excoriate bankers and their bonuses and their practices.
Why should the U.S. taxpayer alone carry city?
She proposed a series of tough regulations, which became the basis for much of the Dodd-Frank financial law that we have today. That sort of catapulted her to national stardom, particularly among the progressive left.
Encouraged by her newfound notoriety, Warren declared her bid for the U.S. Senate on September 14, 2011. During the race, her opponent Scott Brown tried to derail Warren by accusing her of falsely claiming Native American heritage, a controversy that earned her the nickname
Pocahontas.
Nevertheless, she was victorious and won the Senate seat by a comfortable margin. She used her new tenure to challenge everyone, from banking regulators and Treasury officials to members of Wall Street and Congress.
I'm really concerned that too big to fail has become too big for trial. We need tough new laws to hold corporate executives personally accountable. No one should be above the law.
She called for Wells Fargo CEO John Stump to resign for fraud, introduced the Bank on Student Loans Fairness Act, and reintroduced the 21st Century Glass-Steagall Act. In 2016, after staying silent during the Democratic primary battle, Warren finally endorsed Hillary Clinton and had some harsh words for candidate Trump.
Donald Trump is a loud, nasty, thin-skinned fraud who has never risked anything for anyone, and that is just one of the many reasons he will never be president of the United States.
But she was wrong.
The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
Warren wasted no time resisting Trump's agenda.
Have you ever managed or overseen a $1 trillion loan program?
I have not.
How about a $1 billion loan program?
I have not.
Okay.
In the Donald Trump era, Elizabeth Warren has been playing defense and trying to prevent Donald Trump and his cabinet appointees from rolling back protections that she helped enact.
Warren actually found herself rebuked by Mitch McConnell for reading a letter by Coretta Scott King about Jeff Sessions' record on racism during his confirmation.
She was warned. She was given an explanation. Nevertheless, she persisted.
That moment became something that's on T-shirts, bumper stickers, slogans, and that really galvanized a lot of support for her. It's been very hard for Republicans to get much of anything done this year, and that's at least in part to this resistance movement that Elizabeth Warren has helped champion.
We are here to fight back.
Enough of Elizabeth Warren. Like you.
Millions of dollars are being funneled to defeat Warren in the midterm elections in 2018. But it's the rumors of a 2020 presidential bid that has further prompted powerful donors to fund her opposition, often using the same playbook of constant and ruthless ad campaigns that many believe helped Trump win in 2016. It's anyone's guess if she will endure what Hillary could not.
You know, the question for Elizabeth Warren is whether she can go from being a liberal firebrand to somebody who can regularly get 60 votes for initiatives in the Senate and 218 in the House and drive an agenda, and whether she can bring together coalitions for political victories. That's the challenge, and we'll see what happens.
Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, has made some powerful opponents.
He doesn't know me, never met me, doesn't know what I'm all about. I think they're very rude statements, and frankly, tell him I will remember those statements.
My message to Donald Trump and his team is that, your views of Islam are ignorant.
He's the first Muslim mayor of a major Western capital and proud of it. This is how Sadiq Khan went from the son of Pakistani immigrants to a lawyer, lawmaker, and now the mayor of London. Khan's parents emigrated from Pakistan. His father was a bus driver, his mother a stay-at-home seamstress. The 10-strong Khan family squeezed into a 3-bedroom flat in South London. He wanted to be a dentist, but TV in the 1980s convinced him otherwise.
Objection!
LA law, with its swagger and ill-fitting suits, caught Khan's eye. He graduated in 1991 with a degree in law from North London University and joined a human rights firm. Khan worked a number of high-profile cases, often clashing with London's Metropolitan Police Force. But he had bigger political ambitions.
This is what being a new MP is like, squatting on a bench in the absence of an office, dealing with letters from constituents.
Reports are just coming in of an explosion here in London.
So there's just explosions, and then it was just smoke everywhere.
Everyone's just asking what's happened.
Only 2 months after Khan entered the Commons as a Member of Parliament, London was attacked by Islamist extremists.
That day will stay with me for the rest of my life.
He spoke out against the attacks both as a London MP and as a Muslim.
He has been very clear about his opposition to violence, opposition to terrorism, and has set out to make the case for a more open and peaceful Islam.
That's Thomas Penny, one of Bloomberg's Westminster correspondents.
Here is a man who is a Muslim, and he is standing up and being open and straightforward and being clear that the problem here is not Islam, but it's Islamic extremism.
In 2015, a decade after the attacks, Khan ran for mayor of London, and his faith was back in the headlines. His opponent, Zach Goldsmith, trying to link Khan to radical Islam.
The debate got again personal and nasty. The Goldsmith camp has called Khan extreme and accused him of associating with, quote, those who seek to do our police and capital harm.
It's a pattern of behaviour.
Even the former Prime Minister David Cameron repeated the allegations.
He shared a platform with Sajil Shahid, the man who trained the ringleader of the 7/7 attacks and accused the United States of bringing 9/11 on themselves.
But the smears didn't stick.
Zach Goldsmith ran a very negative campaign that was based on what people knew was a lie.
This election was not without controversy. And I'm so proud that London has today chosen hope over fear and unity over division.
After taking the mayor's office with a comfortable majority, Khan has brought a business-like efficiency to the role, scrapping expensive vanity projects like the Garden Bridge and the new Routemaster buses, which cost £350,000 each. The former lawyer who used to fight the police in court is now praised for his close relationship with them.
I was talking to a very senior police officer in the Metropolitan Police who said there was a sea change when he went into City Hall, and the police were saying how much they welcomed this because they knew where they stood and it was more straightforward to work with. So he works like a lawyer, he works like a government minister.
Khan's kept his faith at the fore. He's an outspoken voice for moderate Muslims across the world.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Now, by giving the impression that Islam and the West are incompatible, you're playing into the hands of the extremists.
The ongoing spat between Khan and US President Donald Trump escalated when Trump went after Khan, misquoting him on Twitter just hours after the terrorist attacks of June 3rd, 2017. Khan's now one of the most prominent Labour politicians in the UK. In fact, a recent poll of Londoners found Khan was more trusted to keep the country safe from terrorism than the Prime Minister or the Labour leader. His story of going from the son of an immigrant bus driver to the mayor of one of the greatest cities in the world plays well with Londoners. But can he appeal to the rest of the nation? Has Khan got his eye on the top job? And is the UK ready for a Muslim Prime Minister?
What does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped in the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness. Don't you think?
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
When people think of Vladimir Putin, they think of capital P, power. And that's exactly the impression he creates. Whether it's physical power, firing different weapons, riding in various James Bond-esque modes of transportation, or tossing hapless opponents in judo. Or political power, ruling his own country with an iron fist, crushing his political opposition, or, most recently, being accused of meddling in foreign elections for his own benefit. This is how Vladimir Putin went from a poor, tough kid in Leningrad to a KGB spy to the very symbol of modern Russia. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin was born in 1952 in Leningrad, which is now St. Petersburg. His father was a factory foreman and his mother a homemaker. It is widely said that Putin's public-facing tough guy persona can be traced back to him getting into fights when he was younger, which paved the way for him to take up judo. After getting a law degree from Leningrad State University, Putin joined the KGB Foreign Intelligence Service. He spent 16 years in the KGB. When Putin returned to Russia, he began his political career.
He went to work for Anatoly Sobchak, who was then the mayor of St. Petersburg.
That's Leonid Bershidsky.
I'm a columnist at Bloomberg View.
Putin thrived in Sobchak's administration because
he was sort of considered pretty efficient city official at that time. He was very loyal to Sobchak.
So loyal and efficient that
he was noticed by Yeltsin's close circle.
And those people soon brought Putin over to Moscow to work in Yeltsin's administration, where he quickly climbed the political ladder.
Then, of course, he was promoted to Prime Minister of Russia.
That's Dmitry Trenin.
I am currently director of the Carnegie Moscow Center.
Around this time, Yeltsin and the people around him, the so-called family, decided that Putin would become Yeltsin's successor. And then this happened. The apartment bombings were carried out in 3 Russian cities, killing 293 people and injuring more than 1,000. Putin immediately accused Chechen separatists for the bombings and followed it up with action.
He was credited with having a very successful military campaign against the terrorists.
And it worked.
After that, he became an heir apparent in the eyes of the Russian people.
3 months later, Yeltsin resigned. And on his way out, a famous exchange.
He was getting into the car in the Kremlin, and the last words that he addressed to Putin before getting into his car was, "Take good care of Russia."
So Putin took over as president, and 3 months after that, won his first election. But just because Putin won the presidency, that didn't mean he had all the power. This is Michael McFall.
I was U.S. ambassador from 2012 to 2014. In the 1990s, there was a fire sale of all the things worth owning in Russia, and certain people,
the oligarchs,
did better than others in that fire sale, sometimes called privatization, and those people tended to be well connected with the Yeltsin regime, and they weren't Putin's friends.
But they probably miscalculated, thinking that they could easily find a way to influence him. It became impossible almost from the start. From that very moment, there was warfare between him and the oligarchs.
That's when Putin gave the oligarchs a choice. Putin's way?
Some of those people from the 90s managed to figure out a new way of dealing with Putin and have survived.
Or prison.
Others could not find common vision, and so they lost their assets.
Khodorkovsky once was Russia's richest person, worth $15 billion, but he ran afoul of President Vladimir Putin and spent a decade in prison.
With domestic power consolidated, Putin focused on restoring Russia's global influence.
Putin is the guy who believes in the expansionist Russian state. Georgia and Ukraine and all the other Soviet republics that split off when the Soviet Union fell apart, he still believes that they're traditional Russian satellites. A lot of his strategy is about keeping them in the orbit. That Yeltsin line, take good care of Russia, that's how he understands it.
And he used annexation and invasion, as well as oil, gas, and trade to keep former Soviet republics in Russia's orbit. In 2008, Putin's 2 terms were up, and he decided to step down as president. Dmitry Medvedev stepped in as president, and Putin went back to prime minister. But really,
Putin never left power. He pretty much continued running the country, and Medvedev was a bit of a figurehead.
There was actually a period of cooperation between Russia and the U.S. that benefited both countries during Medvedev's presidency.
Because Medvedev did not have the same negative attitude towards the West as Putin did.
But when Putin came back to run for a 3rd term, in the lead up to the 2012 election, it was widely believed that both the presidential and parliamentary elections were rigged, and Russians took to the streets. Putin blamed the protests squarely on America, and more specifically, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
He believed that she had sent, and this is his words, a signal to demonstrators.
Still, Putin won by a huge margin and set about crushing the protest movement immediately upon his return to the Kremlin. Over the next few years, Russia's economy tumbled. Putin annexed Crimea, leading to sanctions. The price of oil fell drastically. The ruble hit a new low, and America played down Russia's influence, with Obama calling Russia
a regional power.
Despite all of that, Putin's approval rating remained sky high, and then an opportunity for payback.
I think I'd get along very well with Vladimir Putin.
In 2016, there was one candidate who called Vladimir Putin very smart.
Trump exhibited tolerance towards Putin's actions annexing Crimea, and similar views on NATO and sanctions.
Secretary Clinton didn't support any of those views.
Even though Putin denies any wrongdoing,
U.S. elections.
Yes.
the U.S. has accused Russia of being behind the leaking of 20,000 Democratic National Committee emails, which many say helped Trump beat Hillary Clinton in the presidential election. Which leaves us here, with the possibility of a President Putin until 2024, positioning Russia to be the world power he always imagined it should be.
Jack Ma is Asia's richest man and most recognizable business tycoon. He's the chairman of Alibaba, China's e-commerce giant and one of the 10 largest companies in the world, yet he still wants more.
We know where we're going. We want to be the 5th largest economy.
Big words from the man some call Asia's Jeff Bezos. He's confident, he's charismatic, and he's definitely not the average CEO. This is how a poor school teacher went from the classroom to being one of the most influential multi-billionaires in the world. Ma was born in China's southeastern city Hangzhou in 1964. His parents were traditional musician storytellers. As a teenager, he started to learn English from foreign tourists after China opened up in the late 1970s.
And then for 9 years, Jack Ma hung around outside the Hangzhou Hotel, which is now called the Shangri-La. He would get up at 5 a.m. to talk to travelers.
That's Bloomberg technology reporter Lulu Chen.
And I cover China Internet for Bloomberg.
Ma failed China's National University entrance exam twice before being admitted to local teachers' college. He graduated in 1988. He applied for 30 jobs and got rejected, including from the fast food giant KFC.
When KFC come to China, come to us, say,
You 24 people went for the job. 23 people accepted. I was the only one guy.
Then Ma got a job at a local university and taught English there for about 5 years, earning just $15 a month. On the side, he started a translation company with several friends. During a company trip to the US in 1995, Ma had his first encounter with the internet at a friend's place in Seattle.
I searched the first word, beer. I don't know why, because it's easy to spell, baby. And I see beers from Germany, beers from USA, beers from Japan, but there's no beer from China.
So he searched for the word China instead and still couldn't find anything. And that got him thinking. He wanted to build something that would put China on the world's map.
He started China Pages, a Yellow Pages-like website, but it didn't take off. Then Ma joined a government agency in Beijing to help set up a website. By 1999, the internet stock boom had gripped Wall Street, and back in his Hangzhou apartment, Ma decided to try again. With his wife and a group of friends, Ma raised $80,000 and set up Alibaba, a site that allowed businesses to sell stuff to each other.
人家美国人强就强它的硬件，强就强它的系统建设，这方面确实比你早。但是玩信息玩软的，中国人的脑袋绝不比你们差。我们在座的所有人的脑袋绝不比你们差。
By 2000, Alibaba had raised $25 million from investors, including Goldman Sachs and SoftBank.
He had no business plan and zero revenue, but his eyes was very strong eyes.
In 2003, Alibaba started Taobao, a platform for individual sellers to trade with each other, and publicly declared war against eBay, who had started to make a foray into China.
Jack Ma has this famous saying that Alibaba is a crocodile in the Yangtze River, whereas eBay is a shark in the ocean. And if they fight eBay in the ocean, then they'll lose. But if they fight them in the Yangtze River, then they have a home base advantage.
In 2007, just 1 year after it forced eBay out of China, Alibaba debuted its business-facing division on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. But it delisted 5 years later as its performance sagged. But in 2014, Alibaba raised $25 billion in the world's biggest IPO in New York.
Everybody should have a dream. What if that dream comes true?
After achieving dominance in the business of e-commerce in China, Alibaba has been building an internet empire worth $472 billion, with businesses in cloud computing, online video streaming, movie production, healthcare, sports, retail, and even news media.
Alibaba buying into South China Morning Post really raised eyebrows. This is the largest English newspaper in Hong Kong, and it shows that Jack Ma's ambitions weren't limited to e-commerce. He wanted to influence not just Chinese users, but also overseas users as well.
The US has criticized Alibaba for allowing companies to sell counterfeit and poorly made goods, but in China, it enjoys the favor of China's government. It's part of Ma's company philosophy.
In love with the government, but don't marry with them.
Jack Ma is an extremely fortunate man for jumping on the internet sector so early. Note that this is a person who has no coding skills at all. He's a natural showman and a gifted public speaker, and really able to convince others to believe in his vision.
Ma's vision of growing Alibaba to be the world's 5th largest economy faces strong competition at home and abroad. It will require more than just naked ambition and charisma, but Ma is great at getting himself in the right place at the right time. So far, it served him well.
Peter Thiel is a walking contradiction. He got his bachelor's and Juris Doctorate from Stanford, but speaks out about the horrors of higher education, saying college is
as corrupt as the Catholic Church was 500 years ago.
He's a staunch supporter of the free press, yet he bankrolled a lawsuit to bankrupt an independent media company.
But these were not journalists.
And most of all, he's an immigrant libertarian who's the most public supporter of Donald Trump in all of Silicon Valley.
What Trump represents isn't crazy, and it's not going away.
This is the story of how an openly gay, immigrant genius, libertarian billionaire went from tech contrarian to Silicon Valley's biggest Trump supporter. Peter Thiel was born on October 11, 1967 in Frankfurt, West Germany, to Suzanne and Klaus Thiel. Peter's family emigrated to Cleveland, Ohio when he was 1. An Ayn Rand devotee during his youth, Thiel attended Stanford University majoring in philosophy.
His Stanford experience shaped a really big part of who he decided to surround himself with.
That's Lizette Chapman.
And I cover technology and venture capital here at Bloomberg.
He and his Stanford friends made their first big splash in tech with PayPal. After selling to eBay for $1.5 billion, they would become known as the PayPal Mafia for each incredible success after PayPal. For Thiel, that began with an early, modest $500,000 investment in Facebook.
And in VC speak, early means big risk, but also big reward. He turned that initial $500,000 investment into more than $1 billion in cash.
But Thiel was just getting started with Facebook, and he went on to make a whole bunch of wildly successful investments.
From SpaceX to Airbnb to one of the largest, most powerful companies in the United States, if not the world, and of course that's Palantir.
The incredibly controversial secretive data mining startup he founded with his colleagues from PayPal. It connects data silos and then allows non-technical people to search that information for patterns. Data like
financial information, feeds from video cameras, biometric details, passport information, flight manifest.
Palantir doesn't talk much about how they collect this data, who has access to it, or what they do with it. But they have contracts with
the Department of Homeland Security and the CIA and the Department of Justice and the Securities and Exchange Commission
and several other federal agencies. It's the richest company you've never heard of, valued at $20 billion. But there are plenty of obscenely wealthy people in Silicon Valley. What makes him different?
He's a complex ball of multiple contradictions.
Take college, for example. Even though college was extremely important for Thiel, there's something called the Thiel Fellowship.
In exchange for dropping out and a promise not to pursue college, Thiel would give them $100,000 each.
You basically tell people that if you get a diploma, you're saved. Otherwise you go to hell. You go to Yale or you go to jail.
Also, his relationship with the press.
Here's another contradiction. He's donated to free press initiatives, including the Committee to Protect Journalists.
But he also secretly spent tens of millions of dollars bankrolling a lawsuit filed by Hulk Hogan over the publication of a sex tape and bankrupting the independently run Gawker Media. Why did he do this? Because in 2007, one of Gawker Media's blogs, ValueAg, outed him as gay. And with the lawsuit, he
found an opportunity to get back at them by funding the lawsuit that Hulk Hogan was able to bring then, but he wouldn't have been able to do that without Thiel's money.
And finally, Thiel's biggest contradiction, his endorsement of Donald Trump.
When he was asked about his support for Trump, he was surprised at the outrage that came with it from many of his colleagues in Silicon Valley. He didn't want more of the establishment.
No matter how crazy this election seems, it is less crazy than the condition of our country.
After briefly supporting Carly Fiorina in the primaries, Thiel pivoted to Trump, donating $1.25 million to Trump and his associated super PACs in October 2016. And he didn't just help Trump financially. He gave a full-throated keynote speech supporting Trump at the Republican National Convention.
I'm not a politician, but neither is Donald Trump. He is a builder, and it's time to rebuild America.
And when Trump was finally elected, Thiel was given the reins to an enormous amount of power.
And I want to thank you, man. You have a very special back.
He was named the transitional advisor. And in that role, he did a lot of interviewing and a lot of vetting to fill hundreds of cabinet positions and different jobs within the administration.
But it turns out Thiel's support isn't unconditional.
Talking to people who spend time with him, I have also heard that he is no longer a great supporter of Trump.
It was reported that Thiel was unhappy with the direction of Trump's presidency. Ever since, he's been mum, making no public appearances, no statements, and staying out of the spotlight altogether. Although there have been suggestions that Trump could tap Thiel for a top intelligence post or ambassadorship, there's no indication he'd accept.
He's described his relationship with politics as schizophrenic. He gets really involved, and then he runs away as fast as possible.
Whether Thiel takes a new position or simply continues as a board director at Facebook and Palantir, at just 50 years old, he's primed to wield some serious influence in technology and politics for decades to come.
Two 2016 was again the hottest year on record, and the previous 17 years have seen our 16 most scorching. Scientists overwhelmingly agree. Global warming is the culprit. And it's just getting started. Ice caps, extreme weather, wildfires, droughts, and the hits keep coming. What are we doing about it? In 2015, the world took its boldest step yet to stem climate change with a historic accord in Paris. But now comes the hard part. Nations must change energy policies and invest huge amounts of money, and they will likely do it without the United States. President Donald Trump announced on June 1st that the U.S. would withdraw from the accord.
The reality is that withdrawing is in America's economic interest and won't matter much to the climate.
Here's the situation. Decades in the making, the Paris Agreement united the U.S., China, and more than 190 other nations in a push to limit fossil fuel pollution. The UN-sponsored plan secured pledges to cut greenhouse gases, the emissions that trap heat in the Earth's atmosphere, in an effort to avoid the rising seas and other environmental disasters that climate models predict. But even if all pledges are met, the globe is expected to warm by as much as 3.4 degrees Celsius this century, more than the UN target of well below 2 degrees. Meeting the Paris Agreement means that governments will have to offer more incentives for clean energy, scale back support for fossil fuels, make emissions more costly, and reduce deforestation. It's estimated that the deal will require $13.5 trillion of spending through 2030. Here's the argument. Unlike past climate pacts such as the Kyoto Protocol, each country set its own Paris targets and then promised to revisit and improve them. The U.S. was primed to play a lead role in climate change, but Trump's Energy Independence Executive Order reverses Obama-era rules and directives put in place to combat climate change, and expands production of coal, the dirtiest fossil fuel. The resulting policies threaten the global fight against climate change. Without the U.S. commitment to emissions reduction, other countries may join it in abandoning the Paris Agreement. This could make it almost impossible and even more expensive down the line to stop climate change. Optimists argue that the shift to a lower carbon future is already underway. Businesses, cities, and U.S. states, such as California, are already investing in wind and solar and taking other steps to make it work.
I've actually been called an environmentalist, if you can believe that.
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Lightbright comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch, some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file, and we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter. And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I learn so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is opened, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil. We close the tube back off, and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube, and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it. And we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when I see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating that takes that one wavelength of light and emits a different wavelength. We bring it over to the aging table where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube. But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up. Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, it is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light.
It's a bit like an addiction. You've got to make something, you have to do something. It's borderline obsession. And every bike we build is my favourite bike at the time, and as soon as it's done, I want to build another one. Sven cycles is something I've been thinking about ever since I started cycling in my late teens. We want bikes that ultimately you'll really enjoy riding. There's never a bike that's the same. There's always a slight change. And as we build them individually as well, they have the marks of a bike that's built by hand. Most people I know cycle have an idea of their dream bicycle. And it may be an evolving idea you've had in your head. And we've worked with a lot of people that have come to us with sketches and scrapbooks. It's really, really nice to build something that's just one-off and unique. I think a lot of people see a bicycle as two wheels and a frame in the middle. There are a lot of subtle changes and nuances in design which can change the riding characteristics quite dramatically. I'm a really big fan of modernist architecture, and the simplicity of a modernist building is really hard to achieve. And with some of our bikes, they may look very simple, but I think people should not underestimate the time and effort that goes into designing a product. Tubing is key to a bike's feel and ride. Reynolds tubing has been in my life ever since I can remember. Growing up, I could never afford a frame manufactured with their tubing. We can now put a badge on our bike saying manufactured at Reynolds, which is a sort of thing as a kid I just wouldn't have believed was going to happen. Every part of the bike has a specific tube. It's not universal. The first thing we do is get the tubes out, check they're correct, check the wall thicknesses, sand the edges, make sure it's all really clean, because if it's not clean, the tubes won't join together correctly. We build in steel because I still believe it's one of the best materials to use. It's been used in bikes since the late 1800s, and they're still using it now for a very good reason. It's the flexibility that we can replace the tube, repaint the bike, and you wouldn't know it's damaged. I just like working with it. It's very sculptural. This isn't sort of aerospace precision engineering. It's a steel rule and a marker. So when we're cutting the tubes, it's within a mil or two. But what we're trying to do is take the best from bicycle building in the past and add a little bit of modern flair to it. There's various techniques for building bicycles. We do a thing called fillet brazing, where you connect a pipe together. We use a bronze rod and a flame. We heat the tubes up to the same temperature and we fill the joint with bronze. And it gives a very, very sort of fluid, lovely, sort of quite sculptural feel. It's got to practice. You've got to be able to judge material temperatures. You've got to just look at it and you just get a feel for it. It's a stage where your tubes start to look a bit like a bicycle. My father's a jeweller. He'd make sort of very pretty things, which are lovely, but for me, they don't really have any function. What I love about bicycles, you can start on a Monday with a box of tubes, and you can be riding it by the weekend, and it can last you for the rest of your life. Outside of the frame and forks, the other most important part is the wheels and tyres. When you build the wheels, you have to lace them, so there's little holes going all the way around the rim. You poke the spoke through. We do build all our wheels by hand here because a machine can't get 30 years worth of wheel building experience. Colour is very, very personal. With any of our bikes, you can have them painted whatever colour you want. We've matched one to a teapot, so we can get that scanned and we can match that, or someone's favourite item of clothing. I like to let the bike sit for 4 or 5 days minimum, just so the paint can have time to cure a little bit, and then we assemble it. We get out all the new components, and it's a case of putting them together. Some bikes you can assemble in 3 hours, some will take 3 days. And we've built bikes that cost in the £10,000 plus mark. Some people, they're saving up and this is their bike and they're going to own it for the rest of their lives, so we just want to make sure they get the right thing. I think the bike for me was the first time I had some freedom, so as soon as I had one I was off. A lot of people still get that thrill as when they were a kid blasting down a hill, wind going through their hair. It's fun. Everyone has their favourite jacket or something that just makes them feel good. If you've got a bike that fits well, you actually feel part of it. Building bicycles as a creative outlet is fantastic. It's not something you do because you're going to get a big paycheck at the end of the day. You do it something you have a passion for it.
If you ever saw a wooden surfboard, it was probably hanging in somebody's house or underneath the deck. But kind of in the last 10 or 15 years, wood has made a big comeback. They surf wonderfully. It's beautiful and it feels great to be on one of them. I always had a love for wood and kind of passionate about things that went in the water. I've kind of been around wooden boats most of my life. There's just so much character. The way they're built, the stories that come with them, a lot of that has translated over to why we build surfboards the way we do. When we first started thinking about building surfboards, wood was the natural material we chose. They have a very high strength to weight ratio. Wooden surfboards have the longest history of use in the surf world than any other material. People have been surfing wooden surfboards since kind of the first documented history of people riding waves. The board starts in CAD, where we take a 3D model, break down the shape, and kind of create frames and templates and all the inner parts of the board that we get cut on a CNC machine. We take those frames and we just pop them out, assemble the frame into kind of a skeleton. We go out to our lumber shed, pick a bunch of cedar, and bring them into our mill shop, put glue along the edges, clamp it all together into a panel. Everything's book matched, you have symmetry in the colors and texture of the wood. Cut your outline. Take our assembled frame, gently put it down right on top of the plank. Once that foundation is started, you're basically building up the three-dimensional shape, the outside part of the board, using lots of strips that kind of interlock and fit together. Every piece of wood is going to be different, and it's all going to react differently. There are frustrations with it, but I think that's one of the things that keeps it challenging. You learn to read the kind of what the grain lines are doing and what the color of the wood is telling you. Once those rails are cleaned up, we put our top planks on. It's a little bit like putting a lid on a box. It's like, this is it. Whatever's inside that board is staying inside that board. And by tensioning some rope, you can clamp the two together. It's like a time capsule. What makes our boards unique are they are built right here in York. They're built using material that grows right here in the state of Maine. They're built 100% by hand by local craftspeople and surfers. There's a lot of time that goes into these boards, between 40 and 60 hours start to finish. We wanted to build surfboards that were as hollow as they could be, but still be strong enough to work well. Too light and they don't surf well, but too heavy and they don't surf well. So there's a balance point there, and that's where we try to be. Taking the board off the rocker table once the top has gone on, that is by far one of my top favorite parts. It's just you and a shaping stand, a board, and a hand plane. Everything else is out of your view. It's simple, it's pleasurable, it's quiet. You can be with your thoughts and you can just kind of be present. There's something about taking a nice sharp edge tool to a beautiful piece of wood and feeling the curls coming off and knowing that every pass that you're making, you're kind of getting it closer and closer to what you have in mind. Once we've shaped it down and the board's looking like it's supposed to look like, it's time for it to go into the glassing room. 4-ounce fiberglass, laying it over the board, draping it over the edges, cutting it, applying epoxy, and on the board. Once both sides are lamb coated, it's time to put in the hardware. Drill and router and install the fin box. And on the other side, we drill and put in the leash plug and a vent. There's a lot of air just naturally inside the board, and that air wants to expand and contract with temperature changes. And that vent has a little piece of Gore-Tex fabric in it, and it allows air to kind of breathe both ways, but it doesn't allow water to get in. Once all that hardware is put in, it goes back into the glassing room. We brush a nice, beautiful, thick coat of epoxy over the whole surface, and that we call a gloss coat. That's supposed to look beautiful and glossy and shiny and flawless. You get to see that board come to life. Whatever the colors in the wood, they really come out. It just makes it look like candy. You just want to touch it and run your hands down it, and it's just kind of the icing on the cake. Once everything is hard, we put it into what we call the oven, get that epoxy to cure, really kind of bake it, and just get it to harden. Put in the fin, screw in the vent, and ship it out. We just love the idea of building something that's sustainable and long-lasting and made by hand. Kind of gives you a deeper connection to the product over something you might buy on a shelf. When a customer gets the board, they feel it. They 100% feel the amount of work and the amount of passion that went into the board. So I'm not really looking at hours and efficiency. We're looking at like doing it right and enjoying it as we go.
Ma Baoli, better known as Gang La, is one of the 4 Grand Marshals leading New York's Pride Parade this year. But in the country he comes from, being gay is still a social taboo. The CEO of a Beijing-based internet company is on a mission to improve the lives of millions of gay men in China.
对于每一个 LGBT 人群来说，即使这个国家不允许你跟同性爱人结婚，但是你仍然要勇敢地去选择你自己的生活，你仍然应该拥有幸福生活的权利。
Ma's company Blue City runs an app and a website specifically for gay men. Blued is one of the biggest gay social networking apps in the world, with an estimated 30 million registered users. Unlike most other apps, Blued is more than just dating or hookups.
大家可以在我们这个软件里面找他自己的情感，然后可以阅读相关的内容，然后可以进行一些娱乐，比如玩游戏啊，比如看直播啊等等。
Back in 2000, when Ma studied at a police school in northern China, he realized he didn't feel like everyone else.
因为他们都找女朋友，然后谈恋爱，但是我对长得好看的同性的男生，我反而觉得对我更有吸引力。所以那个时候我就到互联网上去找这样的一些资料，然后希望能够告诉我自己，我到底是谁。互联网上所有的信息都是负面的，都是错的，就是说同性恋要电击疗法，要被治疗，然后要吃药等等。
After visiting some foreign websites with different attitudes to homosexuality, Ma created his own site for a Chinese audience, encouraging people that
他们也是正常的，他们不用自卑，然后也不用自杀。
Even though attitudes towards homosexuals are slowly changing in China, it's still a social stigma. The virtual world of Blued, where members can be open about their sexuality, is for most a striking contrast to their real lives. This is live streaming, a function added to Blued in late 2015, right as the internet craze was starting to take off in China. Many self-made stars like Jin make decent amounts of money by receiving audiences' virtual currencies and gifts.
我们不是彼此的初恋，初恋这种事儿多不靠谱啊。
For Kyle and Klaus, a couple who have come out, live streaming on Blued means something different.
其实我经常会收到很多粉丝的一些互动的留言，就是类似就是说你们让我们看到了同志情侣之间的一些希望啊，我看到这样的留言我是很欣慰。
The government's rules for acceptable content online may shift quickly in China, with LGBT material in a grey area. Many companies feel the chill of the recent internet crackdown, but Blue City still runs as usual. Ma has won the Chinese government's trust by helping with HIV prevention among gay men. A third of the company's staff are dedicated to screening pornographic and politically sensitive content.
我不太多的愿意去对抗，我更多的愿意去对话，去改变他们的想法。我觉得这个可能在中国来说是更有效的。
In the past 5 years, Blue City has grown from a team of 7 people to a promising business with about 250 staff. Ma said the company earned over $15 million last year, mainly through advertising and selling virtual currencies to live streaming audiences. Now the company is expanding overseas.
我希望吧，通过我们的努力 ，Blue 能够成为全球第一家在美国纳斯达克或者是纽交所上市的这样的同志互联网公司。
This is Rich Chiga. He's a Chinese rapper by way of Indonesia, and he's very popular on the internet. This is Joji. He's a Japanese-Australian singer, and he's also very popular on the internet. Plus, Joji invented the Harlem Shake meme. Let me say that again. This guy, Joji, in the blood bathtub, invented the Harlem Shake meme. But we'll come back to that. So Rich and Joji are both signed to 88 Rising, an entertainment company hoping to build a lasting global brand that will outlive singular moments of virality. They primarily create content combining Asian culture and hip-hop, a formula that apparently pleases the internet gods greatly. They've only been around for 18 months, but they're already putting up major label numbers.
I think that we have an unprecedented collective of talent, a group of predominantly Asian artists, really making waves globally, which from an independent point of view as well.
88's founder, Sean Miyashiro, cut his teeth launching Vice's electronic music channel, Thump. But quickly, Sean became interested in life beyond dance music.
I knew that after launching a whole content platform that I have kind of the ability and the know-how to do it again, but for what was the question.
So Sean moved to the Bronx to start over and figure it out. He couldn't afford an office space, so he worked out of his car at the top of a grimy parking garage.
Everything kind of started here. If you look around, this is my environment. This is my serenity, really. 88 Rising was built here. Built on the grounds of LA Fitness, residence in a parking garage. I was living in the Bronx. I'm just like, damn, where the hell do I go? So I just come up here and I just kind of figure things out every single day. Being like, okay, what the hell is this thing? Coming here was kind of like my own kind of private office, basically. To be honest, I would even go to the bathroom here. I would take pisses here, you know what I mean? It was, it's just too far to go back down there. When I need Wi-Fi, I'd spend a good part of the day at Dunkin' Donuts. Hi, how are you? Can I get a chicken snack wrap?
Before 88 Rising officially launched, Sean caught a surprise break in the form of a Twitter friendship with a funny 16-year-old kid from Indonesia named Brian, who taught himself English by watching Rubik's Cube tutorial videos on YouTube. Seriously, that's true.
I thought his Twitter was genius, from the future, just crazy, and just the shit that he was saying, the memes he was making. But I didn't know that he rapped or anything like that. I really didn't, and he came up with that stick 2 weeks later.
12 in the morning, pop shells for a living and baby gon' smell blood trail every minute road. Dat Stick was Brian's first ever attempt at making a rap song, and it immediately went viral.
Everything was great about it, but the one thing that I noticed is the song was hard as hell. Just everything about it, man. Just it was menacing, bro.
Soon after the video dropped, Brian signed with 88 Rising.
I'll FaceTime with Rich. Sorry for calling you Rich Chiga on my phone, Rich. Brian, he gets super pissed off that he's saved in my phone as Rich Chiga. He's like, dude, am I not a human to you? What's good, bro?
What's good, brother?
How you doing?
Doing great. I just did sound check.
How was it?
It was tight.
So, Brian could definitely rap, but some viewers understandably took offense at a Chinese kid satirizing rap cliches and calling himself Rich Chiga. But if a group of well-known rappers saw the video and genuinely liked it, that could at least help validate Brian as a legit hip-hop artist. Plus, it could be really funny.
It was just kind of an idea that I just had on the spot. Everything that rappers say is better and funnier and smarter and wittier, and it's just more entertaining. We just edited it as tight as possible, put it up, and it really worked.
Yo, this nigga got a pouch on and a Reebok pouch. This is the hardest nigga of all time.
You said when you come for a chigga like me, that was dope.
It's just lit, and I think people will take it as a joke at first, but it's like if he ran with that and kept doing more videos like that, it's just lit.
You know, I'd never been to America before, and like all of a sudden, just like I see like all the rappers that I listen to just like reacting to my stuff, and I was like, what? How did this happen?
The reaction video also went viral, and even led to a remix of Dat Stick featuring Wu-Tang's Ghostface.
I'll get on that track. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Really, on the remix?
Yeah. Oh, you know him?
And yeah, the remix went viral too. Brian has since acknowledged the misstep in his name and claims he may change it. But for the time being, he's still Rich Chigga to his fans. An ever-growing global audience, hungry for more releases from emerging talent around the world.
I didn't know that it was gonna be this impactful and this important to people, and I'm very thankful and blessed that it has. And every day now that I wake up, it's like it's just like a new mission every day.
A major part of that mission involves Joji. Remember the bloody bath guy? He's a former YouTube personality in the middle of a career transition.
The sound of this song, Will He, it's like a trap song that you can like slow dance to. Awkward prom shit, you know what I mean? I used to do crazy episodic internet videos. It was going well, and one day it was me and a few friends just in a room. We were casually chilling, and then someone plays the song, and it's brand new at the time. I happened to have a lot of costumes laying around, so I told the other guys, I was like, get in these costumes and let's just dance to it, like who cares? We were like, okay, let's just go crazy at the drop. So that video goes up, I go to sleep, and the next morning, everyone's doing it, like next morning. That taught me a lot about the internet, how people want to just be a part of something. And from that point on, something changed, and I was a little better at understanding demographics and people and what they want to see and what they want to hear. I was friends with a couple other artists who were affiliated with 88, and then I also started to realize that 88 is the bridge between Western and Asian entertainment, and I really wanted to be a part of that.
Joji just released the In Tongues EP, his first project as a serious artist.
Joji's In Tongues record came out a couple weeks ago. It's #2 on Billboard on the R&B charts, which is crazy for independent release, and he's like a brand new artist.
And the success is even more impressive, knowing he went from creating something like this,
It's just Taco Bell. What could possibly go wrong?
to creating something like this, the newest music video for his song Demons. Tonight, Rich Chigga has a show in New York City. Tickets sold out in an hour.
I came here, I'm first online. I was here at 1. I was the third person online.
So why'd you get here so early?
Because I want to see Rich Chigga. I want to touch him.
What do you guys think of Joji?
He's
That's my dad, son.
Did you guys cop the new EP or like?
Yeah. I woke up at 6 in the morning just to cop that shit. And then I listened to it, and that shit started making me cry.
This is actually kind of exciting. Every time, this never gets old. Like, you live online and social media, but like, there's nothing like just being with the people.
fuck you said I should quit.
More often than not, viral success happens by accident. And then after an appearance on Ellen or Jimmy Kimmel, the creator's star power fizzles out. But Idiot Rising has figured out how to turn potential gimmicks into brands with an actual following that keeps coming back for the next thing.
Oh, shit!
So keep an eye out for Idiot's next move. But more than likely, it won't be covered on network television or terrestrial radio. Although, as they've already proven, nowadays that really doesn't matter.
Online retailer Farfetch is betting it can shape the future. This is its concept store, showcasing the latest in retail tech.
How do you capture all of that fantastic information that you gather in store with customers' touch and feel products? And we created a concept called the connected rail. And this is using a combination of RFID and ultrasound. The RFID signal recognizes the product, and the ultrasound recognizes the movement. Take the product off, and then you'll start to see your products appear. And essentially, it's like online browsing behavior. Whichever products you touch and pick up in the store are automatically sent to your app. This is effectively what you've created is your in-store wish list. In the middle, you'll see essentially a hologram of the product. What the customer sees, they control the experience on a touch device. What this allows the customer to do is take elements of products and then add their own style to it. Right, so this is the connected mirror. So in this example, I see my products. I select a coat, and that's tried it, and it's slightly too big for me. So what I can do is choose an alternative size and send a request to the sales associate, and they'll bring that size to me in the fitting room mirror. You'll also see that we've got some product recommendations here. Crucially, the sales associate's able to push items into the mirror from their device. If you wanted to, you could simply use the mirror and pay and go. Your items would then be packed and dispatched to you afterwards.
Do you want me to turn you so you're looking outwards? Yes, please. How about there? First time we came out with B, Jade said, it feels like I've been released from prison. Do you want these, Mrs?
Definitely.
Definitely. Right.
Yeah.
And she could say hello to everybody, people she hadn't seen for months.
It's
Hi, it's
Jade.
Jade.
Oh. So you can talk to Jade through this.
Hi, Katie. She's there.
Hi.
Every time anyone's seen her, they want to know why she's there. And it's kind of the opposite of when you're in a wheelchair and people see you and they kind of go, oh, should I look? I don't know what the right protocol is. When there's a tiny robot with its bright little eyes going around just looking happy everywhere, it really opens you up for conversation.
You've got some friends here, look.
Hiya! When I saw her for the first time, I remember thinking, this is going to change things. This is one of those points where if this was a book, this would be the cliffhanger. condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which means that I have a lot of dislocations, there's a lot of pain, and a lot of seizures and whatnot. So I can end up on my own in my room for long periods of time. A lot of the time with a condition like my own, of course there's the pain, and the pain is bad, and the dislocations are bad, and the seizures and being in paralysis and never knowing whether you're going to be able to wake up properly tomorrow, that's bad. But what's worse still is being able to count the number of people you see a day on one hand.
Are you ready?
Sure am, I'm just hoping the connection's going to stay.
Yeah, me too. Alright, here we go.
When you're used to just the same little metre by metre and a half window every day, and you've been there for months, being able to just see the sky from somewhere else, or the tops of trees, or a sign, is incredible. Or being able to have that kind of chat in the car that most people would probably take for granted.
I'm going to go past Grandma and Grandad so you can give them a wave. Now, if Jade is particularly seizure-y, she can still take part. And that's brilliant, really, because before she would just be left in a bed or in a house with just her carers. It's quite a small world, that.
Right, so there's one of her. Here, this costume I'm busy making at the moment. When I'm not on bed rest and I'm not just wearing pyjamas all the time, I enjoy being able to dress as different characters and go to Comic Cons and that kind of thing, because it just lets me show a different side of myself, and it's a bit of fun. If you can't go out that often, you've got to enjoy it when you do.
Was that good?
It's one of those weird things where I want to not have to use B because I want to be well enough to be able to go to those places myself. Like, it really makes a big difference to me to be able to go into school. But the thing is, with my condition fluctuating all of the time, I can't go into school reliably. Written it out bigger on the board, thank you. Today's the first day that I've been in school via B, and so far it's interesting. Still a few little things that we need to work out, but for the most part I think it's going fairly well. And it's brilliant because I can really tell the difference between today and yesterday. How yesterday I forced myself to go into school when I wasn't very well, and I was really tired afterwards and ended up having loads of seizures. Whereas today I've been able to do all of the work, I've been able to keep a clear head and not be ill, which means I'm able to be more focused on my schoolwork.
So there is my first step of working, is to simplify root 8. The algebra test is next week.
Now I'm trying to make friendships which I'll be able to maintain with B. Before that, I end up letting people down quite often. B gives me hope, yeah. She's just always there. And if I can't do something, she can. And if I need sort of assistance to be able to make commitments, then she's there, and she means that I feel like a more valuable person because I'm more reliable.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
The cubicle represents a tyranny. It confines your imagination, your thoughts, into a small physical area. Imagine pretty much every software engineer or finance person being able to, disconnect from their desk and look at holographic monitors on a beach and doing their work from there. That's not going to be science fiction. It's the modern office place.
Silicon Valley is all about building the future. A startup called Meta thinks it's getting there first, thanks to a big bet that it's made on augmented reality.
How are you? Good, thank you. Welcome to Meta. Thank you.
Call it a 360-degree office where you can spatialize your thoughts as part of your workflow for education, architecture, design, engineering, etc.
People often mix up augmented reality with virtual reality. VR totally blocks your ability to see or hear the real world. AR overlays holograms onto what you already see. Meta has tried to make its version of the workspace feel familiar.
You grab the hologram instead of using a controller or a mouse, and your brain already knows how to do it. In other words, we've designed an operating system that humanity has always known how to use. So you can see this eyeball, which is, by the way, photorealistic. You can see my hand is occluding the eyeball, and now the eyeball is occluding my hand, right? You see those two circles? They get small, and then they turn into this glowing white ball, and then I can move my hand around supernaturally. I can do this with two hands and rotate the thing. I can stretch it. I can throw it back right into the shelving system, and that's all you have to learn to become a modern worker.
And to prove this, the employees at Meta have started to get rid of their computer monitors, trading them in for Meta's augmented reality headsets. Myron thinks that in less than a decade, we'll all be just wearing strips of glass that can project holograms.
In the early 80s, everybody had computers on their desktop, but no one was using them because they had a lot of work to do. So they were still using typewriters. And at some point, the CEO took all the typewriters away and everybody was forced to use their computers. So it's very exciting to see a new generation of technology, a new paradigm.
I consider us like pioneers in the holographic wild. I'm pulling up my browser with my hands and sending out emails to colleagues and just kind of really acclimating to the new environment.
Now you're putting on my computer, essentially. Our digital lives live on our phones. We have all of our pictures and notes and all these kinds of things. So, and why don't you write yourself a little sticky note? I like it. And go ahead and just take your fist right over the top of the sticky note and close your fist. And now...
Oh, what? Meta's own transition to augmented reality has run into plenty of unexpected problems. And it's still going to be a while before you'll start to see these devices in your office. But I think it's a future worth waiting for.
If we could see these holograms between us, we will have been able to share our work with one another more naturally, more efficiently, and more productively than ever before. Humanity will have evolved slightly.
This is Hatsune Miku, Japan's sensational virtual pop star. She's released over 100,000 songs in multiple languages and performed sold-out concerts around the world. Her image has appeared in games, on TV, in car races, and is even etched on the side of a Japanese space rocket.
I came for Hatsune Miku, Carlos.
She's Lady Gaga's favorite digital pop star and opened shows for her in the US 3 years ago. Tens of thousands of fans attended her exhibition and live shows near Tokyo recently.
理想のアイドルっていうとどの曲でもミクはすごい綺麗に歌ってくれる。
他没有缺点啊，没有任何让我们感到不开心的一些新闻。
She's everything to everybody. That's probably why she's so popular.
Miku's creator Hiroyuki Ito and his Sapporo-based company have been developing the virtual diva for over 10 years.
初音ミクとはキャラクターとしてすごくYouTube とかで検索するとたくさんの初音ミクが出てくるんですけども、元々の初音ミクのその原点は歌声を合成するソフトウェアなんです。
Both the software and character are named Hatsune Miku, meaning the first sound of the future. Originally based on Yamaha's Vocaloid technology, Miku the software has a sound bank containing voice samples and a huge array of tools. You input the melody and lyrics, then Miku the character sings them. To date, Krypton has sold 120,000 software licenses at $200 each to fans around the world who use it to create numerous songs and share them online. Some of the fan-created songs are chosen to be part of Miku's concerts, for which they're paid a royalty fee.
もともと初音ミクっていうその存在自体がそのボトムアップって言いますか、中にはアマチュアクリエイターじゃなくて今もうすでにプロになって活躍している方もいらっしゃるんですけども。
The company also has other revenue streams. It makes money from merchandising, licensing deals, and concert ticket sales. According to the real-life musicians who perform with Hatsune Miku, the virtual pop star is interesting and surprising.
今年で3年ぐらい、ちょうど3年ぐらいやってきて、ライブも数十本、数百本だったの。そういうことが演奏によって起こせるためのそういう器みたいな感じになってきて。初音ミクらしさって僕はあんまりない。初音ミクって何だってありっていうか。
For Ito, Miku has the potential to change the way we think about music.
そういう新しいそのテクノロジーによって新しい音楽のあり方っていうものを模索していきたいと思っていました。
And for her fans, it goes even further.
ミクって魂がないので、だからみんな魂を作り上げるために存在する。
Now, there are a lot of fitness gadgets out there. In my quest to get fit, I tested 17 of them over the last few months. At least one personal trainer I know was a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I've been watching these new technologies come to the market for almost as long as I've been a personal trainer. They're just tricks and tropes. They're not much different than the Bowflex machines or, to be honest, the original Jane Fonda workout video.
But some of these gadgets that are just coming to the market do so much more than what they used to do, just tracking your activities. Out of all of them, this chest strap was my favorite. It comes with a robot coach that points to the future, one where you might not need a human trainer at all. And it works like this. You wear the chest strap so that it can read your heart rate, and that connects to Move's free app that talks to you.
Welcome to Move Heart Rate Hit Outdoor Running. Let's get moving and warm up in Zone 2.
Move's computerized coach tells you what to do at that exact moment, whether you're running outside or you're doing body weight exercises indoors.
Swing your arms faster to get your legs moving quicker. Let's crush this round.
And by reading your heart rate, she knows exactly how hard you're working. She keeps you honest.
Way to go, you are in the target zone. Keep pushing, you're almost at the end of the round. Don't give up.
I've been running for 7 years now, and my biggest problem is that I never push myself hard enough. I end up going on the same slow, comfortable 30-minute jog, but the Move HR Burn blasted me out of that rut. By the end of these half-hour exercises, I was drenched in sweat in a way that I never am when I work out alone. Training with a real person is great, whether that's your group instructor or your coach or your personal trainer, but humans, they're expensive. For the rest of us, this $60 gadget is all you need.
what does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the Collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped at the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and after the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness. Don't you think?
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims,
our source is not the Russian government, and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
I'm about to expose everything you won't admit. And action! This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh.
But to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What if everyone is a girl, Superwoman? I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time.
My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room. They had no idea.
Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone.
Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada was like,
Canada.
Is your daughter making videos? And my mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're gonna go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010 and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oh, Lily, where the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone?
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And were pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name.
Maybe there should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She starred in a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up!
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I've really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views and the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
CTE is often found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s, and this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly affected.
McKee recently dissected the brain of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez, who was convicted of murder and later committed suicide.
You'll see right away that the brain is showing signs of shrinkage. You can see the crevices in the brain that you can't see in the normal.
McKee says Hernandez's severe case of CTE impacted his decision-making, depression, and ability to control rage and aggression. Right now, she thinks we're underestimating how many people have CTE.
We were able to distinguish between CTE and controls and CTE and Alzheimer's disease. The next question is, can we do this in the blood, and can we do this in living people? And we aren't there yet with those answers.
But the need for a diagnosis in the living is motivating companies such as Quanterix in Lexington, Massachusetts, to work faster on technology that could diagnose concussions and CTE in as few as 30 minutes. Kevin Rosovsky is the CEO.
It's like a high-powered microscope. And so by doing that, we can see little biomarkers that you couldn't see before in the blood.
Quanterix received a grant from the NFL and just went public. Since then, its stock is up more than 40%. The company sells a machine called Simoa for $175,000 to other biotechs, hospitals, and researchers.
And for the first time in history, we're able to see brain health in blood, and that's a major breakthrough, and that's leading to less invasive testing, and we've already been able to see evidence of concussions, and there's the beginning evidence of being able to see the accumulated effect of concussions.
Quanterix is also trying to detect Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS. Rosovsky says he thinks diagnosing concussions will be easier than diagnosing CTE.
Diagnosing CT in the living probably is a couple years away. We're real excited to see the progress, but reducing some of that work into actual tests in a laboratory takes time. There's regulatory approvals, there's a lot of red tape that you have to go through.
Also in this race to diagnose CTE in the blood are Athlon Medical and Exosome Sciences. And New York's Mount Sinai Hospital is scanning for the disease in the living. But it's just one step in a series of questions for those with serious head trauma. There's still no cure for CTE.
Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective or not. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
Wine is a $300 billion global industry where one person's opinion can make fortunes or break them. That's because of this man, Robert Parker, and his newsletter, The Wine Advocate. For 3 decades, he dominated as the world's most influential wine critic. Now Parker's protege is building an empire of his own. Antonio Galloni runs Venice.
Antonio, tell me, what are you trying to build at Venice?
Well, at Venice, we started with the idea in 2013 of building a world-class platform. We have a database of about 250,000 professionally written reviews. On Delectable, we have 7 million user reviews. Through Delectable, we also have a partnership with Whole Foods and several other partnerships that we can't announce just yet. And when you put that all together, what we have is something that no other company in our space can even come close to.
Do you think of yourself as the next Parker?
Not at all.
Why?
Because Steve Jobs said you can't live your life trying to be somebody else. So he's one of my biggest influences, and I've never wanted to be a replica of somebody else because a replica is never as good as the original. Bob is a genius, fantastic, one of a kind. We're going to be something completely different, and I have no desire to be some version of somebody else.
Different in what way?
Every decision that I've made at this company is completely anathemic to what Bob did with his company. I want our writers to be partners. All of my senior people are locked into the company. They all have equity or they have a path to equity based on business results. That's something that we never had at Parker. Our benefits are world-class, and everything that we've done at Venice is completely different from that model. When Steve Tanzer, who is the most experienced active wine critic in America, wants to work with us, that says something. When Alessandro Masnaghetti, who's the best cartographer of of vineyards, wants to work with us, that says something. When Neil Martin, who's a superstar wine critic with enormous experience in Bordeaux and Burgundy and the former lead critic at The Advocate, wants to come and be part of our team, that says something.
You make it sound like The Wine Advocate was a disaster as a company and a miserable experience as an employee.
No, it was great because I got to work with Bob Parker when he was at his prime. You know, and Bob was like a second father to me, and we talked on the phone all the time, and he gave me great advice.
Can anyone's palate dominate the wine criticism business the way Parker's did? And should anyone's palate dominate it the way his did?
I just think the world is very different today. You know, I mean, it's just a totally different world. It's probably not healthy to have a single person dominating the world.
It's not even wine criticism, it's the wine industry.
Yeah, that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world. But I think that there's just such an opportunity right now with social media and technology to reach such a massive number of people that I think it's possible that 1 or 2 people will actually have more influence than Bob Parker did. Because they will, again, this goes back to your first question, not trying to be a version of somebody else. You see this in sports all the time. It's like, oh, well, nobody will ever beat this record. And then somebody comes along. You know, it's like tennis, Pete Sampras. Nobody's ever going to win as many Grand Slams. Now you have 2 guys who are ahead of that and 1 knocking on the door. And so I think a lot like that.
You're a former investment banker. How does that inform and influence what you're doing and what you've done?
My generation has had to deal with a lot more challenges. That's why I think we're actually much better poised for the future. My first job in finance, the first thing that happened was long-term capital, 1998. Then the tech bubble melted down. Then there was a mutual fund trading scandal. You know, that was all like within about 5 or 6 years. And these are the things that I had to deal with as a young executive. My peers who were 20 years older didn't know how to manage in crisis. They'd only seen Black Monday. They'd just been in a big bull market. It's very different. So I'm very lucky. People of my generation or a little bit younger have actually had to deal with a lot more crises. I think that's actually good for learning how to cope with challenges in business.
From the outside, it kind of looks like you're trying to demolish the house that Parker built, right? You left the Wine Advocate.
Yeah.
You merged with one of his chief rivals.
Yeah.
And you just hired his successor, Neil Martin.
Mm-hmm.
So are you?
I think what that says is that all the best people want to work at our company, and that's really what we strive to create starting in 2013. We wanted to create a world-class company that would attract the best-in-class talent, and not just on the content side, on the technology side, on the digital side, our office, and at every level, what we're trying to, we only hire superstars, and we're looking for those superstars.
In the world of professional wrestling, there's something called a swerve.
Hulk Hogan has betrayed WCW.
Some examples. These tag team partners are called babyfaces, or the good guys. Then one of them swerves when he super kicks his tag team partner in the head, quickly assuming the role of the bad guy, or what the wrestling world calls the heel.
Are you kidding? What a despicable act that was!
Or a match is almost lost when, what's that? The superstar wrestler appears out of nowhere sprinting down the aisle to save the match.
That's the Warriors music! That's the Ultimate Warrior!
That's a swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling Entertainment, known as the WWE, the most popular brand of sports entertainment in the world, is prepared for any swerves that come their way. So here's the story of how the WWE learned to see the swerve coming. So I spoke to Bloomberg reporters Felix Gillette.
I'm a writer for Bloomberg News for the global business team.
And Kim Basine.
And I'm the U.S. luxury reporter at Bloomberg.
To find out exactly how the WWE is positioning itself for an all-out global invasion, which starts with a massive change to their lucrative pay-per-view model.
WWE basically pioneered the pay-per-view model on cable. I remember as a kid, when the pay-per-view events came up, all of our friends would scramble around and try and get one of the parents to pay for it.
But in 2014, they took a huge risk.
They saw a little bit sooner than some of the other entertainment brands that where this whole thing was moving was away from cable and satellite television and towards on-demand streaming video apps. They made this risky decision, in essence cannibalizing that pay-per-view model, which they had essentially built.
And after some early turbulence, it's working. Roughly 1.5 million people are paying $9.99 a month for the WWE app, making it the 5th most popular streaming OTT service. This adapt-or-die approach is in the WWE's DNA. Over the past 30 years, the company always seems to think 2 steps ahead. In the early 90s,
WWE was at its most threatened when Ted Turner took them on with WCW,
which stands for World Championship Wrestling. And back then, the WCW was winning the ratings war. So in order to compete with them,
WWE had changed its product from a family-friendly kind of cartoonish style to this really raw. That's why they called their show Raw. It was this raw style of wrestling.
With violent, outrageous, reality-inspired plot lines and aggressive personas.
From a 16-foot ladder!
And they won that fight against Ted Turner, and they bought WCW.
The early 2000s ushered in an era of testosterone-driven programming aimed at the red-blooded American male.
Bra and panties matches, and people smash each other over their head with like barbed wire bats and things like that.
Until 2015, when WWE fans started a hashtag #GiveDivasAChance. Since then, WWE has hired 40 more female wrestlers, and that growing cast of female characters was part of a much larger plan.
They started to try to appeal to a broader set of people.
Let's attract more female fans. And after we've attracted more female fans, let's attract more international fans. They're broadening their base, and they're doing that in large part to make it more advertising friendly.
And not just friendly to advertisers.
They're trying to build up their fan base in China. They're trying to build up their fan base in Europe. They, already have a pretty good fan base in India.
India is a place where they already have an established wrestling culture.
Because of the gigantic Indian wrestler, the Great Khali. But there's still a lot of work to do. While the WWE set a revenue record in 2017, only 30% of it is coming from an overseas audience. And there's one person whose responsibility is to grow that number.
The buck eventually stops at Vince McMahon, no matter what's happening within WWE.
Yeah, he's a very controlling guy, and it's a very, very, very tightly scripted company.
And that goes all the way down the board to big stars' entrance music. And their outfits and things like that.
So with a CEO like McMahon always planning 2 moves ahead and an aggressive push into multiple international markets, a big issue is money.
It's hard to do all those things simultaneously without committing a huge amount of capital to it.
And that's where the WWE becomes an attractive company for buyers.
Potentially, one thing that could happen with WWE is they could benefit by being acquired by a bigger technology or telecom company, an Amazon or Facebook or a 21st Century Fox.
So with a market cap of $2.8 billion, the advantage of owning 100% of their own content, and a rapid consolidation spreading throughout the entertainment industry, it looks like the WWE is well positioned, even if there are swerves ahead.
Laura, thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
I've always been relieved ever since you were appointed, because at least until your appointment, I seem to have the most unpronounceable name. But now, so we will keep it as Dara and John. This conference is called The Year Ahead, but in your case, you are close to 6 months into the job. And I wondered what you saw in terms of the year ahead at Uber as your biggest challenge. What's the thing that you think about most when it comes to 2018?
We definitely have our share of challenges at Uber. And for me, where I want to get Uber to the year ahead is a year of normalcy. 2017 was, I think, will go down as one of the most difficult years for any company out there. And I have to give credit to the Uber team and the employees there. It is a group of true believers who believe in our mission, who believe in mobility as a service being available to consumers everywhere at a reasonable cost. And what my job in 2018 is to get rid of the distractions, and get the company back to business, get the company back to normalcy. There's a lot that we've done in the past 6 months as far as bringing new investors, driving a new culture and norms where doing the right thing, period, comes first, bringing a new management team, et cetera. There's a lot that we've gotten done, but this is a company that knows how to execute. This is a service. Mobility as a service is something that's universal, that's needed in the world, and I just want to get back to doing business.
It's quite interesting. You said true believers.
Yeah.
Normally, true believers are the last possible people where you're able to change a culture. Can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I think that they understand that mobility as a service, bringing the cost of transportation down, making transportation services available to anyone and everyone on a local basis, and partnering with cities to be a solution to traffic, to pollution, et cetera, that is a mission that they all believe in. And I think that they, having seen what happened in 2017, to some extent the crisis, the enormous crisis that the company has gone through, is a benefit because everybody at the company knows now that we need to change, that we need to break with the past as far as the way the company was run. We need to go from growth at any cost to responsible growth and growth in partnership with other players out there. That's clear, but now I've got to kind of get the company down to the normalcy of execution, of building great technology, and I think we're going to get there. It's still some tough sledding early on, but I absolutely think we're going to get there.
When you talk about execution, is profits one of the things you want to get? I think you lost $4 billion last year.
Well, profits,
peanuts by the standards of
profits would help. Yes. So at some point we absolutely have to become profitable, and that's part of the plan.
But do you have a kind of goal for that? Do you think you should be profitable by 2022 or by 2020?
I think that we'll be profitable before 2022. This is the business itself.
Do you want to come back a bit closer, 2020?
Yeah, listen, it's not going to, I don't want to name a specific year, but this is a business that the core business, the ride-sharing business, can be profitable within 3 years. We will continue to make very aggressive investments in building out autonomy because we think that's a terrific opportunity for building out new technologies such as Uber Elevate, where near-term profitability is not a goal, but long-term growth is. So we will look to balance near-term profitability, but as a company, we will always be a company that makes big, bold bets and takes big risks.
To what extent, though, do you think that drive to become profitable fights against a little bit of this culture change? If you want to make, you talked about making money, but not at all costs. Do those two things spar against each other?
I don't think that profitability and culture are their issue. It's the company in the past was willing to make trade-offs as it related to how it did business, and I think was guilty of hubris, was guilty of thinking that they knew better than others, and I think that what we know now clearly is that breakneck growth can hide cultural issues, that there are no excuses for not doing the right thing, and that you do have to make trade-offs. And as a management team, we're specifically talking about those trade-offs that you have to make. We have to be a little more patient sometimes because working with governments, regulators, et cetera, sometimes takes longer, but in the end, you build a more lasting business. And so maybe what we went through was necessary, but we're here. We can control our actions from this moment onwards, and I think everyone at Uber from this moment onwards wants to build a great company, not only in terms of growth, but in terms of the kind of company anyone would want to work at.
Can I ask you one thing which you have got as sort of hangover from last year, which is all the regulatory problems, and particularly all the cases against you? I think there are 6 criminal probes or whatever going on.
The lawyers are lining up outside the door.
Which one do you sort of think? Which one do you fear most? I suppose out of these different things.
Listen, I think that all of them are serious issues, and my response is that we're going to be transparent and we're going to take responsibility for our actions in the past. I do think that the there are certain circumstances where there was smoke but no fire. And I think as a company, we have to defend ourselves and work within kind of the appropriate frameworks. And my goal is just to get beyond this stuff.
Some of these things like pricing policies, surely they go right to the heart of what Uber is, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think they do, but I think that there's a way of being smart but transparent at the same time, and that's where we've got to take the company.
Take me through governments. When you talk to governments privately, do they talk any differently than they do publicly?
Governments?
Yes, governments.
I think that they are honestly a bit relieved with how we are engaging with them, because I think that the engagement is now real. I think they feel like we're out there, we're genuine because we've learned our lessons of the past, and I do think that we can take, for example, the data that we have in terms of traffic and in terms of movement of our drivers and riders, and we can use that data to partner up with cities in order to solve congestion issues, because congestion doesn't help anyone. It wastes enormous amounts of time for consumers. It hurts the environment. And I think that we are aligned with cities, for example, to partner with them in a fundamental way to solve these problems. And I do think that when these are conversations that a number of regulators and cities have wanted to have with us for many years, and I think we are really engaging with them at a depth that I think is going to create a real win-win going forward.
Do you think you were too confrontational on this before?
Yeah, I do. I think that the company was pushing growth. And listen, any innovator, to some extent, you know, the innovation is about questioning past kind of present practices. It's about breaking things, the Facebook breaking things. We just went a step and a half too far. And what I want to keep, hopefully, is the best of both worlds, which is this spirit of innovation, the spirit of can-do, et cetera, but the responsibility of partnership. We don't know better than you. We're actually going to work with you, of actually having dialogue and respect for our city partners, for regulators, and then continuing to take risks and continuing to do daring things. And I think we can accomplish that.
Imagine this audience here is a collection of mayors or a collection of city officials, and you want to depict, this is the Year Ahead conference, depict what the years ahead in this thing are going to be like. How far is driverless cars going to go? You talked just a few days ago about the idea there being flying cars in 10 years' time. Can you just give a description of what you think transport is going to look like?
Well, I think that we think there are three keys to transport and where the industry is going: autonomous, electric, and shared. And I think all three are necessary in order to get to the next level of city planning, et cetera. There are many cities where up to a fifth of the space taken in these cities is taken by parking and storing these cars. And so I do think that you need autonomous, you need electric, and you need shared. And I do think it's going to take some time. True autonomy for every single use case is some ways away. What we bring to bear is our developing autonomy, and we will have autonomous cars on the road, I believe, within the next 18 months, not as a kind of a test case, but as a real case out there. And over a period of time, we're going to bring autonomous transportation and feather it in with the non-autonomous transportation with drivers.
What does feathering in mean?
Feathering
mean
in
to
means
a layman like me? Crashing.
Yeah, feathering in means if you're, for example, in Phoenix, and you make a request to go from A to B, which is what you do with Uber, there will be 95% of cases where we may not have everything mapped perfectly, or the weather may not be the right weather, or there may be an accident on the road, or you may not have 2 or 3 ways of getting from A to B, where you may say, you know what, that's not an autonomous use case. We're going to send a driver to pick that person up. For 5% of cases, everything is going to fall into place. And we will send an autonomous car. The user will be able to pick, do you want, this autonomous car, yes or no? And we'll be able to service that A for B. That 5% is going to go to 10 and 15 and 20 as our computers and our algorithms learn more and more about what it takes to drive in a city in a real life situation. And every minute of every day, that driver, that computer, is going to get better and know Phoenix better and better and better. And in 5 years, we'll have the perfect driver in Phoenix. We will have to retrain that driver in every single city. We're going to have to build out 3D maps of these cities. And it will take time, but over a period of time, you essentially have a driver who becomes the perfect driver. It'll take 10 to 15 years, but that's the feathering in that I'm talking about.
And will a child born today, will they ever need to learn how to drive?
A child born today? No, I don't think so.
So within sort of 20 years from now, we will...
I don't think so. Listen, I hear some groans.
And also,
listen, I heard a couple of groans. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. That doesn't count an estimated 20 to 50 million people that are injured. Okay, this is actually 8% of cars. 96% of time, cars are sitting there not being used. It is a huge amount of pollution that's caused by these cars being in the road, and a huge amount of wasted time. So the safety is there. Electrification is absolutely key. And sharing these platforms is going to allow us to be much safer and also put our assets where they add value.
But it's quite interesting because when you first came in, I remember you sounding somewhat more skeptical about self-driving cars. You've been converted. Is that a?
The choir has spoken, and I'm listening. It's pretty exciting technology out there. But again, it will be a hybrid technology for some period of time.
What about flying cars? That came as a slight surprise.
Yes, that's a great project that we're working on. It's called Uber Elevate. And it is actually about battery technology.
It would have helped a lot of people here.
I know. I wish that I was available. We'll launch it here if we can. But battery technology is allowing us to have multiple rotors on planes, or helicopters, if you want to call them that. These rotors that are much smaller will be much quieter than helicopters are. Much quieter, much safer. If you add sharing into the equation, you can actually get the economics of going from A to B. We think within 5 to 7 years to a place where normal people would think about taking these flying cars. That'll be the beginning, and then it's about scaling. And we're working with a number of partners right now.
Do you think the regulation on flying cars, I've heard some proponents of it argue that it might be easier than it has been on driverless cars, because driverless cars, you have to deal with existing roads, existing everything. Flying cars, essentially you're going into unconquered space.
I think that mayors that are forward-thinking understand that traffic and pollution are a real issue, and I think flying cars can be a significant solution to traffic issues in cities. And these cars, to start with, they're going to be very specific. They'll be kind of highways in the air. There'll be very specific routes that these flying cars go on. They're not going to be able to take you to your backyard and land in your backyard. There'll be these skyports. So there'll be very specific routes that you go on. And I think if you build a regulatory framework that has that kind of structure around it, I think you get to a better solve.
Can I drag you back somewhat reluctantly back to the real world? But you have Rajiv Misra, who came in with you from SoftBank.
Yes.
He's going to become a director. Last week he said that Uber should focus on repairing its market share in the US and on key European markets rather than going to new ones. Do you agree with that? Is that the way you look at Uber?
I think one of the fundamental strengths of Uber is the global scope that we have. This is
you had that motto everywhere. What's it? everywhere for everyone.
Yeah, everywhere for
everyone.
everyone.
You want to make it some places for some people?
No, we like the everywhere for everyone. It's much sexier than some places for some people. I mean, that's
telling me.
Just not interesting. I do think seriously, though, the global scope that our company brings is important. Our being able to build technology that we can amortize essentially everywhere in the world is hard, but it is part of the fundamental value that we introduce. So I would look at Uber very much as a global brand. That said, we're going to look at all opportunities, but at this point we are leaning forward, and 2018 for us is going to be very much a lean forward year for the company.
But without, I'm not trying to create new boardroom tension at Uber, but that would appear that SoftBank is keener on a more limited idea, whilst you're keener on everywhere for everyone.
Well, listen, SoftBank is a very important shareholder. They're our largest shareholder, and many of our shareholders have opinions over what's the right thing to do. Ultimately, the governance of the company is going to be at the board, and we'll have those discussions at the board, and we'll set our long-term strategy, and then execute on it.
One of the things which Uber played, perhaps not very fortunately, a role in was the whole sexual harassment questions and everything to do with that. I suppose one very obvious question: do you think that you have solved that part of the culture? But secondly, do you think that this is a real revolution and it's going to stick?
I think that what was happening at Uber was serious, and I think that while what Uber went through was difficult, I think the Susan Fowler blog was probably one of the best things that happened for Uber, and it certainly started a movement that's an incredibly important movement of the company. I'd be reticent to say that it's solved.
Yeah.
But it's not an endemic issue within the culture of the company, and I think the company has learned, and I think the company took very harsh and appropriate steps to make sure that kind of behavior is absolutely clear, that kind of behavior is not accepted in any way, shape, or form of the company, regardless of where you are, regardless of if you're a great performer or not. So I think we're at the right place for Uber as a company, but I think in general, we're not where we need to be in terms of women in senior positions, making sure that we're welcoming of women in technology, and we help women really build their careers within our company. There's a great kind of bottoms-up energy there, but we're not where we need to be, and we have a lot of work ahead of us.
On the issue of, you talked about the top performers, is that looking back, and also I suppose looking forward for many of the people in this room, because there are a lot of people's businesses which have been affected by this. If you had to give lessons to other people who are now looking at this issue perhaps more seriously than they have done before, is the really bad issue, and I suppose I'm thinking in some ways about the media industry in this, is that giving top performers more room for maneuver or whatever than people, or more discretion than people thought? Is that top performers need to be treated the same as everybody else?
I think they absolutely need to be held accountable. One of the really valuable lessons that I got early in my life was actually through Jack Welch, and he said, it's very tempting to allow top performers to misbehave in any way, but for me, he was talking about being aligned with the CEO. Sometimes you allow top performers. The tendency is, well, let them get away with some kind of behavior that is not the right behavior because they're so good. And what Jack told me very early on is that it's the top performers who are problematic culturally that are the most dangerous, because they have followership within the company, because people look up to them. So he's like the dumb person who is bad culturally. He's not the problem, because everyone says, well, that's a dumb person, so who cares? It's the smart person who has followership, so it is incredibly important for the top performers to actually be held to account more radically than anyone else, because they're the ones who have followership at the company, and they have to set the example. So for me personally, that has absolutely guided how I've managed. Expedia was a company that had, excellent cultural values, and one of the first things we did at Uber was to go out reset our cultural values, and we call them norms because to me, it's not just these values that you put on the wall and kind of people stare at and you know, it's all nice. It's about behavior. And we set out to change behavior at Uber, and I think that the company was thirsting for it, and we are starting on a path, and I believe it's going to be a positive path.
An inevitable question, I hope you won't regard it as a cheap shot, but you talked about smart people who have followers throughout a company. I mean, Travis would seem to be the epitome of that sort of figure. Is that it? Do you think of him as being in that category of people that Jack Welch was talking about?
I think, listen, Travis was the CEO of the company, and he had incredible followership, and he was held to account, right? I mean, he's no longer the CEO of the company, and he's a board member. He's a big investor, and so he's absolutely going to play a part on the board. But we've also been very clear as a company that we do have to make a break with the past, with how we behaved as a company. And to some extent with the new CEO being a very different kind of a CEO. So in the end, you have to be held accountable, and I think that Travis was held accountable, and at this point, he's a board member and a constructive one at that.
If you look around the world now, where do you see the next competitors to Uber? You've obviously got Lyft breathing down your neck.
Yes, yes.
Where else do they come from?
Well, I think that as you move into a world of autonomy, the position of the car manufacturers, the position of, for example, Google, who's developing Waymo and Waymo autonomous technology, you're going to get a lot of players interested in this space. And a lot of people think about Uber and ride sharing as a significant enterprise, and it is. But the fact is that we account for less than 1% of miles driven on the road now. When autonomy comes in, that number over the next 10 years is going to be closer, I believe, to 15 to 20%. So because we're not yet a true alternative to car ownership, and I believe that as you bring autonomous and you bring the price of mobility down and make it available to everybody, everywhere, then we become a real alternative to car ownership, and that really opens up the market for us, but it also opens us up to many more competitors.
Is Google at the forefront of those competitors at the moment?
Google is one of many. I think that they've developed very strong autonomous technology, but what we think, which is exceptional, is having autonomous technology and the network under one roof, which allows us to use autonomous in a very practical way, nearer than you think.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
Yes, indeed. Live from New York and New Jersey, streaming on YouTube. It is Thursday, October 8th, 2020. And Jason, I feel like we've said this a lot over the last week or so. We started with politics and policy, and kind of here we are again.
Well, I think that's why sometimes it's hard to remember what day it is, because we're essentially having the same arguments, or other people are having the same arguments. You and I are never arguing.
It's like Groundhog Day all over again.
It really is. It's kind of amazing. We do have a market that seems to be trading almost solely, for the most part, on stimulus. Will they or won't they? And it feels a lot of times like won't, but every glimmer of hope sends us into the green. At least that's what it feels like. We've got experts who are going to make all of this make sense.
Yes, in fact, we do over the next 4 hours.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness it's just not us talking for 4 hours.
Exactly, because that could get pretty scary. All right, let's get a check on the trading day. Let's bring in Charlie Pellet. Hey, Charlie.
All right, and well, hello there, and happy Thursday to you both. Here's what's going on. Let me get right to the numbers. We've got the S&P up 18 now, up by 0.6%. The Dow's up 67, up 0.2%. NASDAQ up 24, up 0.2%, and the 10-year yield 0.76%. Stocks trading trading at an almost 5-week high as traders sift through conflicting comments on additional stimulus measures. Treasury yields edge lower. The dollar weakened. Right now we have got the 10-year yielding 0.76%, up 630 seconds. Gold is up $4 the ounce, up 0.2%, $18.91 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.2%, $41.22 a barrel. So again, recapping, stocks higher. S&P up 19, up 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
How come he always sounds so calm? I always feel like I'm all over the place. And he's just, Charlie, you are just a rock.
He's taking it in stride.
I love what I do. What can I tell you? We got great listeners, smart listeners, and I love being of service.
Well, we love you, Charlie Pellet. All right. We promised you some experts, and now we got them. In addition to Charlie Pellet, we're going to turn to Michael McKee as we set the Business Week agenda. He is, of course, international economics and policy correspondent for Bloomberg. He's joining us from New York City. Over in the great state of New Jersey, we find Dave Wilson, stocks editor, author of the chart and the stock of the day. Michael McKee, conflicting reports, conflicting vibes, as it were, some data. What's the signal in the noise here, if you can find it?
I was going to say, Jason, you know what day it is because I'm on. So it's Thursday. It's
there you go. It's Thursday. It must
exactly
be McKee.
Right. It's weekly jobless claims.
Figure it out. Well, we've got jobless claims barely moving. They did decrease by 9,000, but the previous week was revised up. So we end up with 840,000, which is higher than forecast. And basically what it's telling you is that things are not getting better very fast in the labor market. Now, I've cautioned before about looking at the actual number, and we have the same problem we had last week. California paused its jobless program to check out whether or not there's fraud or other problems because they think they've got too many applicants. So for the third week in a row, they've used the same number of jobless claims. And so we can't really trust the headline number. It could go up, it could go down. Betting is that once they figure it out, it'll probably go down some. But it doesn't change the fact that we're seeing a very, very slow grind in the labor market. It's probably going to get a little bit worse with all the layoff announcements that we've had recently. And now you've got Mike Pence's fly that gets to apply for jobless claims, since apparently there's not going to be another debate. So it keeps going up.
That is brilliant. I didn't know when we were going to get to the fly, but now we're getting to it even sooner than I thought.
What did you say? Say that again?
Mike Pence's fly.
But what did you say, Mike?
He's got to apply for unemployment because no more debates.
Can I say, and listen, it was a little bit boring last night in contrast to the presidential debate. But man, as soon as that happened, like I was just like reading this stuff on Twitter. To my husband,
Twitter loved the fly.
We were just like, unfortunately, laughing because it was just it was the one thing that
you kind of couldn't make it up.
You
All right.
Didn't it seem nice to have boring for a change?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a funny. I was just talking to somebody about, wouldn't it be nice to just have a boring week for once?
Yeah, exactly. All right. So, Dave Wilson, the trade has not been boring, and it certainly has been hinging, it feels like, on this stimulus. But what does the trade look like? How does that manifest as you go a level deeper into the equities?
Yeah, I mean, you think about, what do companies do when the economy isn't looking so great? Business isn't looking so great. Well, one thing they do is try to make deals, and we certainly see that happening. All you have to do is look at the money management business, specifically mutual funds. Eaton Vance up 48% today after Morgan Stanley agreed to buy them for about $7 billion. And so you're seeing other mutual fund companies rise as well. Franklin Resources, Invesco, Janus Henderson. Then you've got IBM up more than 5% in response to the plan that they have to spin off a business that handles networks for other companies. We're talking about managed infrastructure services. I mean, they're really trying to focus on cloud computing at this point and helping businesses kind of integrate their own networks with the likes of Amazon Web Services and its competitors, as well as IBM's own cloud network. And heck, you've even got it going on with utilities. We reported that DTE Energy, power company, is looking at selling off or spinning off or whatever. It's non-utility businesses, including some natural gas pipelines, and that stock's up 6%. So, the deals are definitely happening, or at least kind of percolating at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Mike, did you get anything about economics at all from the debate last night?
You got a little bit more about what the idea is rather than where they think they are, because they kind of both talked around where we think we are. But the Biden campaign through Kamala Harris made it clear that they would like to do what Nancy Pelosi wants to do, go big, and that after they take office, if they're elected, they would propose a very large stimulus program. Mike Pence agreeing that we need some stimulus, but falling back on the idea of a tax cut as a bigger help than additional government spending. The administration has a problem in that the Republicans in the Senate don't really want to spend more money. So even though the president would like a big bill, it doesn't look like they're going to get one right now.
Yeah, no, a lot of push and pull even on that within the caucus, and certainly between the caucus and the administration, the GOP caucus, that is. All right, Michael McKee, thank you so much, international economics and policy correspondent for Bloomberg. He joined us from New York City. Dave Wilson, he's in New Jersey, and he'll be back with us a little bit later on with his chart and then later on his stock of the day.
Let's talk about this show because, man, we got a blockbuster coming up. We're going to hear from James Gorman. We've talked with him before when we were up at Columbia Business School. Morgan Stanley doing a big deal. So we're going to hear from him directly. Also, debate drama. Not lots last night, as we were just kind of talking about, but a lot today when it comes to the prospect of another presidential debate. So kind of can't wait to get to Bloomberg News political contributor and Iona College professor of political science, Jeannie Zaino. Class is in session, or will be soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And the collision, the intersection of politics, policy, and deal making, Stefan Seelig is going to be with us. Can't wait to talk to him because we want to talk about that Morgan Stanley deal. He's a longtime Wall Street deal maker, but he also worked in the Commerce Department, so he understands trade, he understands politics and how it manifests into policy, and he also understands a lot about the underlying U.S. economy. So very, very excited to catch up with him, and some great stuff from the magazine, including the cover story, Kara.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of no drama maybe in the debate last night, there is a real-life drama that's been playing out at the White House, and that's the COVID-19 outbreak. So that cover story, you know, how it happened, and really what is America's most famous house is America's pandemic failure in microcosm. So this is a must-read.
All right, let's quickly do the Bloomberg Business Week Bite of the Day, one number that tells us a lot. Today's number is 1. 1 in 6 U.S. workers won't get a raise next year, according to a survey by Willis Towers Watson. About a third of companies said they've reduced the money budgeted for pay increases for 2021. Decisions to reduce or eliminate mostly stem from expectations for weaker results and concerns about costs. I got to tell you, this was actually a better number than I thought it would be. I thought it would say 1 in 6 workers will get a raise, meaning that one way to read this is 5 out of 6 workers will get a raise. That seems
like
very
12%?
optimistic to me.
12% or something like that? Yeah. All right, folks, we got a lot to cover over the next few hours. First up, though, let's get a check on world and national news headlines. For that, it's over to Nancy Lyons in our D.C. studio. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. President Trump wants nothing to do with a virtual debate, which was the option floated today by the Commission on Presidential Debates. The commission wanted the change due to concerns about the coronavirus. Trump talked about it on Fox Business.
No, I'm not going to waste my time on a virtual debate. That's not what debating's all about. You sit behind a computer and do a debate. It's ridiculous. And then they cut you off whenever they want.
Then later in the day, Trump suggested pushing back the second and third presidential debates by a week. But officials with the campaign of Democratic presidential hopeful Joe Biden say that's a no-go. Deputy campaign manager Kate Bedingfield says in a statement, quote, Trump's erratic behavior does not allow him to rewrite the calendar and pick new dates of his choosing. As for last night's debate between the vice presidential candidates, a CNN SSRS poll found women overwhelmingly thought Harris won, 69% to 30%, while the men were evenly split. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is sounding optimistic that another round of stimulus is still a possibility now that President Trump has come back to the table after walking away. She spoke exclusively on Bloomberg's Balance of Power.
I see everything as an opportunity, and maybe the president seeing the reaction to his walking away from the table is the opportunity that we have to go for them to come back to the table for us to get an agreement. And the sooner, the better.
American poet Louise Gluck has won the 2020 Nobel Prize in Literature for, quote, her unmistakable poetic voice that was with austere beauty makes individual existence universal. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
So that's what it takes to win the Nobel Prize in Literature. That is quite a citation. Note to self. All right. So as we look at, speaking of doing some learning, harder to do in New York City right now. Man, when you look across our virus update coverage, every time I pull it up, I worry that on behalf of colleagues and friends who live in New York City about New York City schools, Carol.
Yeah, what happened is New York City apparently closing an additional 61 public schools. Mayor de Blasio of New York City mentioning that today, bringing to 169 the number of sites shuttered to combat the emerging COVID-19 hotspots that are in and around New York City. The earliest those schools can reopen would be October 21st, according to the mayor, and an additional 308 schools will have mandatory weekly testing of students and staff. Again, we've been talking about this, like you look at the big picture of New York and the numbers aren't bad, but when you start to look at some specific spots, but especially in New York City or in and around the city, those numbers are worrisome. I don't know about you, but I do like to check in with some of the evening news programs, and there's been these maps, and they show like where the virus cases are increasing around the country, and they show it in red. Most of the country is in red as a result. So we are seeing cases tick higher all around USA.
Yeah, and I think when it comes to New York City and New Jersey as well, it's very concentrated spots, and that's the case too even in broader New York State. There is an outbreak in Binghamton, New York, out in sort of the southern tier, they call it, sort of due west of New York City in many ways, right along the New York Pennsylvania border. And it is attributed to a single bar. That was the outbreak. So we are, trying to look at this a little positively, and we're going to get into this with our guests in just a minute. We are getting better at pinpointing how this is happening.
Right. But we've also had some protests in New York for communities that have been shut down. Yeah. Saying they don't want to be shut down. But you're right. And listen, this gets to what's the cover story of the magazine as well. So lots to cover over the next 4 hours. You are listening to Bloomberg Radio.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We begin with a developing story from the Office of the Controller of the Currency. Morgan Stanley is going to pay $60 million to settle accusations that the bank did not properly handle the decommissioning of data centers tied to its wealth management business. This on the same day that Morgan Stanley announces the acquisition of Eaton Vance. Morgan Stanley shares up 0.6%. Eaton Vance surging now by 48.1%. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ are all advancing. Stocks trading close to session highs and, in fact, at almost 5-week highs as traders sift through conflicting comments on additional stimulus measures. The S&P 500 index up 23, a gain of 0.7%. The Dow is up 105, up 0.4. NASDAQ up 44, a gain of 0.4%. 10 years up 5/30 seconds. 10-year yield 0.76%. Gold up 0.2%. 18.91 the ounce, and crude West Texas Intermediate up 3.3%. 41.25 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Well, let's get into the virus, understand where we are. It is a fast-moving story, to say the least. Things changing minute to minute and certainly day by day. We're lucky to have with us Dr. Eric Toner. He is a senior scholar at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security at the Bloomberg School of Public Health. Of course, the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, you can probably guess by the name, it's supported by Mike Bloomberg. He is the founder of Bloomberg Philanthropies, as well as Bloomberg LP, the parent of this radio station. And Dr. Toner joins us on the phone. So, Dr. Toner, what's the most important thing we need to know about the virus today?
Well, I think the most important thing we need to know is that the virus isn't going away. More than half the states are seeing increasing cases, and it's still in every state and still in every country, so it's not going anywhere. We will be continuing to live with this for quite some time.
Is there anything, though, about the progression? Like I was saying earlier at the top of our broadcast, Dr. Toner, that I was watching I was watching the evening news programs, and they were talking about the hotspot now that is Wisconsin, and getting towards, some really tough situations right now of running out of space in hospitals, essentially, where we were several months ago. Can you see anything, though, as we continue to move further and further into this pandemic, that we are learning how to treat it, we are learning how to quickly get hotspots under control, or yes and no?
Well, we know how to get hotspots under control. We've done it now multiple times. It requires that people adhere to the same guidance that we've been giving them for months, which is you need to wear masks, you need to maintain distance, you need to avoid indoor crowded spaces, you need to be tested, we need to contact trace. All of those things are still true, and they all still work. It's when people don't adhere to that guidance that we see these outbreaks. These outbreaks don't happen randomly. They happen because people aren't adhering to what we know works.
So wait, all right. You kind of gave us a softball there in terms of setting up what happened over the last week in terms of the president and the White House. I feel like all those things you said, from masks to social distancing to avoiding closed spaces, it was like a checklist of everything the White House did wrong.
Yes. Yes. I mean, the science is clear. The messages have been clear. We know they've worked in every location, not only in this country but around the world. And the White House's refusal to follow their own government's advice has led to this super spreading event that's been, surrounding the president.
And so once we saw the president diagnosed and we saw him go to Walter Reed, and I'll set aside for a second what seemed to be conflicting information or a lack of information that we were getting from his doctors, and leave that for another day. But from what we know of the treatment, Dr. Toner, what are we to take as sort of regular people who, God forbid if we have to deal with it personally or on behalf of a family member, What do we take away from his course of treatment? What do you take away from it as someone who really understands the various therapeutics?
So he got many of the available therapeutics. The only one he did not get is convalescent plasma. So they used a shotgun approach in treating him. It's not clear whether this was because he wanted it or because the doctors recommended it, but nonetheless, he got it. He got the monoclonal antibodies from the Regeneron Corporation. That is something that is not available to the rest of us. It is not yet licensed or authorized. He got steroids, dexamethasone, which is readily available. He got remdesivir, which is antiviral, which is also pretty widely available for hospitalized patients. So many of the things that he got are things that the rest of us could get. The one that stands out is the Regeneron monoclonal antibody, which is not widely available.
So if he was your patient, and we've talked a lot about this, Dr. Toner, that, executive medicine, if you're an executive and have access, I mean, he has access to the best healthcare in the world, understandably, and we do want that for our leaders, right? But I do wonder if you were his doctor, would you have done the same thing, a shotgun approach? And I do also wonder, is that what it was, or can we read something into the case of COVID-19 that he had? And we just have about a minute, and then we'll do some news and come back.
Yeah, it's hard to know because we don't have the details of his case, so it's hard to know. It would be total speculation at this point for me to comment on that.
But would you do the same thing in terms of a shotgun approach? If you had a CEO who came to you and said, "Listen, this is what I've got," would you have done the same thing? To be fair.
Yeah, to be fair, I would have given him everything that I thought was appropriate. And, some of the things that he got were clearly appropriate, and some of them were, well, I don't know, maybe not. So it's hard to know without actually having examined him, seen his CAT scan, seeing his lab results. It's a little hard to know.
Yeah. Right, absolutely. All right, we're going to continue this conversation after we do some news with Dr. Eric Toner, Senior Scholar at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security at the Bloomberg School of Public Health. I want to talk a little bit more about reopening and sort of what we're seeing, especially here in the tri-state area. We've been talking about what we're facing here after a summer where it seemed to be under control, some hotspots certainly developing, and understanding what and how we need to be thinking about that, Carol.
Yeah, what are the way forward, where he sees it in terms of timeline, and hopefully a year from now, we're all pretty much back to normal. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Coming up, we're going to continue our conversation on the virus, and eager to get more time with Dr. Eric Toner at Johns Hopkins. Just sort of see where we go from here, Carol.
Yeah, I want to talk about the way forward, and I do wonder what the rest of the year and really going into 2021 looks like. All right, let's get back, though, to your top business stories. Another check on that trading day. Hey, Charlie Pellet.
Well, hello there, and happy Thursday to you both. We've got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ trading close to session highs right now. S&P's up 23. That is a gain of 0.7%. Stocks are at almost 5-week highs as traders sift through conflicting comments on additional stimulus measures. Treasury yields edge lower, and the dollar weakened. Let's begin with the 10-year here. The yield 0.76%, up 6/30 seconds. Stocks higher, as I mentioned, with the Dow up 103, up 0.4%, narrowing its year-to-date loss to 0.5%. The S&P up 0.7 now. NASDAQ up 0.4%, higher by 48 points. Gold is up 0.2%, $18.90 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.1%, $41.21 for a barrel now of West Texas Intermediate crude. President Trump credits Regeneron Pharmaceuticals' experimental monoclonal antibody treatment with his apparent recovery from the coronavirus and announced his intention to authorize emergency use of the therapeutic and provide it free to Americans. Regeneron shares up now by 1.8%. Well, lots of questions about President Trump's hospitalization and the therapies he received. Dr. Jason Farley is a nursing professor at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health.
Based on the description given to us by his White House physicians, they went well above and beyond what you or I would receive in a U.S. hospital. They did not follow the NIH treatment guidelines. The president did not require continuous supplemental oxygen, and therefore did not qualify for the need for the dexamethasone steroid.
The Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Recapping equities higher with the S&P 500 index advancing now by 23 points, up 0.7. Gold up 0.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude now at 41.22, up 3.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thanks so much. We've got another voice from Johns Hopkins. Still with us is Dr. Eric Toner, senior scholar with the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security and a senior scientist in the Department of Environmental Health and Engineering at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. He's an internist and emergency physician, and his primary areas of interest are healthcare, preparedness for catastrophic events, so like pandemic influenza. So perfect person to be talking to. Of course, Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, and he's with us from Cape Cod. So, Dr. Toner, how do you see the way forward? Obviously, it's a vaccine, I guess. Obviously, it's treatments for those who still get the virus, because here I'm looking at a day where New York, New Jersey recorded the most new virus cases since mid-May. So we're going to be dealing with this again. As you said at the top, you know, the virus is still with us. So how do you see the way forward? How do you see it playing out into 2021?
I think what we'll be seeing is what I call choppy seas. We'll be seeing increasing cases here and there. They'll go up a bit, then people will start adhering to the guidelines better. There'll be some further temporary restrictions. The cases will get better. So as they go up and down in one location, they'll be going up and down in another location, moving around. So it'll be a chop. It'll be. I don't think there'll be a giant nationwide spike. I think we'll continue to see, hundreds or thousands of local epidemics, each one lasting a month or two. So I think this will continue well into next year. And hopefully we'll have a vaccine sometime in the winter, but it'll take several months before we can distribute that vaccine and administer it to, most of the population, which is what we need to do in order to get the pandemic under control.
And do you have real confidence that the first vaccine that comes out that gets approved, it's going to be safe? You have confidence in that, in our system that's currently in place?
Yeah, I am reasonably confident that the career scientists in the FDA won't authorize the use of an unsafe vaccine. So I am reasonably confident, and I think if they indicate that it's safe and effective, then I would be willing to get the vaccine and recommend the vaccine. I think there are probably political pressures, at least political rhetoric, on the FDA. I hope that they can resist that and just stick to the science.
And Dr. Toner, speaking of science and politics, it feels like we're getting ever used to the notion of emergency use authorizations. And, we heard about that from Eli Lilly. We've got more headlines today. A lot of these stemming candidly from the treatment of the president. Seems like that was at least a catalyst. Obviously, emergency, it's built into the term. This is not the normal course of business. How much should we worry? How much do you, as someone who knows a lot about this, worry about the fact that maybe we're moving too fast with some of these therapeutics and potential treatments?
Well, the mechanism of emergency use authorization was never intended for a drug that had not gone through complete clinical trials. It was intended to allow the use of a drug or a vaccine that had completed all the trials, but was waiting for the bureaucracy to catch up. Because once the trials are completed and they show a good effect and the drug is safe, it takes the FDA typically 3, 4, 5 months to do all the paperwork and to get the license out. So this was a way to cut off those several months at the end. It was never intended to be utilized for a drug or a vaccine that had not gone through, full clinical trials. So I would be concerned about trying to get emergency use authorization for a therapeutic that is still only part of the way through clinical trials.
Can I ask you a quick question, 30 seconds, just because I had a viewer who's listening to our conversation. This whole idea of what the president said about Regeneron and how it helped him and to provide it free to all Americans, is that something realistic and that we should expect? And unfortunately, just got about 30 seconds here. It's
totally unrealistic, and it won't happen. It's not at all clear that the Regeneron product helped the president. It's going to be a very expensive drug. It would be incredibly expensive to provide it to all Americans, and it's not. It's not clear that it's that helpful. But we don't know that yet.
Thank you so much for answering that. I really appreciate that because I know everybody really appreciates everybody over at Johns Hopkins in terms of what they know about the virus, and that includes Dr. Eric Toner. Thank you so much. Senior Scholar at Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security at the Bloomberg School of Public Health. Really great conversation. All right, let's get back to world and national news. Back over to Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. The Commission on Presidential Debates wants next week's presidential debate to be virtual. But President Trump says he won't do it. And instead, he wants the next 2 debates to be pushed back a week. Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden's camp is blasting that idea. Biden Communications Deputy Kate Bedingfield says the nonpartisan presidential debate commission makes the schedule, not Trump. She says Biden looks forward to taking part in the final presidential debate on October 22nd. The FBI says it stopped a plot to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitman and overthrow the government. Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel.
Our efforts uncovered elaborate plans to endanger the lives of law enforcement officers, government officials, and the broader public.
6 men were charged in federal court, while 7 others were accused of trying to target police in the state capitol, and they were charged in state court. The alleged scheme involved months of planning and even rehearsals to snatch Whitmer at her vacation home. Hurricane Delta is steaming toward the Gulf Coast after swiping Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula. Stacey Stewart is a senior specialist at the National Hurricane Center.
The water temperatures cool off as you get close to the coast of Louisiana, so we anticipate that some weakening will occur and that Delta will not be a major hurricane when it makes landfall.
That's expected to be sometime tomorrow. Delta is the 25th named storm of the Atlantic's unprecedented hurricane season. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
Nancy, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Well, here in the tri-state area, we love talking about real estate.
Yes.
People love it. And people love it outside of Manhattan, too. But it's sort of sport in Manhattan because it's been so expensive for so long.
Yeah.
And yet, we're getting some new data that points to some superlatives, including Manhattan apartments haven't been this cheap to rent since back in 2013. It's a long time ago.
Yeah, 7 years. Apartment listings tripling from a year earlier to almost 16,000, the largest monthly inventory in records dating back to 2006. Miller Samuel and broker Douglas Elliman Real Estate putting out some dates. The vacancy rate set a new high for the fifth straight month, rising to 5.75%. And, renters, they're not looking to rent, basically. They're not looking to sign a lease, and they're not looking to pay any kind of premiums. They don't have to, because there's a lot of places that you can rent right now.
It's amazing when you look at, there's some great charts in this story by our pal Oshrat Carmiel that just sort of shows you how extraordinary it is and how like almost literally off the charts this is in terms of a move.
It's crazy.
Because
the
band, as it were, that this is normally in is actually pretty narrow, even amid a very vibrant market like Manhattan. But this is a reshaping, I'm guessing a temporary one. And listen, there are some arguments, I certainly have made them on our air here, that Manhattan may have been due for this. It's been crazy.
Yeah, exactly. It's been pretty heady and pretty high. Listen to this, though. Concessions were offered in a record 55% of all new Manhattan leases signed in the month of September. Excuse me. So that's kind of interesting. I don't know if you saw, though, there was another story, and I thought of you, that home prices in Westchester County, so just outside the city, surged to a record in the third quarter as bidders from New York City battled for a chance to buy a suburban retreat. So
what Westchester represent?
Ebbs and flows, baby.
Yeah.
That's how it happens. This is Bloomberg Radio.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Blackstone Group plans to open an office in the Miami area, says it'll hire about 215 workers as South Florida lures more finance and investment firms. It says the location will house mostly back-office tech employees for the time being. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ are all higher. In fact, right now we've got the S&P trading very close to session highs. Stocks at an almost 5-week high as traders sift through conflicting comments on additional stimulus measures. S&P did advance after comments from President Trump, and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi whipsawed equity markets through this morning. So here's where we stand. The S&P 500 index up 25 points, now up 0.7%. The Dow's up 88, up 0.3%, and NASDAQ is up 53. That is a gain of 0.5%. 10 years up 6/30 seconds. 10-year yield 0.76%. Gold up 0.3, $18.92 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.1%, $41.19 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. So this week's cover story in the magazine, they are the remarks, and they're written by Robert Langreth, who is healthcare reporter at Bloomberg News, who earlier, you might remember, this year wrote another cover story, which was about Gilead and its drug remdesivir, which we just talked about on air. This week, he reports about what has been one of our top stories, safe to say, over the past week, about how a White House COVID outbreak is America's pandemic failure in microcosm. So let's bring in Rob on the phone in New Jersey, along with Bloomberg Business Week editor Joel Weber on the phone in Massachusetts. Safe to say, Joel, we have all been obsessed by this story, rightfully so, with the president having COVID-19 and then just watching it spread throughout the White House and all of his associates.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to imagine everything basically started a week ago today when Jennifer Jacobs, wonderful DC-based White House reporter for Bloomberg News, actually broke that Hope Hicks had tested positive, and then basically a bunch of chaos started to ensue, and within a couple hours we had a positive confirmation that President Trump had tested positive, and then we just started to watch more and more people close to the president come down, and so we turned to Bob because there's a political story there to be sure, but the one that really stood out to us was this the health side of it, right, and the science side of it, and the disease side of it, and all of those things are things that Bob knows incredibly well. And this disease, as he points out in his remarks, makes no exception of anybody. It does not care what your stature is, like what country you're president of. It is just ruthless and relentless. And I think we've learned a little bit along the way. And Bob, I wouldn't mind actually just kind of opening up with that question. Like, what did you learn over the past week about COVID?
Well, I mean, it emphasizes just very clearly how infectious and how easily this spreads and how tricky a virus is, because what happens is that people are very contagious often a couple days before they get any symptoms. That's one of the peak contagious periods. So a lot of the spread occurs before people have symptoms at all, and that may be something that happened in the White House, and that's different from some other diseases like SARS, or most of the spread occurred when people had symptoms. So what the White House did, and this is kind of emblematic of the whole way the administration has approached this pandemic, they kind of relied on kind of a single silver bullet quick fix. They're relying on a kind of an Abbott Laboratories rapid test, which is a perfectly good test, but if you use it correctly. But it's really supposed to be used for people with symptoms to confirm a diagnosis and isolate them as soon as possible. It's not supposed to be used as the sole line of defense to allow you to do crowded events without masking and social distancing. And that's what the White House is doing again and again. And the problem with that strategy, you get one case slips through, one false negative, and you have a super spreader event, and that's sure what appears to have happened.
Yeah, and Bob, I mean, it really is amazing because I feel like all of us, even those of us who, aren't president or don't work at the White House, have been putting maybe too much emphasis or too much hope on this idea of like, well, what if I could just get a rapid test and then I could go to work, or then I could go to a game, or then I could get on a plane, or whatever it is. It's trickier than that, right?
Right. So the tests are very good and they're useful, and they are part of the part of the strategy, but they're not like a solution for everything just in isolation, because they're just a moment of time. And what will happen is you get infected with the coronavirus, and then there's an incubation period. Not much is happening, and so you've been infected. There's a tiny bit of virus and starting to grow, and you don't test positive, for several days necessarily. And, so you could have a rapid test in the morning. It says you're negative, but you could be infecting people in the afternoon, and then you're infected a bunch of people, and then like a day or so later, the test turns positive, but it's too late.
Bob, we learned a little bit about how a certain course of treatments can go if you're the president of the United States, I suppose. What are doctors and others, scientists, people in pharma, what are people saying about sort of the course of treatments that President Trump was put on? Because that's not something that the rest of us probably have access to.
Right. I mean, he may have been like one of the only people in the world to get this kind of combination of 3 treatments, including this one totally experimental one from Regeneron, in such a rapid time frame. He got this on a quote compassionate use basis. He got this experimental antibody cocktail from Regeneron, of which they have, they're applying for authorization, but they have, very few doses of. So most people couldn't get that. And then he quickly was moved, airlifted via the White House helicopters to Walter Reed Medical Center, where he got remdesivir, which is a standard hospital treatment. That's the Gilead drug we wrote a cover story on before, and he got that right away. And after he was having some breathing difficulties on Friday, and then like the next day they put him on a steroid, dexamethasone, and after he had another bout of breathing difficulty, and that is a drug that's basically mostly usually used for severe cases. Which suggests to doctors and some people that the White House doctors may have been much more worried about Trump than they've let on. The fact that they put him on this third drug that's really for severe cases.
What's interesting, Bob, we just had on Dr. Eric Toner from Johns Hopkins, and we asked him about Regeneron specifically. And first of all, he said it was like a shotgun approach that they did with the president. And he said, to be fair, if he had an senior executive, he probably would have done the same thing. But that Regeneron, a listener said, well, wait a minute, the president said he's going to make it available to everybody, make it free. And Dr. Toner said to us, that's not really possible. It's just not going to work that way. It's expensive. That's not possible. So you do wonder about, here you have the president, the White House, right, that's supposed to be setting the tone, setting kind of the national plan, and yet we keep hearing conflicting things.
Well, right. So let me give you some context. The Regeneron drug, they've said for this month, October, they have like 50,000 total doses available of that drug. Now, that may sound like a lot on the surface, but there are 50,000, like roughly 50,000 cases a day being reported in the U.S. And even if you say, maybe only 5,000 or 10,000 of those cases are higher risk cases in older patients or sicker patients, still there's very little supply of the Regeneron drug. And even if it gets an authorization, people, there's a tiny, tiny supply. It's not like it's not true that everyone will be able to get it. Absolutely not true.
But it's also just like, as you get to your story, that what we're seeing in the White House, what played out, is pretty much an explanation of why we never got the pandemic under control in the United States. So it's a really, really thoughtful read, and certainly in the context of the last week, something that everybody should definitely check out. Bob Langreth, thank you so much. Incredible reporting when it comes to COVID-19. Healthcare reporter at Bloomberg News, on the phone in New Jersey. And our thanks always to Joel Weber, editor of Bloomberg Business Week. I mean, they have been the magazine and those cover stories, especially when on the virus, just spot on.
Well, and this one is so timely and, as you say, just so rich with context, and really important context right now. We're trying to figure all this out. Check that out on Bloomberg.com, on the terminal, and in the upcoming edition of the magazine. It's the cover. For those of you listening in New York, D.C., San Francisco, watching on YouTube, Bloomberg Business Week continues. If you're listening on Bloomberg 1061 in Boston, Bay State Business is next. Up next with us, we're going to do some economics. It's Bloomberg.
Bloomberg World Headquarters. I'm Charlie Pellet. We move into the final hour of trading on this Thursday, October 8th, with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing right now, holding close to session highs. In fact, stocks are at almost 5-week highs. Taking a look at conflicting comments on additional stimulus measures. President Trump and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi whipsawed equity markets through this morning. Optimism over corporate deals had helped push the benchmark index higher for a second day. Right to the numbers now, with the S&P 500 index up 24, a gain of 0.7%. The Dow up 90, up 0.3%. NASDAQ up 51, that is a gain of 0.5%. Should point out that year to date now, NASDAQ up 27.2%. The S&P up 6.6%, while the Dow has once again narrowed its loss to 0.5%. 10 years up 6/32, 10-year yield 0.76%. Gold up 0.3%, 18.92 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up now by 3.3%, $41.25 for a barrel of West Texas Intermediate crude. Investors certainly keeping an eye on stimulus developments, the latest COVID numbers, the political landscape, and the Federal Reserve. Abby Joseph Cohen is president of the Global Markets Institute at Goldman Sachs, and this morning she spoke with our Tom Keene on Bloomberg Surveillance.
It's not just the Fed. We're also now looking at what happens to the stimulus bill. I think it was very clear over the last few days, FOMC and other statements from the Fed, that they believe we need another stimulus package.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says there can be no action on a standalone bill to aid airlines or any other sector of the economy without an agreement with the White House and Republicans on a broader economic stimulus package. Checking some of the airline names, UAL Corp up 1.1% right now. American Airlines flat at 13.07. Delta shares, they're up by 0.8%. Southwest rounding out the big four. The U.S. carriers up by 0.2%. So again, recapping here, equities higher. S&P up 21, a gain there of 0.6%. The Dow up 0.2. NASDAQ up by 0.3. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, let's do a little Business Week economics now. And really, no story, I think, is bigger to the economy than the ongoing negotiations, and by ongoing, I mean months and months now, between Democrats and Republicans over a new stimulus package. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, she caught up with our own David Weston earlier today about the state of those negotiations and working with Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin.
He understands the challenges. We have a difference of money in certain places, but the difference in language is also something that I believe we can resolve. It will take compromise, but that's what a negotiation is about. So I have confidence in the Secretary. I think I have confidence that the President does too.
All right. So, of course, U.S. Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi speaking earlier to David Weston of Bloomberg Politics here on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg TV.
I sort of feel like if you could just insert, if ifs and buts were candy and nuts, like if confidence was candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas or at least a phase 4 stimulus. Like it's kind of bananas, to be honest.
It's amazing. And we've talked about this with some of our guests, that here we are just a few weeks out from an election. Like this would be a no-brainer for certainly the president. And I would think Republicans in Congress would want to get it done. So let's see what our next guest has to say about all of this. In today's Business Week Economics, we welcome back Lindsay Piegza, Chief Economist at Stifel Financial. She's on the phone from Chicago. So, Lindsay, isn't it kind of mind-boggling? Like, it's the economy, stupid. We know that that's what matters when it comes to elections. And, putting the virus aside, you would think at this point, well, virus-related, that you would want to get another round of stimulus just ahead of the election.
Well, it's interesting, too, because both the Republicans and Democrats concur with the chairman's statements from the Federal Reserve that we heard with pleas for additional spending. And both sides agree that additional funding is needed for the economy. Also, with the election, as you mentioned, upcoming, neither side wants to be seen as the obstructionist party. So it really boggles the mind why we can't come together and reach some sort of negotiation. Now, I realize that there's sizable differences over the details of the report, of the proposed legislation, but that simply means that we need to find a compromise that neither side is overly pleased with. So for the Democrats, maybe something on a smaller scale than they would prefer would be better than nothing. And for Republicans, at this point, worried about out-of-control spending with debt to GDP already set to rise over 100%, honestly, what's another trillion among friends at this point?
Which is what Jay Powell was like, if we overdo it, all right, so what? It's better than underdoing it at this point, right?
Well, that's exactly his point. The recovery is faster and stronger than expected, but, and he inserted this big but, the economy will falter if we don't see further support. And right now, as we know, the Fed is essentially running at full throttle. So the focus and the pressure has shifted to the federal government. The chairman essentially handing off that proverbial baton, saying, look, now it's up to the federal government to step in and provide that additional aid needed to supplement growth and fuel this recovery beyond just the past couple of months.
And so, Lindsay, if you were making the case to this intransigent Congress, what data would you point? Like, what would you sort of put down on the table and say, look at this, either when it comes to unemployment or consumer sentiment or something related to the consumer? Because ultimately, those consumers, to go back to Carol's very fine point, are voters. They are their constituents. So what do we need to know about the underlying economy that maybe could help convince people to get something done?
Well, I think it's all about the labor market. And certainly from a glass half full perspective, we have taken sizable steps in terms of putting Americans back to work. But we're still talking about 11 million Americans out of work, some 12 million reliant on federal unemployment assistance. And even though the unemployment rate has now fallen below 8%, which is great from that near 15% peak, we're still talking about a very elevated level relative to where we were going into the start of the year, going into the pandemic. So I don't think we need to look much beyond the labor market data to really say, yes, we've taken steps in the right direction, but we are far from out of the woods. And we do need, at this point, some additional artificial support for the economy until we have a meaningful way to separate the healthy from the sick. Remember, this is not a market crisis. This was a health crisis. So we really need to look at this from a longer-term health perspective. And again, until we have that vaccine or some meaningful way to separate the healthy and the sick, we're going to have to rely on artificial support.
Well, and I'm going to say, going back to Dr. Eric Toner, who we talked to at Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security at the Bloomberg School of Public Health, said the virus is still not over. It's still with us, and while we're learning some things in terms of how to contain it once we see certainly growth spurts in various places around the country or even around the world, but nonetheless it's with us, and he anticipates it's going to be with us well into 2021. So having said that, Lindsay, if we don't get some kind of another round of stimulus, what's the worst case scenario here?
Well, I think even with a second round of stimulus, some sort of middle ground around $1 trillion in addition to the $3 trillion already spent, we are anticipating a second round resurgence of the virus as we enter into colder fall and winter weather, which is likely to undermine the recovery. So yes, we do expect a nice 20% bounce in the second quarter, but growth is likely to slow significantly going into the end of the year, potentially falling back into negative territory. And as we turn the corner into 2021, likely to remain very anemic for quite some time. So the picture, again, is very grim still at this point, and stimulus can help that. But even with an additional $1 trillion in federal spending, it's very unlikely that we see pre-pandemic growth levels for quite some time.
Right. All right, we're going to leave it there. Thank you for the context. As always, Lindsay Piegza is Chief Economist for Stifel Financial. She joined us on the phone from Chicago. I have to say, Carol, and you and I have been watching politics and business for a long time, and I am a little puzzled by this. I really thought they would get something done. I thought Mnuchin and Pelosi, who have had a pretty good vibe going through all of this, would figure something out. Yeah. But they haven't. And by the way, they haven't come close. Like, this is not like, oh, we just got to get over the line. They're nowhere close by all accounts.
I'm baffled. Like, I would have thought this would have been done a while ago.
Election year.
Yeah. I just don't understand. And I really feel for a lot of Americans and small businesses and other businesses that are having a tough time right now. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Let's head on over to Nancy Lyons for another check on world and national news. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. There are multiple arrests in Michigan as the FBI uncovers an alleged plot to kidnap Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer at her vacation home and overthrow the state's government. U.S. Attorney Andrew Burge for the Western District of Michigan gives details.
The federal complaint in this case alleges that the FBI began an investigation earlier this year after becoming aware that through social media that a group of individuals was discussing the violent overthrow of certain government and law enforcement components.
6 men were charged in federal court, 7 others in state court. Speaker Nancy Pelosi is again trying to work with Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin on a stimulus bill.
The talks are focusing on the need to counter substantial layoffs in the airline industry, the speaker said in a Bloomberg interview.
We want to help the airline workers, the workers. We can do that separately, but we cannot do it unless there's a big bill. It could be separate from a big bill. We are a consumer economy. Putting money in the pockets of the American workers, especially those unemployed, immediately is spent, injects demand into the economy. It creates jobs.
Airline workers, Speaker Pelosi pointed out, can't simply return to the job after a long furlough. They may have to requalify for their government-regulated positions. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
Joe Biden's campaign is rejecting a proposal from Donald Trump's camp to push back by a week the second and third presidential debates. After the president ruled out participating in a virtual event, Deputy Campaign Manager Kate Bedingfield says Trump's erratic behavior does not allow him to rewrite the calendar. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
We're going to Miami.
Oh, man, I would love to go back to Miami.
Me too.
That was that our last trip?
Oh, God, I don't even remember what our last trip was.
I think it was. Super Bowl.
Oh, that was Miami. God, I forgot. Oh, yeah. Feels like 10
You're
years
like, who
ago.
am I? Where am I?
Who
What
am
was
I?
that?
Where am
yeah.
I? Who are you?
Super Bowl, Miami.
Jeez, I would love
I
to
think
go to
that was the
Miami.
last trip. It was our last like official radio remote trip.
And just, we were in a pretty cool hotel that was kind of right on the beach.
Yeah,
I used
totally.
to read in my notes like
I know.
in the morning.
I know. It's like,
my
yeah, I'm
little
calling in
walk.
from the pool for the morning meeting. Yeah.
Walk a
Well,
little
and
bit
plus, I mean, you totally get why people flee New York for that area, and apparently, people at Blackstone agree.
Yep. They're planning to open an office in the Miami area and hire about 215 workers as South Florida lures more finance and investment firms. Listen, people have been moving south. You know, we know this. We've been talking about hedge funds and investors. If you ever get on, I just think about all the times I've got on a flight to go to like Palm Beach or something for a work event, and it's like I'm sitting next to. I love who
You
I
should
sit
have just
next
stopped
to.
at Palm Beach. Any of those times I've gotten on my plane to go to Palm Beach.
Snort. No, but it's so great. Like you're always sitting next to some investment and
Right.
we just chat the whole time, on the plane. It's fun.
Oh, God.
Oh, God.
You're so much nicer than me in terms of talking to people on planes, which
Sometimes.
is why we never sit together on
That's
planes.
right.
No, it's interesting. I mean, these are mostly going to be, according to Jonathan Levin, our Miami bureau chief, who wrote this story, mostly going to be back office tech folks, no investment bankers or investment professionals there for now, no deal makers. But who's to say? Who's to say?
First we
you
set
you
up the
go
back
down there.
office.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you got a nice little tech hub down there, and
It's like the big investment guys are like, listen, I got to go check out the back office. I got to go to Miami.
exactly. I feel like those guys need my support. I just want to, sort of value their work and show how I'm doing. Oh yeah, it is February.
And I'm going to tell you, the Miami-Dade Board of County Commissioners, man, they have been doing things, that whole area, to kind of attract the financial types to that area. All right. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 43 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell, with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing, holding close to session highs. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. And here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks are choppy today, but like you said, in the green. Dow's currently up 90 points. S&P's gained 24. NASDAQ climbs by 42. The U.S. 10 yield at 0.77%. Gold trading higher by 5. Transports rise 72 points. And among the main 11 S&P sectors, all were trading in the green, led by gains in energy, utilities, and real estate. Leaders to the upside in the Dow, IBM, American Express, and J.P. Morgan, while Amgen fell 7% and led to the downside. After earnings, Domino's Pizza also fell 7%. And in other news, GameStop announced a multi-year partnership with Microsoft. And Pelosi said there will be no standalone airline bill without a bigger aid plan. In deal news, Morgan Stanley is buying Eaton Vance for about $7 billion. And wrapping things up, payment company Square invested $50 million in Bitcoin. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg-type squawk, SQUAWK on your terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly and Carol Massar here with you. The story of the day on Wall Street, it is clear. Morgan Stanley, James Gorman going hunting again. I mean, pretty amazing. I mean, I'm stealing just directly from our next guest in terms of framing this story.
Well, and it's interesting. It was a big deal, $7 billion for Eaton Vance, second major acquisition by James Gorman this year. And listen, this is moving Morgan Stanley increasingly into the business of money management. And it's a different path than what we're seeing on the rest of Wall Street. I can't remember whether it's in the story or I heard from somebody earlier that people think of Goldman and some others that are kind of, you know, the ones to watch and are recreating Wall Street. And then everybody's saying, nope, it's James Gorman. He's the one who's doing it.
All right. Well, our guy who's going to make all the sense of the world of this, he's going to help us, is Sri Natarajan, finance reporter extraordinaire for Bloomberg. He's been all over this story. He joins us on the phone from New York City. All right, Sri, you've been talking to everybody in and out of the firm. What does this mean? What's the most important thing we need to know about this deal?
Well, that Morgan Stanley, the business that James Gorman inherited, the prestigious White Shoe investment back 10 years ago, is anything but that 10 years into his tenure. What was once a purely Wall Street-focused business, yes, they had made a few bites here and there, but those never really took off in, say, the early 2000s. But, like, where you were in 2010 to where Morgan Stanley is now, their dominant position in investment banking and trading, and yet it's their wealth and asset management business that will outstrip those Wall Street operations. And why is that? Even before the Eaton Vance deal, about 55% of the revenue for Morgan Stanley was going to come from its wealth and asset management side because of the big bang deal they announced with E-Trade in January to bulk up their wealth operations. So no one really expected them to make such a quick bounce with such a major deal, but they've gone ahead and done it. And, you know, like we say in our story today, what really propelled James Gorman to the top perch at Morgan Stanley was that stellar Smith-Barney purchase they did from Citigroup that turned out to be a home run. 10 years later, these 2 or 3 acquisitions that they've announced in the last 30 months or so will really leave a big mark on this firm, and that will have a big impact on how Morgan Stanley is run long after James Gorman is gone. Because remember, he's 62, so we're talking more in swan song corners here than just starting out.
So
I'm sure he'd love to hear you say that, Sri.
I'm sure he would not.
I'm just going to say, when we talked to him, he seemed like, you know, that he had a lot of energy and a lot more left in him. What was that, last summer? About a year ago last summer?
It was about a year, last September, yeah, up at Columbia Business School. We are going to hear from him. We should point out we are going to hear from him just coming up later on this hour, in fact, Carol.
So, Shri, we are going to hear from...
Find me a Wall Street leader who would say that they're tired and done with it.
That is so true.
There is no reason for James Gorman to even suggest that he's done with it. But he's been there for 10 years. He really was part of the post-crisis Wall Street crew that was really rebuilding the banking industry from the wreckage of the 2008 crisis. Most of his peers have faded away. Think Lloyd Blankfein, think Mike Corbat handing over the reins. Even think about Jamie Dimon, who's been CEO for 15 years, but after a health scare now, he continues to get questions about when the succession is going to happen.
Yeah.
But Mr. Gorman here, he seems to be busier than ever. He's not letting go of the spotlight.
So I'm looking at Morgan Stanley shares, and I mean they've been up, they've been down today, but right now they're trading a little bit higher. Is this do most investors say this is a smart move, another smart move by James Gorman? This makes sense, even in contrast to what the rest of Wall Street, the big banks, are doing?
Look, one thing is clear: it's always very hard to get a read because at the end of the day, the success of an announcement like this totally depends on how the integration goes. But to James Gorman's credit, to Morgan Stanley's credit, they have done a few recent deals where they've proven that it can happen without a problem. And Gorman is not shy on confidence. And listen to what he told analysts on a conference call today when he says, you know, when the questions were, are you paying too much of a premium to buy Eaton Vance? And he says, people who are hanging around trying to buy great companies cheaply never get anything done. All that they manage to do is pat themselves on the back about the wisdom they have, but they never get anything done. And those who sort of buy lousy companies end up paying what eventually appears to be a lot of money that ends in tears. So he's pretty confident about that, and that's certainly being projected onto the analysts and investors who are willing to give him the runway to prove that this is a success.
Hey, Shri, just 30 seconds. We're going to hear from James Gorman. He's going to be live on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg TV coming up at 3:40 Wall Street time. What do you want to hear, or what would you be asking him, just quickly?
Well, I mean, the key part of it now is where does it go from here? Because he's already said, I'm done with acquisitions for the time being. We've made our bed. It's time to lie in it. So how do you go to the next level? That's obviously key. And it's really going to be a show-me story from that point on. Prove that you can integrate E-Trade really well. Prove that you can integrate Eaton Vance really well. And if that does happen, you have a really diversified business here that it's really hard to poke holes in right now.
Yeah. All right. Great context. Thank you so much. And again, we will hear from James Gorman directly coming up at 3:40 Wall Street time right here on Bloomberg Radio. Sri Natarajan, finance reporter for Bloomberg. He's been all over this story. He joined us on the phone from New York City. Stick with us. Dave Wilson and James Gorman coming up. It's Bloomberg.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Well, coming up, a Wilson and a Gorman. Dave Wilson is going to bring us his chart of the day.
I like
and James
the way
Gorman,
you combined the two of them. It was like
yeah,
Dave
just
Wilson,
a couple
James
bros talking
Gorman.
about the markets, just talking about what's going on today. Dave Wilson with his chart. James
Those
Gorman,
law
you know,
firms. Law
spending
firms late at
$7
night.
billion. Wilson and Gorman. They're there for you. All right, we're going to have all that just ahead, but let's check in on this trade today. It's an interesting one with Charlie Pellet.
It certainly has been volatile, Jason. We've got 28 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. You mentioned Morgan Stanley. Got to mention Eaton Vance as well. Let's begin with Eaton Vance, up by 48%. Morgan Stanley up 0.6%. Morgan Stanley is going to be buying Eaton Vance. We'll have more on that for you coming up in a moment right here on Bloomberg Radio. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ close to session highs. S&P's up 26 now, up 0.8%. The Dow up 115, up 0.4. NASDAQ up 50. That is a gain of about 0.5%. 10-year's up 6/32. 10-year yield 0.76%. Gold up $5 the ounce, up 0.3%, 18.92. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.2%, $41.23 a barrel now on West Texas Intermediate crude. President Trump is crediting Regeneron Pharmaceuticals' experimental monoclonal antibody treatment with his apparent recovery from the coronavirus and announced his intention to authorize emergency use of the therapeutic and provide it free to Americans. Shares of Regeneron, they're up now by 1.9%. When it comes to treating coronavirus patients, age is a very important consideration for medical professionals. Dr. Jason Farley is a nursing professor at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health.
As every decade of life increases over the age of 50, we see this exponential rise in the probability of both hospitalization, mechanical ventilation, as well as mortality. So as one ages beyond 50, particularly in the upper ages, 70s and 80s, we see a dramatic increase in the likelihood of severe illness and death.
The Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. So stocks at an almost 5-week high as traders sift through conflicting comments on additional stimulus measures. Again, recapping, S&P higher now with the S&P advancing by 26 points, up 0.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thanks so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week right here on Bloomberg Radio.
Okay, so of
I
course
love
it's
Fleetwood Mac.
I do too. Did you guys see Dave Wilson? Come on in. Have you seen the video that's gone viral of the guy who was drinking? Was it ocean spray cranberry? And he was
raspberry. Actually.
Have you seen it? And right, and he was
It's Mick Fleetwood, right?
lip syncing to a Fleetwood Mac song, and then everybody's kind of come on board and is doing their own version, including Mick Fleetwood.
Right.
And then they gave him a truck full of ocean spray, right?
So now you know why I picked the song.
Hey.
I love that.
The name we're talking about is Nathan Apodaca. He made this video on TikTok, put it up there 2 weeks ago. He's riding a skateboard. He's drinking from that ocean spray bottle and lip syncing to Dreams. And so, you've got all these copycats going on. And as you mentioned, Mick Fleetwood, the namesake and drummer of Fleetwood Mac, is among them. And just this week, Ocean Spray gave Apodaca that new pickup truck that you were mentioning, filled with bottles of cran raspberry juice, his favorite.
Can I